taught me my own life lessons. The first one is the root. The root is buried in that nutrient and dense soil that nobody sees. And in that root, it transfers all the plant needs till harvest. Then I told myself, that root stage is your silent value, what nobody sees, what you stand for. Example, you have diligence, you have integrity, you have discipline. What do you stand for? What I tell my children is, what can people say about you when you are not even, when you miss school? Do they say something good or bad about you? Now let's bring it to those of us that, we are a bit advanced. When you are not in the room, what can people say about this person? Mr. Lagbaja, he comes to work on time. He's somebody that is disciplined, doesn't like cutting corners. He's somebody that would say, oh, let's try and find out how we can do this thing better. So that at the end of the day, we are also learning, we are also growing. So when we meet bigger opportunities, we are able to deliver professionally. What are your core values? What do you stand by? What are your 3 core values? That are at your fingertips, that I can ask your friends, I can ask your family members, and they can say positive things about you. Another core value is gratitude. At that stage of my life, I was not really grateful, to be very honest. I was always, why is everything like this? Why is my job like this? Why is this one like this? And at that time, I had to even stop my job. So everything was just as if everything was against me, like my whole world was, coming close or crashing down. But I learned gratitude for my plants. That it's because I am grateful, that is when I can enjoy joy around me. You cannot be grateful and not experience joy. Someone that you see that is always joyful, because they are always thankful, they are always grateful. They don't take things to heart. I was preparing to come here this morning, and I told myself, I'm going to wake up early because I have to travel down, this one. And I saw that everything was not happening the way I planned. Some hours behind and everything. I just told myself, well, maybe I need enough time to calm down before I get to the venue, or I need to sort things at home before I get to the venue. I started seeing reasons to be grateful. I didn't want to complain and become tensed. When you are tense, you don't even deliver well. Even in your office, in the home, you will be cranky in your voice, like everything is just biting you at the same time. So that's what happens when you are not grateful. So when I water my plants, I put my plants under sunlight. My plant is grateful by absorbing those nutrients and growing. So I applied it to my own life too. When other people are doing things for you and you are grateful about it, you begin to see new opportunities that could also bless you and bless them as well. Now I'm going to move to the trunk. When the root gathers those nutrients, it travels through the trunk. And what is a trunk? I told myself, a trunk is the passage. It's a passage where you meet people in life. I was told a proverb, let me just say it in English, that 20 friends can't play for 20 years. Everybody has to move on, everybody has to change their line of work and different things like that. So, working with that mindset, I already know that whatever thing you do in life, even be it in your church, even any organization you find yourself volunteering for, you are meeting people, you're not going with them. It's just in that particular phase of time. What can they say about you? Somebody sits down with you for 5 minutes and say, that man can frown. That man it's always, in fact, I don't know how he copes with. Even sometimes, you will not even help the person to build a story around it. It's always squeezing his face. You start helping the man to think, how would the family be looking at the man, said, his way he's doing his face, that. Because of the 2 minutes you are with that person, and that person might be thinking of maybe the salary they didn't pay or this one, but that environment you are, people are reading you like a book. Don't think about it. Be happy, be grateful. So people are even praying to be in that particular phase of your life. So always be grateful, and don't forget your core values. So that's what I have to say about the trunk. Now the next thing I'm going to move to is the branches. I love the branches so much because it connects the leaves, the flowers to the trunk. The branches are very, very fast. I'm very sensitive about that branches, yes, because it's a phase of mentorship. It's a bridge between your mentees, according to what one of our speakers said, mentees and your mentors. You are coming with your own roots, carrying your own nutrients. What can the younger generation say about you? Now to the future generation, the elderly ones, the children, you that you are the bridge, what can they say about you? What level of knowledge are you passing? And remember, it's your stories or the values that you place on yourself that will make people want to come to you and connect with you as their mentor, connect with you as their mentee. And a mentor too will look at you and say, oh, you are worthy of being my mentee, because they've seen that you are ready to be a channel that they can flow through and be able to carry that knowledge and pass it to the next generation. So that's what I learned from being a branch of a tree. Then the next one is the leaves. These leaves are, when I started planting, I noticed that the leaves of different plants, they are different. They are not the same. They don't have the same shape. They don't have the same size. If you see a mango tree and you perceive the leaf, it's different from that of a mango of an orange tree. It is different. The scent, the texture, the shape. If you go outside, no two leaves are the same. You have different species all over the world. And I told myself, why would I want to be like a coconut tree when I'm better off like an orange tree? When my own leaves functions differently from an orange from a coconut tree. People will eat coconut. People will take orange. Why don't you just be yourself? Tell your friend, be yourself. Be yourself. That's what happens when you know that you are not a coconut tree. You are not a mango tree. You are different. Let me just call my name. I am Tolu tree. I'm not anybody tree. So you know that you are different. My own channel is different. So, and that's why, knowing that I am different, I was able to know the kind of mentors I want in my own space. This year, I took it upon myself. By fire, by force, I must go to where my mentors hold programs. Because I told myself, I must not sit down and write letter and follow my mentors before I can learn one or two from them. They can hold programs, and I can go and listen to them speak, listen to their panel sessions, go to their page when they're teaching out to them. Go and learn first from that one before you write letters and start pursuing them. And I went for Creative Blueprint by Funke Akindele. What even happened was that she sent an online invite and said, oh, people should join. And said, oh, they've picked people and they've closed. I said, okay. So she put on her status again that, oh, countdown to the program. So I just told myself, oh, I wish I could be there. I just wrote it on that. And I even slept off after writing it. The next day, she just went to my DM and said, okay, do you want to come? Let me send you the invite and the date. I closed my Instagram like 5 times. I was like, maybe this one is virus or maybe there's something wrong with my phone. She does not reply by DM like that. She can just put emojis. And she was like, oh, okay, let me send you the time, the date. I closed my normal reaction. I was like, please, are you a scammer? She now laughed. She said, send it, Joe. So I now sent it to so I just sent it to her, and she sent me the invite, got there, so and everything. So when I got there, I saw she was like, all of you doubting Thomas, you not come here now, this one, that one, and everybody laughed. I met my other mentors too that came for the program. I had like 5 there, and we had a wonderful session. Even me, I usually write some questions down so that if I just meet you like this, oh yeah, and what do you think about, when I get the own perspective, I'll go and think. I'm not always the type that when I go for a program, the next thing is that I'll start posting the next day. I will take about 2 weeks to digest what I have been taught or what I've been, or what I've learned. And that was how I got the opportunity. So I just feel that mentorship is a very, 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 very big ecosystem. I don't believe in meeting somebody face to face before you learn from that person. You must have had, a lot of virtual learning before the physical can happen. Now back to my leaves of being different. The next one I'll talk about is flowers. That was even where I learned how to match clothes. I said, God is wonderful. You see this flower, pink and green. Another one, purple and green. Another one, white, has white touch of gold. I said, okay, so this is what all these our designers used to use sense to tell us different things. And I started learning. Because some things that you feel you cannot learn from, that's when you shut your mind to learning. And when I look at those flowers, I'm always very happy, telling me, oh, okay, I can combine my clothes like this. Shows you the beauty of diversity. You can do your own. That's why if you look at different countries coming together, those from Ghana, maybe they are come with their kente, Yoruba with their shoki, everybody, they are different. And that's the beauty of life. And the next one I'll talk about, from the aspect of the leaves, to draw us back a bit, it's pruning dead plants. I tell myself, this I'm going to trim off bad friends. This I'm going to trim off negative thoughts that come to my mind and tell me, oh, you cannot get this, you cannot achieve this, you if people can do this, oh, you cannot do this. I tell myself, when I'm trimming my plants, I start telling myself, trim off negative friends, trim off negative thoughts, trim off anything that I know that will not be good for my ecosystem to grow, that will not be good for my roots to produce gratitude. So I begin to trim them off. So tell your friends or your neighbors or your city partners, say, trim off that negative energy. Yes, we need to trim it off. Oh, trim it off. Nigeria is going through this. Is going through this one. A different this. Also remember that Nigeria has passed a lot of hurdles to be where she is today. I know that you will live to see better days in Nigeria. Don't forget, other countries are going through a lot. I read something online that is going viral now. I can't mention the country, but it's a bit viral, of a child that was drugged in school because the child collected a gummy from a friend, and the child started having a mental breakdown, and they had to detox the child and everything. If the child had learned Tales by Moonlight, and learned that self-control from that lizard, if you eat it, you have to be nodding your head, he would have not entered it. But I don't blame the child. It's the level of knowledge that the child has that he applied. So whatever thing that is going on in your country, people are going through going through bigger problems that are eating into the ecosystem of children. So just know that Nigeria is going to enjoy better days. We are all going to see it. Our children will enjoy it. And we will not just be statues somewhere. We will all enjoy the benefits of Nigeria. Now that brings me to my very last point, which is a fruit. Your fruit is in two dimensions. The first one is as a legacy. When people harvest your fruits from far and near, when they taste your fruit, or when you walk your end result, what can they say about you? The second one is your children. Those that have children, what can your children say about you? Those aunties that they have niece and nephew that comes close to you, what can they say about you? So there was something that happened one day. My first child went to meet one of his aunties. I said, come and play with one of your aunties, please. Allow me to even use the restroom. Just give me 5 minutes break to enter this restroom and come outside. And no, I don't want to go and meet that auntie. Why? She's always pressing her phone. Even if I leave her front, she will never even know that I've left her front. I don't want to go and meet that auntie. She does not even know where I go to. I said, okay. So in his own understanding, he has seen that whether you are there or you are not there, that auntie does not really care. But that was a subconscious act. And when I told that auntie, the auntie changed. Another one, that auntie, she does not like giving. How do you know that she does not like giving? She just says hello, hi. She doesn't give. And I told the auntie, I said, people have told me, not that a child has told me, I have to change. In fact, by fire, by thunder, I will change. Sometimes you just need a little, a gentle reminder to some people, and they will change. So what legacy are you leaving behind? You don't need to be a mother to leave a legacy. You don't need to be a grandpa. You don't need to sit down and tell children stories before you leave legacies. It should start from now. It should start from now. Another thing about legacies is that when somebody comes to harvest your fruit, if you notice now, some countries now come to Nigeria to buy orange, and they go used to do mass production of orange juice in their own countries. If somebody come and harvest your own fruit with that same mindset and carry it to another country, can they still enjoy that same knowledge, that same value that you share wherever they go? Can they say, oh, when I went to Nigeria, I met with Mrs. Ajayi. Oh my God, that woman is full of wisdom. That woman, in fact, you sit down with her, her aura is just peaceful. And you mean you're bringing her here to speak? In fact, I'm going to host her. In fact, I'm going to do this. Because where she was, her good name was not tarnished. That even in that country, people are even fighting to associate with that good name. So I just feel wherever we find ourselves, whatever thing we do, that good name, that fruit, should be well spoken of positively. Now, in conclusion, I would like to drop some nuggets, that some pointers for us to remember when we remember my topic, when you listen again, or when you think of my topic, my plants. The first one is growth takes time. A corn and a coconut tree don't grow the same time. The height, the type of fruits that you harvest from, the type of produce you get from two of them, they are different. The shape, the size, the color. Growth takes time. If you are a corn, please, when you are harvested or when you have gotten to the peak of whatever you are doing, don't look down on others, because it's a coconut tree that is growing somewhere that you might need this help. You know, these days they sell coconut and corn together and people enjoy it, the combination. So wherever we find ourselves, I say, oh, you are in a place of affluence whereby you can help others. Don't look at them and say, hey, it's not because he was wicked, this one. You don't know tomorrow. Just be good and be kind to people. And if they keep hurting you, just step aside and let them go. You can't keep fighting year in, year out to keep a relationship. There's sometimes you have to step aside and let the relationship go. The second one is, what you feed will grow. I feed my own plants with very rich nutrients. Water in adequate sunlight. What are you feeding your own values? What are you feeding your children? What are you feeding your projects? What are you feeding? Whatever you are doing, whatever you feed will grow. So you must be intentional about what you feed them. Your heart, your thoughts. There was a time on my social media, you know, this algorithm reels thing, just bringing one of somebody shooting something, the mother now died, you shoot somebody, the son now, the father shoot. I said, which one is all this shooting? So I started, clicking on, I don't want to see this post. I don't want to see this post. After 1 week, they will try me again. I said, okay, I think you are ready for this battle. So 1 month, if I just see it, immediately I started, being very, very intentional about what I receive. Because unconsciously, I started having, these little jitters around me. I can't go out in the night, I can't do this one because of what I've received from social media. So if you know that thing is going to transmit to negative energy in your own ecosystem, you shut it out. You prune it immediately. The next one is your environment matters. If you check yourself now and see that the environment you are, in the next 10 years, that environment would destroy your fruits, would destroy your leaves. The earlier you end those relationships, the better for you. And lastly, you are different. Stand out. But before I pass the mic to the next speaker, I want to read something very slowly. Ladies and gentlemen, the plant never complained. It stayed rooted. It kept growing. And one day it stood tall. So please, ladies and gentlemen, keep growing. My name remains Eloquence Olariwaju. Thank you for listening. So I pass the mic to the next speaker.
Yeah, I think very powerful delivery. Please help me to appreciate the last speaker again. Very, 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 very educative, refreshing. You know, the two tales that she shared was, quite relaxing. In the midst of the very powerful topics that probably has gone on, a couple of hours in the recent past, her tales by the moonlight were quite exhilarating. And I'm also glad to be here again. In the continuation of the GW our attempt that is ongoing, it has been a very lofty experience. Just like she said, the last speaker said, it was difficult to actually keep pace with all that has been going on. But as much as possible, once in a while, we just drop in on YouTube and other social media handles of these events, and you get refreshing with different kind of presentations that has been made in the course of this attempt. I was initially thinking everything is coming to a close tomorrow, but I was reminded that not so fast. It's still going to be on Tuesday. And but I can say categorically, in a very commending way, that what has been done and achieved thus far has literally changed my perception about life. I think I was there either on the 4th or 5th day when these events started, and I was watching when the last record will be beaten. I think the last record was 5 or 6 days. 5 days. When it was to be beaten, I was really watching. I was there, online when it was eventually crossed. And I said, oh, even if nothing happens again, at least the whole record has been beaten. But, in a tempting manner, I will have said, well, let's just stop here, Joe. We are beating the whole record. Let somebody else chase this new record. But thank God for resilience. Thank God for vision. And thank God for intentionality. This adventure set out to do 20 days of eloquence, speaking back to back to the world from Nigeria. And lo and behold, what looks like a very long day to come, 480 hours as a target, is now almost 430. And then, the record is just at our fingertips now. I cannot but say congratulations to all of us who have been part of this journey thus far. The speaker before the last was also very. I met his speech midway, and it was also very illuminating. I didn't pick the title of his message, but the content of what he was speaking is something that resonates with me a lot, because when you talk nationalism, when you talk about nation building, when you talk about leadership, I can be there for 24 hours, either listening or reading, as long as it has to do with leadership, nationalism, anything. That's a good food for me. So when I came in and I met him talking about those, heroes, national heroes across Africa, I said, what a nice one here. I remember he was talking about the African, forefathers, Patrice Lumumba, Kwame Nkrumah, some of Nigerians' past heroes in Awolowo, Obafemi Awolowo, Murtala Mohammed, Nnamdi Azikiwe, and all those pre-independence leaders of Nigeria, and what they actually had in mind, but how they were cut short in one way or the other by the narratives of the foreign powers, foreign ideas and media. It brought to mind again why those of us who are living now, and the people we call Gen Zs, who are coming after us, have to brace up, and reject and resist any further attempt to have a story told to the world, but by us. It is now a high time that we must be ready to tell our story by ourselves. Many a times we find people coming to Africa, come to Nigeria, come to Nairobi, come to South Africa from the Western world. And they will get to Lagos, maybe Abuja, or Nairobi, or Kampala, Accra, and say, is this Africa? Oh, I thought they live on trees here. See expressway, see high rise. Oh, this is not the Africa we were told. While it may sound very amusing and interesting, it makes my stomach to turn. And I'll say, what do these people take us for? The imagery of Africans being monkeys who stays on trees, and all of those kind of funny stories. And you now go to discover when somebody is being, interviewed on the Western media, any of their citizens, and what you say, okay, where is Uganda? And the person will say, which city is that? Is that in Europe? And we just get to know that these people are overhyped. There's a lot we have to offer the world. And I think these 20 days of eloquence, which we may not realize, like I said in my first comment, that we were chasing a Guinness World Record about eloquence, about speaking for 20 days back to back. What we may not realize is that, the social media is ever alive. Internet never sleeps or forgets. Virtually all that has been spoken here has gone into the world. And you can never tell who has listened to your word, who has listened to your message. And so we have done what a lot of Nigerians may not realize. We have accomplished what government after government have not done in this very subtle, intentional, quiet drive to achieve a goal. People have spoken, just like the last two speakers said, people have spoken a lot of wisdom, a lot of philosophies, and what have you. So, once again, congratulations to all of us for being part of this journey. For today, I hope I may have an opportunity to still speak either today or another day before Tuesday. I'm looking at being here on Tuesday. I want to see how this thing will end on Tuesday. I want to be part of the drama. I want to be part of the fun, So, for today I'll be speaking on the power of balance, the balance, and a three-legged stool. Last time I came around, I was speaking about a tripod and the importance of appreciating that when things are put on three legs, they have the chance of being stable. It's like a 3-foot cord that we are told is not easily broken. Then I spoke about the importance of having a strategy in life, understanding that you need a structure to accomplish your strategy, and then you need an attitude, which I call culture, to sustain it and to scale it. Whatever you want to do in life, either as an individual, a company, a community, a nation, those three things apply. And when we understand the meaning of those things and how they are interconnected, then you or that entity becomes unstoppable. You have a strategy, you have a structure which talks about the vehicle or the system that drives it, and then you have an attitude that I call the culture. And I reminded us about the cliche that we are all very well used to, that no matter how fantastic your vision is, no matter how fantastic your strategy is, the culture that backs it up will eat it for a breakfast. It's either the culture sustains it or the culture kills it. And so I'm coming again today to talk about another, three-legged stool. And why am I coming to address us on this particular approach is to take a look about our nation, Nigeria. My last two speakers, the one before the last, like I said, was talking about nations and heroes and the rest of it. and he was talking about what has made, Africa to be where they are and why they couldn't move forward, and certain things that we needed to do in order to be able to move forward. While we're on the way down here, a conversation ensued among the three of us that were in the vehicle, and has to do with what we call the drive for entrepreneurship. And the reason why that drive has become trendy in recent time is the fact that we need to grow our economy. We need to grow our economy. And by virtue of the challenge our economy is growing, is facing as we speak, there has been that drive. Oh, everybody has to become an entrepreneur. You need to be an entrepreneur. You need to be an entrepreneur. And it just occurred to me that this has to be balanced. As fantastic as entrepreneurship could be, we are not all wired to be one. Not every human being will be an entrepreneur. So there's a need for balance. While entrepreneurs help to provide the jobs, help to initiate things, discover new grounds, bring forth different ideas, it's not everybody that has been wired to do likewise. So we need to be very careful not to push people into what they are not wired for. Okay? And so the balance I'm looking at here, that I call, three-legged stool, is that for any economy to grow and be sustained, three things are very critical. Three things. We need quality employment. Quality employment. Because not everybody will be able to dare entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurs are groundbreakers. They are people that are not scared. But not everybody has that kind of mindset. So there's a need for us to have stable employment that is available for everybody who's ready to work. Another one that we needed to have is supportive entrepreneurship. Like I said, this is very vital. Minority people operate in this space. It's just like a Pareto principle that says 20% of the people produce 80% of the results. And that's why 80% of the wealth of nations always belong to 20% of the people. Some of us may not like that narrative, but that's the truth. Go check it up. Check your organization, check your company, check your anywhere. 20% of the people there drives everything. Talk how much you want to talk. You will find that a great chunk of what is being accomplished, 20% of the people. And they produce 80% of the results. And when you talk about the resources, talk about the productivity and the wealth in that community, in that ecosystem, it belongs to the 20% of the people. Check the billionaires in the world today. They are not even up to 20%. And the wealth they control. So it is very important to appreciate that these things must be balanced. Then we need functional government. So I've spoken about quality employment, supportive entrepreneurship for the very few that have the hearts for it, and then functional government. The essence of governance and government is to provide an environment for all people to thrive. People to thrive. Look at America today, of course, dwindling superpower, but still the biggest economy as we speak today. While Nigeria is struggling to become $1 trillion economy, so the last time I checked, I think America is or was doing about 31 or 32 trillion dollars, followed by China, which is around 19 or 20 trillion dollars economy. And that's why you will know that there are boys and there are men. Nigeria, I don't know whether we have even come back to about $500 billion, but we still have a dream to reach $1 trillion economy. Now, like I said, in order to have a thriving economy where citizens will be excited, will be fulfilled, these three things are very, very critical. We need mass employment, through structured industries where you have manufacturing setups that will be able to employ large number of people, thousands of people. When you talk about entrepreneurship, you are talking about maybe startups. Startups will have 1, 2, 3, maybe 5 people. But when you have industries that will gulp thousands of jobs at a time, that's what drives the economy. When you look at the Asian tigers, I'm talking of Hong Kong, talking of Taiwan, talking of South Korea and Singapore. the Asian tigers. Go check what made them to be what they are today. I was listening to the Prime Minister, either Prime Minister or Ambassador of Taiwan in Nigeria, who was talking about the recent efforts to partner with Nigeria on solar power development. And the man was speaking and he said, I mean, they envy Nigeria. Taiwan is not our mate too. If you check per capita income of Taiwan and Nigeria, we don't be mate at all. They see us well. We are not near them. For me, what the ambassador was saying, that they envy Nigeria because what Taiwan couldn't boast of, we have it at plenty here. Is it weather? Is it soil, agriculture? Is it anything, name it, untapped mineral resources? Nigeria has it. So from Taiwan, as much as they have accomplished, they look at us and they envy us. That what a nation that has virtually everything. And that's why they are eager, to actually form a partnership with our country. But they began from somewhere. They began from agriculture, and they built it to mechanized type. They went into light industries. From there, they went into the heavy industries, and they are now driving the heavy tech across the world. When you talk about microchips, I mean, you give it to Taiwan. And is there anything, look at all that we are holding in our hands right now. Any gadget here, microchips are the backbone of every of those devices. And Taiwan is there, leading the world with a couple of other countries. So that's exactly the kind of picture that we needed to build, for a nation like Nigeria, so that our heavy human capital development that we also have an advantage of can be properly, maximized. Yesterday, JAM started for 2026. And as a last count, if I can remember very well, 2025, I think about 2.something million children start for JAM. It's likely going to be more this year because it kept on increasing every year. But that's not the issue for me. What becomes scary for me is when I look at graduation ceremonies, convocations, and you see these universities turn out in tens of thousands. And in a year, you have all the universities producing almost 1 million graduates. And I kept on asking myself, who I go ask now? I kept on asking myself, where are these 1 million graduates going to? And that's why this topic that I'm addressing today is very vital. That our economy, in order to become productive, in order to become, resilient as we want it to be, this three-legged, balance, is important to be in place. So mass employment, manufacturing industries that will employ and go thousands, then active labor market is also very important, and that requires skills training, because it's not just about having labor, but skilled type. In the last 3, 4, 5 years, something scary too has begun to happen in the construction industry. I operate in the construction industry because I'm also an architect by training. And 5, 6 years back, when you get to our sites, the artisans you find there, 80% of our artisans on the site are the Beninois and the Togolese. If you want quality ones, the few ones from Nigeria are not even ready to work. They are not ready to work. Even if at all you find them on site, they are not ready to work. So a great chunk of these artisans on our sites are Togolese and Beninois. But you know what happened in the last 2, 3 years? You can't find them any longer. The few ones you can find, boy, I haven't been, I said, oh God, when I take the Naira back to Benin, in a small market. It used to be the other way around before. When they collect the 10,000 Naira here and they land in Benin Republic, maybe 50,000 of their own currency, of CFA. But when they carry our own 50,000 Naira now back to Togo or to Benin Republic, you can imagine what. So they said, oh, sir, the thing is not touching where it ought to touch any longer. So we need active labor market with skill training. Vocational schools needed to be revived in Nigeria. There's still a lot of things to be done. The truth of the matter is that Nigeria is still green. Nigeria is still green. We are not close to where we are going. There's still a lot to be done in Nigeria. The challenge we have had in the last 5, 10, 20 years is that we have literally collapsed the economy, where the resources that is meant for development end up in people's pockets. And of course, development is nowhere to be found. And when you do like that for 10, 20, 30 years, what you get is what we are getting now. So when you hear people say, how did we arrive here? I'm telling us, the vehicle that brought us here. Means appropriation of God-given resources. What is meant to be deployed back into the economy to produce more. People stash it in the pockets, hid it in the ground, or take it to Swiss bank. And then we arrive here. Then the third thing that will make our economy solid and standing is a social safety net. I wish we will arrive there one day. Everywhere we turn to in the world, there's a social safety net. In other words, unemployed people are given what you call stipends. So that you don't keep, and you have 20-year-old, 25-year-old guy still living under his parents' roof and still depending on how to survive. Psychologically, you have defeated that guy. But in serious climes, you have them have these social networks. So that even before you get the real job, you have opportunity of getting something that keeps you going. You may not buy fanciful clothes, you may not even change your shoe, but at least you have food in your stomach. Okay? So I think that is also very important. Another thing that is very vital that will make our economic space very very resilient and robust is to have public works and direct job creation. Take a look at our roads. I can tell you for free, road construction, infrastructural development is capital intensive. You don't go near it. Individuals don't do it. It has to be done by government. So that is very vital. But you can do maintenance jobs on these existing roads. So instead of embarking on reconstruction, you can maintain the roads that you have. And that becomes a source of employment for several other people that are not having jobs currently. And of course, the entrepreneurs that we are talking about, somebody talked about ecosystem shortly before I climbed up. There's also an importance of entrepreneurial ecosystem, whereby business can easily get registered, ease of doing business. Those in that entrepreneurial space can collaborate, can share ideas, can leverage on each other. That's also very, very important. And for entrepreneurship to thrive, there are a few things that are very important. Microcredit system is also very critical. A lot of people have ideas, but they don't have capital. Those are things that we needed to take a look at and set up, in our environment. For entrepreneurs to succeed, and Nigerians particularly are quite entrepreneurial by nature. By nature, most of our parents sell things. They may not be educated, but they sell things. They just knew that I can't fold my hands. That's entrepreneurship in the crudest form. But when they have access to credit, they'll be able to do a lot. Okay, so I'll be rounding up very soon. I'd like us to appreciate the fact that most Nigerians, they love business, but not everybody will do business. So if you are not somebody who has the heart and the hands for entrepreneurship, wherever you find yourself, give your best. You can be an entrepreneur. There's something called entrepreneurship, not entrepreneurship. That means you are within an organization and you have the mind to do things just beyond, those shifting fires. And you can begin to plan for your exit while you are within the house. So it is important to encourage entrepreneurship. It is important to encourage that, but not all of us will be one. And it's also important for government to provide the enabling workspace. And when they do, people will be willing and be ready, to contribute their parts. Having said this little bit, I hope Nigerians are prepared to take on the world and provide, an environment for investors to storm our nation and keep our economy going. I'd like to hand over the mic now. Thank you so much.
Yeah, good afternoon. So let's give a round of applause once again to the last speaker. He really gave a lot of insight into what entrepreneurship is. And like he ended it with, he talked about entrepreneurship, which we should also try to embrace. You can be in a workspace and you can also bring out all those entrepreneurial ability you have in you and excel in it too. So thank you so much. So now, quick one. Good morning, everyone. So good day, distinguished guests and the great organizers of this event. To the School of Eloquence, give a big thank you to you for giving us this platform to all speak. Then to all our listeners at home and to everyone watching us, I say a big thank you to everyone. So my name is Moyo Sore Ayodele, and I'm the MD of MBL Realty Limited, a real estate company situated here in Lagos State, Nigeria. So what do we do in MBL before I proceed with the topic of today? So at MBL Realty, we literally, let me just simplify it, we help you buy and sell properties and make sure that you're doing it the right way. So it's not just about you investing, but doing it the right way. So that brings me to the topic of today. So what's the topic of today? I want us to have a basic introduction into what real estate is in Lagos State. So I named this Real Estate 101. So now what does real estate mean in a nutshell? So I'm going to simplify this so that every one of us can really understand it. We're not going to use the big grammars to explain anything. So what does real estate mean? It simply means land and everything permanently situated on it, like erected on it. So let's take for instance the house you're living in, the shops you're buying from, even the fence around that property on that land, even the farmlands, they are all real estate. So anything attached to land which is permanently fixated on it is called real estate. So now let me just throw this into the house. How many of us would love to, own at least a property here in Lagos? Yes, even myself, I would love to have more. Now let's ask ourselves this question: how many of us actually understand how to make this happen? I know this is I know most of us don't really understand it. We don't even have any knowledge about what real estate is. And that's what makes the difference. That's what makes the difference in those really actually making the money and those just looking from the sideline. So now let's just simplify this. So because real estate in Lagos is isn't just an opportunity, it's the silent wealth machine. We can't put it anyway. It's the silent wealth machine. One of the major income generating resource here in Lagos State is what? Real estate. We can't rule that off. So some people understand this and they quietly build wealth, while the others who don't, they just keep watching from the sideways. So now today the goal is very simple. So by the time I'm done speaking, you won't just understand what real estate is, but you see opportunities in it and you feel confident enough to start. So, and I promise you this will be simple, relatable and very practical. Now part one, what real estate really means. Like I explained previously, I said land and anything attached to that land. So like I said, the house you live in, the shops you buy from, the place you operate in, even that family house. So that means we are all already in one way or the other into real estate, directly or indirectly. Either we know it or not, we're already in that in the mix of real estate. So now today's goal is to move us from not just spending on real estate, but for you to start seeing opportunities in making money from real estate. I'm trying to rush because I think the next speaker is okay, but let me proceed. Now, why real estate is a gold mine in Lagos? Now let's talk about Lagos. Lagos isn't just a city, it's an economic powerhouse. Every single day, there's migration into Lagos. And what does that mean? Now, in terms of real estate, due to the economic powerhouse, which Lagos, everyone is moving from every part of the world, not just from the rural settlement to the urban settlement, but they are moving all from all parts of the world into Lagos. So that means there is a lot of opportunity in Lagos, which everyone is, tapping from, either we see it or not. Like we said, in every sector, not just the real estate, we see that in every sector there are people who see opportunities and those who don't see opportunities. And it's not really because they don't see the opportunities, they don't have the knowledge of what the opportunities are. So that means that you will keep just being on the sideway watching why people take those opportunities if we are not careful. So now, like I said previously, Lagos is that economic powerhouse. That means people will keep migrating into Lagos every single day. Now, due to this migration, how does it affect real estate? That means there will be more demand for land, for houses, for commercial spaces. Because those who are migrating in would like to do business. So that means they need commercial spaces. Those who are migrating in will need houses to live in. So that means more demand on houses. Those who are moving in will need land to build all these things that we're talking about, both the residential properties and commercial properties. So that means that it's also going to add, there will be high demand on land, houses, and commercial spaces. So when we see when we talk about that, how does it now affect us individually? That means that we should all see opportunities in this. We should position ourselves in that market so that we can also do what? Be benefactors of those making money from real estate. So now, let's make this very simple. Now we'll delve into some of these real estate investment options that are available. So I know most of us, when we just hear real estate, we just see the buy land, buy property aspect of it. But we don't know how the segments that, and how many options are available which we can key into. Even what we don't know is that there are still other opportunities like the fractional ownership options. So this fractional ownership, you can be a couple of people who will all key into maybe a property like a mini flat or so, and everyone has income return on investment on that property through maybe short letting or rental or anything. So let's just look at other options, or let's see options available. So now let me break down some options here. So we have the land banking. We have the let me just run through them before I explain each one individually. So we have the land banking, we have residential property investment, we have commercial property investment, off-land properties, buyback investments. We have farmland. As much as we don't look into that too, is also an investment option. So we have short letting also. So there are other options too. Like I also said, the fractional ownership option too. So these are all investment options. But now let me delve into each option so that we'll get more insight into what each one is. So now let's go back to the land banking. We call this the quiet wealth strategy. So these have been from days of old. You buy cheap, you wait, and you sell when it appreciates. So this is one of the major investment options which people have done from old, from our forefathers, who have been able to, build wealth through that, and also taking it down to generations and generations. We have a lot of people who are still benefiting from those investments which their forefathers did. So now let's take for instance, just imagine those who bought Morocco when bought into Lekki Phase 1 when it was still Morocco. It was just a swampland at some point. They bought it at a very cheap price. Or let's say some people owned those lands then too. But as at today, let's say a couple of years back, as at let's say 1998, a plot of land there was not even up to 500,000 naira. But as at today, a square meter in Lekki Phase 1 is about 2.5 million. Now a square meter is just like a box. We are not talking about the full land. So now if we are going to look at 600 square meters, which might give a full standard plot of the recent standard of the plot size in Lagos State, which is 500-600 square meters. We are going to look at the square meter. If you multiply 2.5 by 600 square meters, how much will that give us? That's about so now let's say 1.5 billion. So a square meter going for that price. Now you can imagine those you can imagine those who bought then and have to sell now. You can see the appreciation. So when it comes to land banking, is those who have foresight who do that. But I will always advise you go towards where development is also going. That's always the best advice we can ever give anyone. You just don't buy blindly, so that you just don't have a stagnant investment, but you buy towards where investment or development is going towards. So now that brings us back to what land banking is, and like we said, is a quiet wealth strategy. When you buy this, you buy, you keep it, and you sell. So when we see like that, like the example I gave regarding Morocco, same thing is going on within the Beju, Ekpe axis as of today. There is a lot of appreciation going on towards those areas. As at a couple of years ago, let's say as at 5 years ago, the development happening in Ibeju axis isn't like this. So that means that those who bought into those axes then, they only have the foresight to just invest because they saw the vision. They saw that there are a couple of investments ongoing, infrastructural development going towards that way. And they also saw major landmarks ongoing there too, like the refinery, the refinery, which is also all those things open those areas to opportunities, to land banking opportunities. So when it comes to land banking, that is still the best option, and it's also the best for beginners, those who are just entering into real estate. You buy what is affordable and you hold on to it. And it's also good for those who are major investors, and that is actually the truth about it. Those who actually generate money from real estate, they are those who understand this practical, option. So now we also delve into the residential option, where you build or you buy property, a built property, and you put it out for rental options. So it could be an annual or a long lease. So the reason why we are explaining this is that people shouldn't just have a myopic look into real estate, where the only thing they see is just come and buy land, come and buy property. They should understand that there are different aspects to it, and that is why we at MBA Realty, when you come, we try to educate you regarding what your ideology is and how you see. We just don't enforce this buying option to you. We try to let you see options, then you can pick from what you feel is comfortable for you. Now let's also, before I delve into other options, let's see what farmland also is. So now when it comes to the farmland option, when we say we talked about land banking, but we look at it that okay, when it comes to land banking, that means we are just going to leave that land fallow for a very long time without any what's it called, any development happening on that land. But when we look at the farmland option, and like we said, it's not for you to just buy farmland. Although some land you can only use for agricultural purpose, but we also have some options that you can use it for mixed use. They are mixed use land. So over the years, maybe after you've generated a lot of money from your farming and all of that, you can all decide to turn it into residential properties when major development move in there. So that means that while you are holding on to that land, it's still generating income for you. So it's not just lying fallow due to land banking, but it's also generating income for you. So we have now let's look at some options that we have. Like the plantation we have. Let's take for instance, you buy into a plantation. After 10 years, it's ready for harvest. After the cultivation, 10 months rather, sorry. 10 months is ready for cultivation, and there's always ready market for plantain. Because even for me, I'm a plantain lover. At any stage where plantain, you're also a plantain lover, okay? I thought I was the only one that loved plantain here. So now, when we look at that, just take for instance, now you know that there's a ready market for your supply, for your harvest. So that means that's money still coming into your pocket while your land appreciates. So you are not just land banking, you are also generating income from it at the moment. Pending the time it appreciates and that place is fully developed and people can, you can then turn it into a residential property and all of that. So that means that you were not just land banking, you were also generating income from it. So now that I just spoke about that too. So you just look for also a major what's it called? And funny enough, these lands, they are quite affordable. Some are even from maybe 500 to a million. So they are quite affordable, which you can key into. And you know that you are generating income from it at the moment. You have food on your table. And you also have something generating agricultural income for you. So we can, like I said, we've spoken about the land banking and we've also delved into farmland. Now let's look at the residential part. Most people, some of us here, maybe we have our properties and some we are renting. That means that it's either you are paying your landlord or you are getting money from it. But if you want to get money from it, how do you do it? It's either you build or you buy. So when you buy, when you delve into that part of it, you can buy an apartment, you can, you invest in residential property. It also brings in, rental income. It can be annual, it can be a long lease, it can be maybe up to 5 years, 10 years. It depends on how long you want to lease your property. But there is also a way you can invest in that, which is the residential part too. Then we look at the commercial part. We have different commercial properties. The offices we are in, the plazas, the shops, they are all commercial options. And they also generate good return on investment too, because obviously if you have like a plaza or a store, like a block of shops in a major thriving environment, that means that you have income coming from different stores, and just because it comes in bits, you are making more money from that. You don't need to build a shop as large as a room. You just need a medium space where people can run their daily activity. And you can imagine having a couple of that also in a major thriving environment. And you're making your good return on investment on that too. Well, it's quite, what's it called? It's quite capital intensive, but it's also what you can look into. So we'll have the off-plan property options too. So this is also a good way to start, especially when you don't have the bulk to push into a property immediately. So how does the off-plan option work? We call this the smart entry points. It's either you're buying when they have not even started, or as the project proceeds, you buy it before it's completed. This way you are keying into it at a very good price, and the opportunity it gives you is that before the project finishes, let's just imagine you enter into that property with maybe 50 million, and the good thing about it is that in most cases you enter into it with an initial deposit. That means you are not bringing in all the bulk of money. So when you are entering with an initial deposit before the property, they can give you a payment plan up to 12 to 18 months. So you keep paying in bits. It gives you time to gather your funds, and before that project finish, you are guaranteed of maybe times 2 or 3 of your investment. So there are some people who just buy into off plan, and when it's finished they sell. They don't want to hold on to it. They just want to invest into that and also sell when it's done. And some really wants to own it, but they don't have the bulk, so they invest in bits. So this is also a good way to invest. You buy before it's completely finished, and you can sell or keep anything you want to do at the end of the day. But one thing you are guaranteed of is that by the time the project is finished, you are guaranteed of maybe times 2 to 3 of your initial investment. So that means your return on investment is guaranteed before but we will still advise regarding this, because we always try to make you make the right decisions. We just don't push you into it. We look at the developers before we tell you to delve into it. So now another option is buyback investment. I know this is this one is actually for those who have very little threshold for risk taking. So they want something more predictable and has lower stress. So this one is the case like this. The developer has already guaranteed you, agrees to buy back. Let's assume that, let's just simplify this. The developer agrees to buy back what they sold to you at a given time frame. So it could be 6 months, it could be 12 months, it could be 18 months. It depends, at a percentage interest. So it could be up to maybe, let's say 6 months, you're guaranteed of maybe 25%, even up to 60%, maybe in 18 months. But within that time frame, that means that you buy and you are guaranteed of selling. So it's not a case where you are looking for how to liquidate your investment, because when it comes to liquidating real estate, it's not maybe like your it's not that we cannot tell you authoritatively that, oh, today you decide to want to sell, we're going to get you a buyer today. If we understand that. So it's not like one of the easiest liquidatable what's it called, investment, but it's one of the investment that is the real currency. Also, when it comes to this, the buyback option, you're guaranteed of getting your money back with a certain interest from the very developer or company selling to you. So if we understand that, so which is a very good, like I said, is for those who want predictable and less stress. They don't want to worry about how do I liquidate it, because over time we've had people who want to invest and they'll tell you, I want this, I don't want to hold this more than 1 year. I don't want to hold this more than a certain period. They want to liquidate it, but I cannot guarantee you that at the end of that 1 year I will get you a buyer immediately, as that's when you need it. But when it comes to this buyback investment, it's guaranteed that at that certain time you're getting your money back. And how does it work for you to feel secured that I'm getting my money back? You get your post-dated check immediately at the point of purchase. They give you a form, a deed binding both parties, which is a registered deed. So to secure your investment, you get a receipt, you get every document necessary when it comes to that. So that secures your investment, and you're certain of liquidating it at a certain time frame which you set for yourself. So then we look at the short let option too. We call this the cash flow gain. So how does this work? So instead of getting rental, yearly rental income, you are guaranteed of maybe daily or weekly, what's it called, rent, income. So, and there are key areas where this thrive. We won't just tell you to just because they're short let, then just let's go and invest in Yanopaja. We'll get you get short let. It's not guaranteed. There are areas where short letting thrive. If we are going to look at areas like on the island, we look at VI, Ikoyi, Lekki, those Lekki phase 1, those areas, they are guaranteed that you will get your return on investment on it. And if we're looking at maybe the mainland areas, we're looking at Ikeja. Ikeja, due to its proximity to the airport. And we can look at Surulere, due to the party lives, social lives, and all. So every week, you're guaranteed of party, people who want to have bookings of your apartment, or those who just want to, groove during the weekend. They just need an apartment to stay, but they don't want that hotel feel. They want maybe that only feel. So those areas, we can look at that. So now let me just conclude with this. So now, what I want you to know is that Lagos will keep growing, price will keep increasing, opportunities will keep coming, but the real question is, will you be informed enough to take advantage of it? Real estate is not just about land. It is about wealth, security, freedom, and legacy. So, I leave you with that today. And I hope that this few information I've given you with this short time frame I have, I've been able to pass enough knowledge into us. And if you need more, you can always reach out to me. Thank you, and have a great day. So, I pass the mic to the next speaker.
All right, fantastic, fantastic. Everybody, please give her a big round of applause. Now you have tickled me a little bit with the possibilities of returns on real estate. I think that would be good. When you were asking about the definition of real estate, I was going to say that the definition is estate that is real. The one you can touch. Thank you so much for that fantastic presentation. And good afternoon, everybody. Once again, I am here. I think this is my third time of being here. It's such an exciting opportunity. If you are happy to be part of this effort, please put your hands together for yourselves. All right, my name is Victor Diali. My friends call me Victorious Victor. If you call me Victorious Victor, I'll be very happy. All right, there's a reason why I'm victorious. And I think I said a little bit about that on my first day here. You would have heard my story if you had been here. I got shot by armed robbers, and even this morning as I was getting dressed, my kids saw we were talking about wounds, so they showed me, one of them showed me a scar on his leg, and I said, oh, you know what, I also have some scars. I had some wounds. So I started showing them some scars I got even from when I was small and everything, and then I raised my hand and one of them pointed at the wound on the left side of my chest. And I said, do you know where that wound came from? Do you know where that scar came from? And he said, gunshot. And this guy is a 5-year-old boy, and he understands what happened to daddy then. So I've got 2 bullet wounds, an entry and an exit. But then those are the scars we have to show for living life, correct? For living life. Right now there are people in some parts of the world who are going through some difficult times, wars, and they are hearing bombs, sounds of bombs dropping left and right. Children are being killed. It's really sad, but we are all here sitting down, nicely dressed, listening to fantastic speeches from great speakers. It's an opportunity that we should not take for granted. I want to say a very big thank you to my great friend, Ubong Esen, CSP, Certified Speaking Professional, and his partners who have put this together, and I'm honored to be a part of that. And everyone who has been part of making this happen, thank you so much to all of the officials and all of you who have made up the audience. And of course, those of you watching at home, We're really glad that you're watching. Thank you for joining us to make history. Today I want to talk to you about one of my favorite topics. I want to talk to you about leadership. So first question. How many of you are leaders? Raise your hand. You're a leader here? I only want to talk to leaders. You are here and you're a leader. Please raise your hand. All right. I can see that not everyone raised their hands. Not everyone. And that's a lie you say to yourself. Right? You think you're not a leader, but guess what? You're a leader. Why am I saying so? Everyone is a leader. But everyone may not be the leader. There's someone you recognize as the leader of Nigeria today, correct? Right? Not everyone can be the leader of Nigeria. But everyone can be a leader in Nigeria, true or false? So everyone is a leader. Just like some advert used to say, there's a drop of greatness in everyone. So I dare say to you today, there's a drop of leadership in everyone. Everyone was created to lead. So today, I want to talk to you about a framework that I developed while I was facilitating a training program, leadership training program for one of the big clients here in Nigeria. And I decided to call it the 4 levels of leadership. The 4 levels of leadership. So today my topic is the 4 levels of leadership you wish you knew. The 4 levels of leadership you wish you knew. Let's talk about what leadership is and what leadership is not. Let me start with what leadership is not. The mistake a lot of people make is to think that leadership is a title. Leadership is not by title. That you have a leadership position doesn't make you a leader. All you have is what? A leadership position. In many organizations, there's someone holding the title, but there's somebody else influencing the culture. And that person may not hold the title, but there's someone who makes things, who make people do the things they do the way they do them. And the leader may not even be able to control that. In fact, I was watching a movie, a series yesterday, and the leader of this organization was very rude to the staff. He has been doing that over and over and over again, and you know, the staff, they're cleaning ladies. In fact, the series is titled The Cleaning Lady. And these ladies, who are just cleaners, who felt that they were disadvantaged, you know, they didn't know what to do. They had to just obey the leader. And then one day, one of them revolted and said, boom, I'm not cleaning today. And immediately after she said that, another one said, yes, me too, I'm not cleaning today. Another one said, I'm not cleaning today. The other one said, I'm not cleaning today. And all the staff resigned same day. Then on their way out, they gave the broom to the Oga and said, Oga, you do the cleaning. And that was the end of that business. They started their own business. So that you have a position doesn't make you a leader. Leadership is not by height. That you are tall doesn't make you a leader. Leadership is not by oratorical skills. It's not by how well you can speak. I have a dream that one day. No. The School of Eloquence will make you a great speaker. Will help you communicate your ideas in a way that influences people. But that's not what makes you a leader. It's not by how you speak. It's not by your English, your grammar. Listen. Leadership is not by skin color. It doesn't matter how fresh your skin is. That's not what makes you a leader. Leadership is not by stature. It's not by how wide you are or how long you are. That's not what makes you a leader. Leadership is not by education. That you have a PhD from Harvard, from Cambridge, that's not what makes you a leader. Are you listening to me today?
Yeah.
That's not what makes you a leader. Listen, my favorite definition of leadership comes from a man called John Quincy Adams. And John Quincy Adams said, if your actions inspire people to dream more, to learn more, to do more, and to become more, then you're a leader. Listen to that carefully. Because that's something you can use to test yourself if you're a true leader. It says, if your actions inspire others to dream more, to learn more, to do more, and to become more, then you're a leader. So why is leadership so misunderstood? Why do we go around organizations, public institutions, teaching leadership? Because if you look at it, like one of the speakers said a few days ago, the difference between a working society and a society that's not working is the quality of their leadership. That's why our good friend John C. Maxwell, says that everything rises and falls with leadership. I've tried many times to debunk that statement, but I've failed over and over and over again. Listen, everything rises and falls on leadership. Even your marriage. Even your marriage. Everything. So let's look at my 4-level framework. The 4 levels of leadership that you wish you knew. Level 1. Level 1 says, I do it, you watch me. Level 1 says what? I do it, you watch me. Meaning what? That is leadership by modeling. Leadership by what? Modeling. I model the behavior that I want to see in my followers. Because the last speaker mentioned something about culture. That Peter Drucker says that culture, it's strategy for breakfast. Please add lunch and dinner. I don't care the strategy you create. I don't care your business plan, projections for 10 years. Guess what? Culture will reduce your plan to 0. And culture is, what do we say culture is? The way of life of a people. How people behave. The things that people do. Right? When you're driving down the streets of Lagos, sometimes you see somebody discharging fuel by the roadside, correct? Usually it's the men. They are discharging fuel. You know what that means? Discharging fuel by the roadside. Right? By the roadside. And you ask yourself, what makes people have the confidence, the audacity to do that? Please, go and try it in some other countries. Not even in Africa. Go and try it in Kigali, in Rwanda. You just try it. And once upon a time, you couldn't try it here in Nigeria. At that time, we used to have something called War Against. I used to see grown men wearing ties near CMS bus stop doing frog jump. You know why? They were caught discharging fuel by the roadside. Or they were caught dashing across a high-speed expressway. They do frog jump. When they come to the same spot the next day, please tell me, will they do that thing? No. Why? Because there was discipline. There was consequence for bad behavior. My wife, who is seated here in the audience, I will not forget, she rings it in my ears. There is no good excuse for a bad behavior. No good excuse for a bad behavior. I will never forget. So when I'm doing something bad, I ask myself, what's the excuse you will give now? There's no good excuse for a bad behavior. So level 1 is modeling the behavior you want to see in your followers, in others. You show them the picture of who you want them to become. Like John Quincy Adams says, at the end of your leadership, it is who you have made your people become. That's what makes you a leader. Who are they becoming when they are with you? What picture are you showing them? Because we say what? Seeing is what? Believing. Seeing is believing, isn't it? So, that level says, I do it, you watch me. I show you what I am expecting of you. For example, one day I was on a flight. I think it was Lagos to Abuja. And something just happened. I saw it from the corner of my eye. I saw a lady walk up to a passenger who was sitting down. The lady was wearing a uniform, so I knew she was one of the air hostesses, flight attendants, right? She walked up to this man and she poked her finger in the man's chest. She spoke harshly to this man, said some insulting words, and told him, you ever in your life don't ever do that again. And then she walked away. She was so rude. And a friend of mine was with me. We were going for a training program, and we were going to teach customer service. So I looked at him, and he looked back at me and said, oh boy, see, this is live case study that we're going to use when we get to Abuja. Live case study, customer service. Flight attendant versus passenger. Right? Don't you think that this flight attendant must have been taught over and over again about customer service? Exceptional customer service, right? And usually in Nigeria, where you see good customer service would be typically in a hotel, in the hospitality industry, the hotel flights and all of that. And here was this flight attendant who was very rude to a passenger. I could not believe it. So, and then there was an argument, do you know what the man said? Do you know what the man could have done to her and everything? And somebody said, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the man did. She's not supposed to talk to a passenger like that. I later discovered that this flight attendant was the head of the team. She was the leader of the team. Now, somebody tell me, how do you think the other team members watching their supervisor talk to a customer that way? She has modeled a certain behavior, right? Same goes for parenting. What kind of behavior do you want to see in your children? Is it the one you tell them or the one you show them? Don't people say in parenting that children don't listen to what you say, they watch what you do? Children learn more from your behavior than from your words. Same thing in leadership. You must model the behavior you want to see in people. When you say punctuality is one of our watchwords in this organization, what time do you get to the office? When you say integrity is one of our core values, do you show that integrity? You got to model the behavior. Level 2. Level 2 is we do it together. We do it together. That is leadership by collaboration. Leadership by what? Collaboration. We do it together. At this time, The leader is showing the followers that, listen, we are team members. We are team members. This is where you now see the difference between a boss and a leader. Question, are you a boss or you are a leader? And don't get me wrong, in our environment, a lot of followers call their leaders boss, right? A lot of my team members call me boss. And I kind of like it, right? I kind of like it. Makes me feel, makes me feel good. Makes me feel really important, They call me boss. I like it. Sounds nice. Well, guess what? Do I really behave like a boss or like a leader? At least there was a time I got some candid feedback. And from the things they were telling me, I could see that, okay, it looks like I'm actually exhibiting more of leadership traits than bossy traits. Right? Because I don't shout at them. I'm reasonable when I correct them. I try to do some of the things that makes people feel good about themselves, even when they've made a mistake. So, leadership by collaboration is where you put teamwork to use. You take advantage of things like synergy. You show your people that I am not here above you. I am with you. We're working together to achieve this goal. I'm not pushing people out and staying back. We take responsibility, collective responsibility. So when someone makes a mistake and a client, for example, complains about something, I own it. We own it. We find a way. So sometimes when I want to point out a mistake that somebody has made, I don't say, you made this mistake. Many times, I would say, we, because it's a collective responsibility. That is leadership by what? Collaboration. I can walk side by side, my team members, and show them step by step how things are done. Leadership by collaboration. And at leadership by collaboration, your people begin to feel a sense of ownership, a sense of buying, that you are involved in it. You roll up your sleeves and you get your hands dirty. That's leadership by collaboration. Let's go to the third level. Level 3 is you do it and I watch you. You do it, I watch you. That is level 3. Leadership by observation. At this stage, because I've worked with you, I've seen how you do things, I've given you some level of confidence, showing you how things are done, I can now say, okay, you know what? Now, you go, I watch you. One of the things we do while teaching people public speaking is after we've taught principles of public speaking and all of that, we're going to put you on stage, put a camera on you, and we're going to ask you to speak on a topic. When you do that, we watch you. We see where you're making mistakes. We see what you're doing well. We're able to critique you. We send you to go and, represent us at a particular event, go and speak on our behalf and all of that. And then we watch you. After we give you the feedback, we tell you what you have done well. We tell you what you could have done better. We give you the feedback. That's leadership by observation. This level requires patience. Requires patience. Why? A lot of times when we are watching people doing things, we see the things they're doing wrong and we want to quickly jump in and go and correct them on the spot, right? On the spot. We want to quickly correct. Like one time, my little baby, when he was crawling, right? And he was trying to crawl. You know how babies crawl now? A lot of times they first of all lie down flat on their belly as if they want to swim. Then they'll be dragging themselves on the floor and all of that, and then gradually they'll begin to raise their leg, and then getting up on their knees and all fours, and then one day they just start to crawl. And so my baby was crawling in the living room, so was crawling, and in my living room the dining area is a little bit elevated, right? And so the boy Darren he got to that elevated part, and because his mother was in the kitchen, he got to that elevated part and wanted to cross over. He found it difficult. He didn't know what to do. Then you know what babies do, right? Started crying. His mother, just like all the Nigerian mothers and every mother in the world, you have a soft heart, don't you? You have this soft heart for your child. You can't stand the cry. It touches your heart, touches your soul, enters your medulla oblongata. And then, as the boy was crying, I was there sitting. I pretended like I didn't see him. And to my wife, that was cruel, right? How could you be watching a baby crying and you don't go to help? I refused to help. And then the mother quickly ran towards the child and wanted to cry. I said, no, stop, don't do that. Leave him. And then the boy was crying when he saw that nobody was coming. And then he now started looking around, and then he saw that there was a pillar, right by him. And then, he grabbed the pillar, and then he put one knee over the elevator, and then before he knew, he put the second one. The baby that was crying started smiling. When someone is making a mistake and you quickly rush in to correct, you're doing the wrong thing. Let them figure it out. In coaching, one of the tenets of coaching is that people have the solution to their problem inside them. Everybody is blessed. Like I said on my first coming, second coming, third coming. Listen, everybody is a genius. Do you believe that? You are truly a genius. The problem is you haven't found your genius yet. You haven't found it. But you're a genius. And like I said in my first coming, you will find your genius when you find your place. The place you're wired for. Fish is wired for water. Right? You will find your place. We went to a mini zoo yesterday. We saw crocodile inside water. The crocodile can live in water and on land. Right? Animals in their natural, semi-natural habitat. Because they were in cages, right? But try to create the environment for them as much as possible. Everybody's a genius. Let people figure out things by themselves. Of course, within safe parameters, right? Because sometimes you work in an organization or in a sector where there are regulations, there are laws, there are things you cannot break them. You can't survive the consequence, right? You can't. There's some mistakes you make, you burn down a whole building, right? Yes, there are safety parameters that you must be careful about, but within safe parameters, right? Let people learn from failure. Failure is a teacher. Failure is a teacher, and feedback is a gift. It's the breakfast of champions. You can give people feedback after they're done. There's no point rushing to correct them. And so level 3 is you do it, I watch you. Leadership by observation. Level 4. We now come to level 4. The last level. Level 4 is you do it and I'm gone. You do it and I'm gone. That is leadership by legacy. What does that mean? It means I have shown you in level 1. We've done it together in level 2. You've done it alone in level 3. And I'm satisfied with the quality of leadership that you have shown. I can attest to the fact that you have mastered the skills that I've been teaching you. I can now say, yes, this person is ready for graduation, right? And then I give you a certificate if you are in school. By the time you are graduating, right? After your final exams and you defend your project, right? They give you a certificate. Now you can go. You can go into the world. You finish medical school, you've done your housemanship, you've done all those things that you have to do. We've got a medical doctor in our midst. I'm going to share some fantastic things about health that will save our lives. Okay? We can now say, okay, you are now a qualified doctor. You can now see patients. Imagine someone who has not finished medical school now wants to perform heart surgery. Kill the person now, right? But here now, we can attest to the fact that you have finished. You have learned everything you need to learn. We can give you a stamp of authority. You can go out there and now do what you have to do. Just like in Nigeria, we've got this apprenticeship system, right? You've seen the movie Ahamefuna, correct? How many of you have seen? Raise your hand. Ahamefuna. How many of you have seen? Oh, you haven't seen that movie? Ahamefuna and one boy story. A beautiful, lovely movie. And there they try to document the Nigerian apprenticeship system, where a young boy, usually because they can't go to school, they don't have the opportunity, rather than sitting at home, they go and stay with someone who is typically trading, right, or doing something. So they go there to learn a skill, and they stay with this person, watching, guiding, taking guidance and learning and all of that for several years. It gets to a day, they call that day the day of what? The day of what? Freedom. The person go do freedom, right? On that day, they bring the young person out, they have some drinks, they celebrate with the person. And the leader who has been coaching and teaching, will then attest to the fact that this person has been with me, he has done this, he's done that, he's now qualified. They call that day freedom. And that person gets the freedom to then go and start their own business. And of course, the leader supports them in starting their business, and then they begin to live on their own. That is the leadership. Leadership by legacy is the highest level. It's a level where you know you can go on leave. You know there are some people who cannot go on leave. They can't go on leave. They cannot, because everything will collapse. Because everything revolves around them. Everything will collapse. Everything depends on them. Nobody can do anything without them. They micromanage. I was speaking to someone yesterday who said he resigned. He said when he resigned, he didn't resign from his company. He said he resigned from his manager, which tends to happen, right? He was frustrated and then he left. This is the level where people are so proud of what you have done for them that in telling their story, you have a special chapter. It's the chapter on legacy. So question is, as a leader, what legacy are you leaving behind? Who are the people you have trained that you can look at and say, wow, I think I did something good in this person's life. See how well they are doing. See all the great things. Professor Parks told me was here some days ago, and he talked about someone who had worked with him, and he talked about how that person had grown, and I don't want to mention his name, he's grown and he succeeded. I went online, checked him out, and I saw all the great things that he's doing. Fantastic. That's leadership by legacy. Leadership by legacy. And my closing challenge to you today is, don't stop at just getting a leadership position. Don't just stop at getting a leadership position. You need to move through the 4 levels. You need to move through those 4 levels. Lead through them. Model the behavior that you want to see in people. Build ownership with people by working together with them. Coach them to attain mastery. Coach them and then leave them a legacy. Always ask yourself, how well have I done going through these levels? What level am I on with this person? Always ask yourself. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to say very simply, model, collaborate, observe, and build a legacy. As I hand over to the next speaker this afternoon, I believe that if you can just remember these few things, as you lead people, you're not going to hold on to their aprons. You're not going to keep pulling them back. You'll be able to release them into the air, into the world, to go and do all the great things that God has placed in their hearts. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for listening to me. As I hand over to the next speaker right now, thank you so much. Thank you. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Victor. That was a great one. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very sure that we learned quite a lot from him, because touching on a topic as important as leadership is something that I think we should give applause to. So thank you so much, Mr. Victor, for being a teacher today and for sharing insights into what leadership basically entails. Well done for that. So good afternoon, everyone. Once again, my name is Ayodele Oluwole. I'm an alumnus of this great school, this iconic school of Eloquence, and I must say that it's one of the best decisions I ever made in my life. It's great to be here. I'm a TV host. I host a talk show on Achievement Channel. We call it Style to Success because we talk about fashion. We talk about how people have been able to utilize their sense of style to achieve in different fields. I'm also a training facilitator. I've done a couple of trainings for Lagos State government, training people. That's why I can really resonate with what Mr. Victor has talked about, leadership and all that. And also, I have a bespoke tailoring clothing line called OC Couture. We make very nice outfits, and I style myself. I always love to wear my product. I feel it feels really good to be a Nigerian trying to, make exceptional outfits and styling people from different walks of life. So it's something I've done over the years, and I'm proud to say that now we've styled people from over 20 countries, which I feel good about, because I am contributing my own quota to promoting our local content through fashion, to promoting what we represent as Nigerians, to export our values, our ideas, and our creativity to the rest of the world. So it's something I'm proud of, and I always say it everywhere. I wear OC every time. So it's good to be here. I'll be talking on a topic, but before I elucidate the topic I want to delve into, let me give credit to CSP from ASEN for putting this together. It's something I always appreciate. I remember how this whole thing went, the planning and everything, and I feel good that we are seeing the results. I feel good that this has been going on for some days now, and I've listened to amazing people. Sometimes I just wake up 2 a.m., 3 a.m., my wife can testify. I just put on my TV and I watch this guy, and I'll be like, wow, this is amazing. Watching people at 3 a.m., 2 a.m., 1 a.m., speaking with so much energy, with so much passion. We need things like this. It's a platform for people to express inherent ideas, inherent values, inherent potentials. So I'm really proud, to see this happening, and I'm proud to, be part of this project. So I also want to say a very big thank you to Mrs. Asian. A lot of people may not have given her that much credit, but I just have to. Mrs. Patience Asian, the Registrar, School of Eloquence. She has been amazing. She has contributed immensely to, the success of this project. She has done a lot of background work. She's always there at the background, but she's doing exceptionally well. So I appreciate her and I celebrate her today. Like, it's good to see this happening, and I'm happy that we have gone this far. At least we have done about 431 hours. Not be beans, my brother. It's not be like, sometimes I keep wondering that how fast are we've gotten there so fast, and it feels really good. So thank you, everyone. And I must say this, the audience, I appreciate you all. And I'd like to say a special shout out to my good friend Larry Drushomo in Sydney, Australia. He's always watching, and he's always giving me feedback that, wow, you guys are doing well. And let me also appreciate my friend, I'm sure he'll be watching now, Kingsley Duru. He's in UK. He's always watching, and he's always giving his support. So I appreciate you all. Then to the speakers, you have been amazing. You have all been amazing. I have listened to people here, and I'm really like, I keep saying in my mind that it's a good time to be in Nigeria. There is future in Nigeria. I've listened to great ideas, especially from the young ones. I keep wondering, wow, there's so much potential, there's so much value. People carry so much ideas. So, and I'm happy this is a platform for people to, express some of these very amazing ideas. So it feels good to be here. I appreciate the speakers, and I remember from the onset, the way you gathered momentum to galvanize, the feasibility of this project is laudable. I appreciate you all. Thank you for your commitment, and thank you for coming through at the time you were needed the most. So thank you, everyone. So I'll go into my topic. I always like to, I think this is the fourth time I'll be speaking here. Whenever I want to speak, I always love to delve into topics, that touch or that is applicable to the entire gamut of, human existence. So the last time I talked about ethics, I remember the first time I spoke here, I talked about the power of expression. I talked about the power of eloquence, the power, the advantages that come with being able to express yourself with power, but being able to express yourself confidently, and being able to persuade people, with whatever you plan to do. So I spoke on all that. Then the last one I did was on ethics. That's why I say I always love to talk on things that I feel is applicable to us all. So today I'm talking on integrity. Integrity is a word that I'm sure a lot of people have heard so many times, and I'm sure we know how important it is. That word integrity. It is a very, very important word, in our society and across the globe. It cuts across everywhere. Integrity is something that is important. So I will try to elucidate on the word integrity. So for people who do not understand what integrity means, I want to talk about it. It's going to be brief though, but I want to have a pragmatic approach to integrity. Let it not be like what we keep hearing, what is integrity, is theoretical, abstract. No. Let's have a practical approach to it, a pragmatic approach, so that we can understand that integrity is something that is of immense benefit if it's something you imbibe, in whatever environment you find yourself. So integrity is very important. So I'll go into it. Integrity. What is integrity? That's the first thing I want to ask. What is integrity? Just keep hearing integrity. What is integrity? So let me I think there are many definitions to integrity. People understand integrity from different points, different angles, and from different, perspective. But I want to give a very short definition of it. Integrity is the quality of being honest, having strong moral principles, and consistently adhering to them. Being honest, having those very strong principles, and consistently, please do not forget the word consistently. Integrity is not something you can talk about without mentioning the word consistency. It is not a one-off thing. It is a consistent thing. It should be part and parcel of you. Like it should be embedded in you. It should be just part of your daily routine as a human being. Integrity is what you should display wherever you find yourself. In whatever you do in life, integrity is very important. So, quality of being honest, having strong moral principles, and consistently adhering to them, even when no one is watching. And I hope you know what that means. Even when no one is watching. When you are just nobody is going to judge you. Nobody is even aware of what you want to do. Just you and your conscience. But you can tell that what I want to do now, is it right or wrong? So integrity, when you're talking about integrity, you are talking about doing something that is right at all times when nobody is even watching. So it is very important to talk about integrity in this regard. So integrity can also be seen as aligning your actions with your values. Aligning your actions with your values. Ensuring that your behavior is truthful and honorable rather than just convenient. It is not that, oh, this is what is convenient for me. Let me cite a practical example, very quick one. You see some people driving on Lagos Road, you just throw your stuff, through the window and all that. Oh, nobody's watching now, you do it. But when you have a law enforcer, you have someone on site, you just laid back, you don't want to do it. Or you are passing by, a traffic light, and that light is on red. but nobody, there's no last man now. There's no, let me just drive past. Do you do it only when they are not there? But when you see a law enforcer, then you just hold back. Okay, let me obey. So integrity doesn't work that way. If you have integrity, whether you have someone inside, someone who wants to measure up, someone who wants to judge you, you still do that same thing that you feel is right. It is right. I think I watched a video on social media some time ago of this man that I respect a lot, Mr. Fela Durotoye. I saw that video, I laughed, and then I looked at it and wow, this is high level of integrity. He was driving behind the car, so the driver in front of him had taken the regular searchable water, and they just, the regular thing in Lagos now, he just dumped on the road, and this guy came down from the car. He picked it and he told that person, wind down. Keep it in your car till you get to your destination. Like, you can see that level of integrity. He just strongly believes that, a new Nigeria is possible. So, and it starts with you and me. It starts with all of us. So maintaining a high level of integrity is something that shouldn't be taken with levity. It is something that is pivotal, even to economic growth in any country across the globe. So let me talk about some very key aspects of integrity. Let me talk number one, consistency. I mentioned it initially, that consistency. You can never talk about integrity without mentioning consistency. This person that has a high level of integrity or that has displayed a high level of integrity is always consistent. You don't see them doing in one of, this is right, this is right. That person will keep standing by it. It is integrity. This is right, let's do it the right way. So consistency is number one when you talk about aspects of integrity. And it is acting in accordance with your values at all times, not when it is easy or convenient. I've mentioned that before. So let's move on to the second one, key aspects of integrity. Let's talk about accountability. Accountability. A lot of people don't know that accountability is part of integrity. It is actually. Because one of the values of a human being selfless, is taking responsibility for your actions. And I need to say this, there is no human being that is perfect. We all make mistakes. But do you accept that you have made a mistake? And when you have accepted, do you tender the right apology? And then after you tender the right apology, do you now go back to doing the same thing? Or you are being intentional, you are intentional about not repeating that same mistake? So accountability is an aspect of integrity that is very, very important. It is very important. You can make your mistakes, anybody can make mistakes. Apologize. Agree to making errors, and after you have been forgiven, do your best within your capacity not to repeat the same thing. So these are some of the things that make up integrity. So then let's talk about wholeness. Wholeness means being undivided, having a unified character where your internal values, they match your external actions. So you can't say, these are my values. You go to a company, what is your aims and objectives? What are your core values? Then you mention something like this, like that, like integrity and all that. But when we check how you operate that particular organization or that company, we can see a lot of loopholes, a lot of pitfalls in you displaying a high level of integrity, or treating this or treating that, trying to just pack things and all that. So it is important to mention that wholeness is part of integrity. Let your internal values, wherever you find yourself, whatever you preach, your internal values, let it match what is coming out from you, your external actions. So it is important to mention that. Then I think the last one on aspects of integrity is ethical behavior. And my last speech was on ethics. Actually, I mentioned I gave, for those who were here, I gave a lot of insight into ethics. And I mentioned the advantages here. I remember I pointed the advantages of keeping a great ethical standard. It is a very, very important thing to have great ethical standard. But the good thing about ethics is it's a bit interwoven with integrity, because they go hand in hand. You have integrity, you're likely to create a very good ethical standard. So ethical behavior, which is adhering to a standard of doing the right thing regardless of the circumstance. Even when you are under pressure, even when you are even when people are putting pressure on you to do something that is against your value system, you stand your ground and you say that this is what I believe in, and what I believe in is the right thing. So you stick by it, and that's what I mean. So that's what I mean by keeping a very good ethical behavior. It is very important. So those are the 4 aspects of integrity that I just discussed. Number 1, consistency. Please don't forget it. It's very important. Consistency. You have integrity displayed wherever you go. Whether you are in Nigeria, you are in Ghana, you are in South Africa, you are in UK, you are in USA. Let people see that you are a man of integrity, and let it tell. And the funny thing about integrity that is not by you saying it. It's not by your internal values. It is by your actions. Your actions is what will tell the level of integrity that you have as a human being. So it is very important to display that high level of integrity wherever you find yourself, and it can help you a lot in creating a good image of yourself and of the country you are coming from. So to build a new nation, to build a new Nigeria, to change the perspective that people have of Nigerians, to change the notion, the belief system that people have about Nigeria, you displaying a high level of integrity wherever you find yourself will be pivotal to creating, a new brand image in the minds of people. And that way we can promote our country, Nigeria, and people can strongly believe that there are great things emanating from Nigeria beyond the negative vices that we see all over the internet. There are great people. We are great people. There are great things emanating from here, and we are great people. We have good value. We have great ideas. So it is important to keep up integrity wherever you find yourself. So let me talk on some examples of integrity. We talk about integrity. What are examples, basic examples of integrity that you can relate with? Number 1, let's talk about professional integrity. In your profession, do you keep a high level of integrity? You are a medical doctor. You are meant to keep some information confidential about your patient. Do you reveal it? Do you say it when you are not meant to say it? Do you go against the ethical practice of the profession? These are the things. So when you talk about professional integrity, this is one of those things that you mentioned. Then you talking about professional integrity, something like, okay, we're talking about the examples. For instance, a manager taking credit for the work of someone else, to be a subordinate. That's lack of integrity. Integrity should let you give credit to who has the credit, not that you just come and you take credit for someone else's job or someone else's idea. So I'm talking about professional now, in profession rather. Integrity is very important in every profession. So let's talk about personal. So for instance, you look at a case where you are overpaid for a service that you just rendered. You are just overpaid for that service, and you refuse to return, the excess on it. That is you trampling on your integrity. It is you trampling. So if you want to display a good level of integrity, a high level of integrity, you return the excess. You are overpaid for a service, you return it. So personal integrity, very important. Someone overpays you, you return it. Or maybe you just get into, okay, I remember, one of my uncles who came to speak here from UK. I was with him like 2 days ago, and we were talking about this. And he told me that he was coming from the airport. He has ordered this. I don't want to mention the name, the e-hailing guys, and they got to the destination. And the fact that this guy knows that he's coming from UK, he has a lot of money, and he's telling you that this is the bill from the app, but apart from that, you can help me this. He didn't even say. He was telling me that he didn't even say it in a respectful way, or trying to just ask for a favor. He's making it look like this. You have this thing, but this is how much you pay. That is what we call integrity. It's not integrity. You should charge them the same amount. If you are doing business, it is very important. This is what I charge for this service, and you get paid for it. If people are going to tip you or give you extra, let it be at their own discretion. They just want to give you, but not you feeling like you have to be given. So personal integrity is very important. It is very, very important. Then you talk about academic. Let's talk about integrity in terms of academic environment. Yeah, let's put it in academic environment. For instance, you go to exam halls. We all know what happens now. In some cases, you just jot some things. You go so that you can. So integrity, you can see that it applies everywhere, cuts across. So that is lack of integrity. Carrying what they call expo to the exam hall, trying to do something. So integrity is just doing it the right way. Do it the right way. stand by the values, stand by the standard, stand by how the system works, and be yourself at all times. So it is important to keep a very good level of integrity. So let me now talk about the benefits of integrity. At least I've explained what is meant by the word integrity, and I believe that we have gotten one or two from it on how it applies to our daily living. So let's talk about the benefits, some very good benefits that come with keeping a good level of integrity. Number one, it helps to build trust. That's the number one thing about integrity. This man is a man of integrity. That lady is a lady of integrity. That is trust. And see, the fact that it helps to build trust means that it will open doors of opportunities for you. So displaying a high level of integrity is not something that you should just do because you want to do. It opens doors of opportunities. It helps people to entrust some certain things in your hands, believing that this person will deliver because he has integrity. So it builds trust, and building trust will help you to create healthy and reliable relationships because people will believe in you, people will trust in you, and even when they are vulnerable, people will still trust in you. So that's one of the benefits because people will see you as dependable. It helps to build trust. That's the number one. Then let me move on to the second one. It helps to enhance reputation, and this cuts across. It's not just about the individual. It could be an organization, it could be a religious gathering, it could just be anything. It could be an NGO, for instance. Your reputation is largely dependent on the level of integrity that people can perceive of you. So it is important to keep a high level of integrity in this regard. So let's move on to the third one. It creates inner peace within you. The fact that you are a man of integrity, trust me, can help with personal fulfillment. You just feel that confidence in you, you just feel that peace in you because you are doing the right thing. If you are someone that has very strong conscience, when you do the wrong thing, sometimes your conscience you keep feeling like, ah, man, I shouldn't have done that, But you be at peace with yourself. That is what integrity does. Then let's move on to the next one. And in doing that, let me quickly touch on it. In that, creating that inner peace within you, it helps you to have a good self-esteem of yourself. Create a high self-esteem of you because you strongly believe in yourself. So, and this helps your self-esteem as a person. So the next one is it promotes growth. You earn respect. It helps you to grow in your workplace, wherever you are serving as a leader, just like Mr. Victor touched on so many things. Wherever you can serve as a leader, anywhere you are. Even if you are not serving as a leader, the fact that you are displaying a high level of integrity can help you. It can help your growth. And I've mentioned it before. There will be a lot of referrals. I remember when I started my business, one of the things that I made a core value in my business was integrity. It was not negotiable. And I still stand and say it. I have done fashion for close to 10 years now. I have never had one instance that I disappointed a client or I collected your money and I did not deliver. It is impossible. I cannot do it. If I tell you that this is when I'm delivering your outfit, this is when I'm delivering the product, I make sure that I deliver at that time. And that has helped me in many ways. That has helped with referrals, that has helped with people recommending you. So you can see that having good integrity is very good for both your personal development and your business development, your brand image, your brand development. So there are so many benefits of displaying a high level of integrity. So let me move on to the next one. It helps with fairness and accountability. Fairness and accountability. It helps you to foster stronger community because of the belief that people have in you. Then the last but not least on the benefits of integrity that I've been able to put together is it provides stability. Integrity helps people avoid pitfalls of dishonesty around them because basically everybody displays a high level of integrity will have a saner climb. A lot of people will believe that, it is good to lead people right, and honesty will be, the order of the day. So it is important to keep, that high level of integrity. So I will be rounding up. Shortly. And what I like to say, as I have said earlier, that it is good to have a pragmatic approach to this. I strongly believe that with what I have done here and with how I have explained the importance and benefits of integrity, I believe that we will all do our best within our capacity and capability to be people of great integrity. If this is being done, we would have a saner climb. We will have a more prosperous future for ourselves and for our generations unborn. Remember this, to build a nation, to build a society, to build wherever you find yourself, it takes a high level of integrity. So I implore you all, let's make integrity our watchword. Thank you so much for listening to me. God bless you all, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So at this point, I will be passing on the microphone to the next speaker, and I want to believe that she will do justice to our topic. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That was a nice presentation. Like, I mean, you did justice to everything. I believe that we learned from it and from every one of us on this in this room. I know that if there is one thing that would actually take one for our life, is integrity. I mean, all of us, irrespective of whether we're a career professional or anything, we just want to, we know that one thing will always lead us to where we are going to, and that is the people's perspective about us. So thank you so much, Mr. Olumide. Good day, everyone. My name is Badrujin Maria Modupe. Thank you for having me. It's a whole lot of job putting this together, and I sincerely want to appreciate the whole team of the School of Eloquence. It's my first time here, and really, I am happy I'm doing this with the team. So, thank you so much. So today, I'll be talking about a topic, and that is first, before I go to the topic, I'm a business developer, and I'm also a growth coach. And my discipline, my core is retail industry. So that's it. That's me. Now, the topic I'll be talking about today is the declining proactiveness of our youth in the workplace, and how it's what it means, how it affects our future. I mean, there is a pandemic, and that is the bitter truth. There is a lot of atrocity happening in the workspace, especially when we look at our work settings, and also the fact that the generations that we have now, that happens to be the youth, how are they even taking hold of these things? How do they even see the importance? I'm sure if I look at every one of us, if I ask the history of every one of us in this room, like, I mean the leaders, I'm not even talking about the youth now. If I ask us a question, we all have a background that in one way or the other, it's either we don't even have it rosy at first. We all have a history of how we started. But then if we now have to look at that, what am I now saying? The youth of nowadays that we all work with in our different organizations, are they seeing things the way we are seeing it? Honestly, and that is it. And that actually brought about this topic. Then, when we say these are what the youth are doing, right? It simply means we as leaders, like we leaders in this room, we have a lot of work to do without even getting tired and exhausted. And that is why I came about this topic. And I am speaking from experience. Now, I'll start with the definition of proactiveness. I'll give it a layman definition so that we would all understand it, because I don't want to do too much of grammar. Okay, it's about taking initiatives. Now, if we want to have ask ourselves a question, how many times have you seen youth around you? It might be in our community, it might be in our church, it might be in mosque, it might be in organizations. How many can you say that, okay, you can talk about that this person, I know Chidima, I know Lovett, I know what's it called, Peter, they, even without being told, these are the things that they will do on their own, it is missing, and it's so disheartening. I'm sure we all have answers to this in one way or the other, and that is why I have bring it to our leaders here to please, in our whole what's it called, our whole individual persons, it is a lot of work on from our end, because we keep talking about, you know, the future generation. We keep talking about the what's it called, those people that would, the youth of today that will hold the future for us tomorrow. But then, do they even have what it takes? Everybody keep aspiring for a bigger seat, just like Mr. Victor talked about earlier. He talked about leader. That was a very great topic. You know, it caught my attention. It's like I've not even heard about leadership before, and he came about talking about the 4 levels and everything. It was another framework. It was a beautiful framework, and that is just the truth. Now the question now is, how can we say yes, these youth around us, they are proactive, and then what are we from our own end, what are we doing to assist them? Is it that we are getting tired, or we just want to look to, okay, having to just fire them? Meanwhile, if there is one honest truth that we need to own up here, we all have, you know, professionals, career people, everything, and at the end of the day we want to run business. Then when you are in a place, then who takes that position of that business that you build? It is the people that we nurture. So we have a lot. We can't even get tired, in as much as I know that they can be very annoying. But then it starts now from our junior ones, from our children. They are the ones that will go and model us outside. I'm already using what I learned from Mr. Victor. Okay, so that will take me to that will take me to what Stephen Covey said about proactiveness. He mentioned proactiveness as the very first foundation of who we are as a person. He didn't say last. He didn't say it's the third. He didn't say it's the fifth. He said it's the very first foundation, because when we are looking at getting a result, it is about who are you. It is inbuilt. It's not something that somebody has to come and teach anybody. It has nothing to do with reactiveness. When it is being reactive, somebody has asked you to come and do this. But it is about, okay, without being told, did I know the right thing to do? Without being told, did I know the next decision to make? And then at the end of the day, we have this general conclusion that the youth are lazy. Yes, I understand that they can be lazy, but then it is not 100%. It is about how much have we invested in them. I see so many of our leaders, they are very busy, especially our managers. They are busy people. They don't even have time to nurture anymore. They don't have time to nurture anymore. And at the end of the day, we want results. But it comes back to fall back on us, on our businesses as an entrepreneur. It comes back when I see the way, when I look at staff turnover in organizations, and I see the way, okay, I belong to some of the HR community too, when they release and they keep repeating some job posting and everything, I'll be like, is it that they've not occupied this space? So at the end of the day, this job cannot do itself, and one person cannot do it alone. So one same person in the organization cannot move that organization. And that is why in everything that we do, we need to still, put that space aside to nurture our younger generations. Having said that, I would like to go to the root cause analysis. And the first one, I'll be talking about the anxiety epidemic. From experience, I noticed that even the kind of resilience that we have when we were coming up, the youth, they don't have it anymore. They don't even have it anymore. They don't have that strength. They don't want to do much. They just want to do the little they can. And then at the end of the day, they have high expectations. I don't know if we actually see it as an issue, but then it is an issue. Especially when you are in a setting that, yes, you don't have to handle everything all alone, or you're not doing your business from your home. I don't know if you are getting my point, but that is it. It is really a problem. And then it will take me to the next one, which is the social media distractions. There's a whole lot of problem now. In fact, when you see a youth and they came to ask for a job and you say, okay, these are the rules, especially in the retail settings, these are the rules. You don't use your phones, this one, that one. They are not ready. They will ask you to hold your job. How much? 100,000, 150. These are people that even if you ask them, you just try and give them multiplication table 2 and say right from 2 to 12. Not everyone can finish it. It's as bad as that. And at the end of the day, they have high expectation. They begin to they picture people, and then they set wrong targets for themselves that they can't even meet if they put in the hard work that it requires, even in the next 10 years. Why? Social media distractions. Meanwhile, it is still not used in a good way. It is in a way that is not even helping matters. And there are informations everywhere. I know a lot of things that I have learned on my own without even having to go anywhere. There are so many tools. But then, if we have to look at the fact that many of these people, averagely, it boils down to background. What are they exposed to? Even some of them, they have this low level of self-confidence. It's as bad as that. Then that is where we as leaders, that is where we come in. So we can't afford to get tired. We just need to keep nurturing, because they are the future leaders. And then it takes me to the next one. That's the collapse of mentorship and career education. I remember when we were growing up, when we were in secondary school, we would see some of our seniors that had even graduated. They want to give back to the society. They want to give back to the community. Now they come up with days that they want to come and take us on a particular, but this thing, the only thing that I see these days is just about success, about money, about this, about, so many things that if we have to look at it in the sense of it, not 100% relatable. At times when I have to do training from my team, I will tell them, what you need is not motivation. Not at this point. What you need is discipline. And not everything you see out there that resonates with you. Every other what's it called? You see people talking on social media, sharing their experience and everything. Everybody is talking from the angle at which it faced them. That is what is happening. And so the point now is, how are we helping matters in our place of work, in our our businesses, and also it can be in our community. How are we devoting time to ensure that, yes, we are done our part? Somebody somewhere have a story to say and say, okay, this person actually supported my growth. The next one on my list is structural barriers in the job market. I see a lot of job posting. There are some you'll see 2 years experience, 3 years experience, 5 years experience, and if you have to look at it, you'll be like, okay, what do you have to offer? Oh, I don't have experience. Now, who would actually take these people? I'm not sure the last time I've seen maybe 1 year experience or something. What I would see is, internship. Then when we do all of this, where do we want to put them? There was one conference that I attended last year in November. Then I met some HR, and I told him, I said, see, there is one thing I do not understand about the HR system anymore. I don't know, I hope HR is not in this room, so that they were like, when you put job adverts outside, who are those you are giving those jobs? Are you taking it to your houses? Because I seem not to understand. We'll see adverts and the next minute we don't even get to. It's not even, I'm not even sure it is those people that actually applied that are giving the job. Then so many scenarios were painted, you know, about business owners and all of that. But then it still not addressed my question. So it's like at times I just see it like, okay, it's just out there for the sake of being out there. Let it be seen let it be seen that yes, I am doing my job. But then the people I want to call it somewhere, I don't know, I may be wrong. But then it is something, it is what is happening. And at the end of the day, we do more harm than good to that business. We keep going for meetings upon meetings on Mondays, keep spending on leadership training, because we oftentimes carry the wrong set of people. So I don't know, we have a lot to do as leaders and also our youth, and thank God we all are in this room, and then we're learning in one way or the other from all of these things that we're talking about. And then the last one is the leadership consequences. I've been talking about leader. Please train our younger generations in your different, community, place of worship. It can be as good as, I noticed something. Even then, when we were growing up, you will see the people that did not even know us. They would caution us if we do some certain things. Maybe when we are coming back from school, and then we're on the road, we're just misbehaving, this one. Okay. But these days, everybody is just trying to mind their business. It's as bad as that, and that is where parents too comes in. Poor parenting, and we have to leave everything to the teacher, to the school, to take care of it. And at the end of the day, it boils down to who that person turns out to be, because the foundation, the basics, it goes a long way. It matters. Having addressed the root cause, I would like to talk about the perspective. And as a growth coach, when we observe root cause, it's always good to also talk about ways in which we can, go about it, and we can actually be better and also make our younger generations be of goodness to themselves. I have come up with the 5 principles, 5 call to action, 5 principles, and 5 commitments. The first on my list is reframe the identity, reframe the initiative as identity and not as activity. Now the question is, how do we position this younger generations to say, okay, this is what you should have. It's not about, you don't wait till you're being asked to do. You should think. In fact, I see when I give some assignments, like talking about the youth at times, my team, when I say go and work on a particular topic, it's as bad as some of them cannot even defend what they submitted. Once they go to ChatGPT, they just put it and they download it, and it's looking like the logical reasoning. And funny enough, this brain, it has to be serviced every now and then. It's as bad as that. Then by the time you now even have to check and all of that, you just see 100% AI, and I'll be like, God have mercy. And these are the people that wants to go and train their own children. Then what do you want to teach? How do you want to tell, like the primary, when we're talking about research that I know is about, yes, having to look for textbooks, look for Google, everything, then you now have to merge it. It's not like you are doing, you're trying to pour in out somebody's job. You want to put the lines together and then make it make sense. But now, the next thing we now see now is, once you paste that question, you get everything. I say, please take, don't come and kill me. The second on my list is embarrassingly small. Yes, and that's about that's to our youth that is in this room. It does not have to be perfect. It can start anytime. I remember when I started, having to talk to the team and everything. Even when I am not being told, I'll just put my team together and I will say, please, let's come and talk. We have this problem. How do we address it? Before we go to the GM, before we go to the MD, how do we address it? So don't wait for anybody. Don't wait for anybody. You can lead at any point in time. Even in your school, in your home, with you, and what's it called, among your siblings. Don't wait for anyone to come and tell you what. Once the initiative comes, just try. We can actually do better. And then that's the second principle. The third principle, leaders must create space for initiative to breathe. And our leaders too, they are guilty in this aspect. We are always quick to want to identify errors. We just want to complain. We just want to nag. We just want to, we don't even have that. We don't have that threshold to embrace anymore. That's what I see in some cases. We just want to nag. Maybe the MD has actually, scolded the general manager or the manager, and the next thing, he or she is looking for where to pour the anger. And then it is on the team that will still get the job done. So please, as leaders, we can actually do better. Please help us. These are the future generations, our future leaders. I know that we are all busy. It is not always very easy. We have a lot on our plate and all of that. But amidst all of this busyness and everything, we can actually do better. We can spare time and train our people, because they are the future tomorrow. That's the fourth. And then I have the fourth one, connect initiative to meaning. These days, what our younger generation understand is money. They understand meaning and then well-being. But that money, we are not talking about cash, so to say. It is all just about, okay, what's it called? Well done. You have tried. A good job. This is what you have done. All those appreciation. But the moment, all these Gen Zs now, the moment you even have to just, you talk to them anyhow, they don't even have that threshold. They don't have that time to even listen to you. Or say, but the next minute, the moment they already identify us as that leader who just wants to complain, or they just want to leave you there, they will keep annoying you. It is when you're tired, you can say, oh, it's like our contract has finished, you just need to go. That way we are not helping the business, we are not even helping that same person. I remember when I used to be very young, I didn't even picture myself like this in this age. I came from a very less privileged home, and which was why I talked about the upbringing and everything. I was already modeling my as in how I grew up, the area, everything was actually telling on me. Then I have this manager, she's always punishing me, because it's either I misbehave today or I misbehave tomorrow. I would always have one thing to do that is very wrong. That if it's actually when I started growing, then I understand that, oh, this is actually wrong. This is what is called stubbornness. This is what is called, you have to respect the elderly ones and all of that. But then I don't have an idea. But gradually, it's just my environment that changed me, and then the people that actually nurtured me. And so where I grew up, if I go back there today, there are some that would be very surprised. Is this that same lady that we actually grew up together at this other slum? And ever since I understood that in life, though when it comes to resilience, I know that that has to be prioritized. So that's nobody can take that away from me. But I have that focus. I know where I'm going to. But I did not figure it out all alone. I didn't get the clarity. How? Why? Because of how I grew up. But then it was from the leaders around me. So it's not like, okay, it was just a day, then I find myself, I have that insight into, yes, being a growth coach. No, it was my journey that actually shaped me to that level. So please, leaders, let's help our generation. Our younger ones, I'm sure there are a lot of us that can do better. That is if we have someone to nurture us. So the opportunity we have anywhere we find ourselves, we shouldn't get tired. And then to our youth, I believe that this is a call to action for every one of us. It is just a decision that we have to take intentionally. It has nothing to do with, oh, I will try. No, it comes naturally. As far as there is this determination that comes from it, yes, you can actually do it. So it's a decision to see a problem and claim it that, yes, it is mine. This problem is mine. This problem is mine and I want to solve it. I want to make that mistake and then I know that I will be corrected. I don't want to shy away from my responsibility. I don't want to be called. That's the determination that we need to have. And then we need to also make them have. A decision to develop a skill before anyone asks us to. I believe that we have said a lot of things that we have learned from, and I am so happy that I am here, like I said earlier. And thank you so much. Thank you everyone. While I pass the mic.
Okay, once again, thank you everybody for thanks to all our previous speakers. It's been a wonderful time. I think one of the major things I enjoy about being in this room is having to hear other people speak. Yes, having to hear so for me, the opportunity is bigger than standing on this platform. I think a bigger opportunity is having to sit back there and listen to other great minds share their great ideas. It just tells you how much more there is to know. It tells you the dynamism of knowledge and then various different spheres of specialization, and how you see all of this thing knit together into very useful information that can advance anybody. It's good to see. I actually didn't take note of his name, but the last time I was here, he spoke after me, and I'm seeing him here again. Quite instructive. He talked about drugs, and then I really, in fact, that information has stuck in my brain, and I look forward to, even if I'm not here, I look forward to streaming to really be part of the session again. Thank you so much, sir, for being here again. Today I'm just going to try to hit real fast and real hard on some of the things I want to talk about. But first of all, good news, today is my birthday, and today's my birthday. Yes, if we had the time, we should have done a bit of his birthday song, but it's fine. It's fine, I'll sing it in my mind. Happy birthday to me. Yeah. Alright, thank you so much. My being here today, I actually didn't plan to be here, but after the last session, I had a backstage conversation with Mrs. Showenimo. I hope I pronounced that right. And then she had some conversation with me, and in fact she advised that I come back to have this particular topic discussed. And then while I was still, dilly-dallying about whether or not to return to this platform, my coach, in the person of Mr. Victor Diala, Victorious Victor, just told me that he's going to be here today. So I said, wow, that's double motivation for me to actually be here. So on those two strengths, those two legs of motivation, I'm here to discuss, to further the conversation we began some time back. Your treasure is, your trash is your treasure. So that's what I'm going to be talking about today. Your trash is your treasure. I'm very particular about the term potential, in the sense that, like I said earlier on, your potential is the real size of a man. You cannot judge anybody by what he has done so far. It does not, just because they are here right now does not mean they are going to be here tomorrow. You cannot judge anybody by what they have done so far. In the real sense, we can only judge people by what they are capable of doing, but they have not done. In fact, that's how God sees us. God brings your way certain challenges, into your life, not because you think you have built, you think you've trained for it, but because He knows He has built you for it. Yes, He knows He has built you for it. David had to face Goliath not because he had killed 5 Goliaths before. A lot of times you face things that seem to be bigger than you, is just to reveal to you that you're actually bigger than how you see yourself. And so this whole conversation about potential, it's multidimensional. And today I want to really center on just one aspect: trash. Your trash is your treasure. Going through life, I've met a couple of many different people from different walks of life that seem to be packing up right now. They seem to be, tidying up their nets at this moment, because it seems that they have done literally everything, and right now this is just how much they think they can get. And the society doesn't make it any better when we hear statements like, a fool at 40 is a fool forever. For crying out loud, where did that statement ever come from? Because there are people that up until 55, that's when they're waking up. I said the last time that even if you have 5 minutes more in your life, there is something around you that can turn around the remaining part of your life. It's as serious as that. There's something about you that can turn around the remaining parts of your life. Isn't it amazing that even people that are condemned to death, even their body, it's called cadaver, right? That's from the medical, they call it cadaver. That's the dead body. It is still for research. It still serves a function. This person thinks that, he has messed up in life and there's nothing good coming out of him. But guess what? That's his dead body. His criminal dead body can still be used to carry out a research that can save several other people. I'm talking about the value that we have, even when you don't know it. You are a combination of several different value. And that's what I want to talk about today. It's amazing how we're very quick to condemn things, and very quick, just because things have lost their usability to us, we just assume that they are no more useful. In the course of this conversation, I'm going to be explaining to you the difference between what is usable and what is useful. In as much as that word seems to have a base word, use, it's actually different. So it will help you in the next course of your life to begin to investigate the very things that you think have lost their usability to you, and to find out how much more they can still be useful. Your trash is your treasure. Your trash is your treasure. In literal terms, I like to pick up from a country like Sweden. It is said that Sweden, they import about 1.3 billion to 1.5 billion tons of trash every year. I'm talking of, as a country right now, literally most of the things we use in this country, from automobile to the phones we use to technology, electronics and all of that, most of these things are imported. There's a country right now that is not importing all of these refined products. They are rather importing trash. And guess what? They are being paid for excavating the trash from other countries. You didn't get that. This is a country that they are not asking you for your refined goods. They are asking you for your wastes. They are asking you for your wastes. And their economy is several times over, much better than what we have in this part of the world, if you don't mind. Now, I'm not trying to compare them by the end. I'm rather trying to compare them by the cause. By the cause. in the sense that they are not good by what we see at the end. They are good by what they commit to at the beginning. You can tell a man that will fail by how he starts the journey. A minister was speaking sometime, and he spoke about how he was, while he was in school, him and his friend, very useless set of friends, they encouraged him to go for a relay race, and then a marathon race, I beg your pardon. And then he was going to go on that race, and they made him feel like, you're very good, while others were busy rehearsing in the field. He was in dormitory doing back and forth until he hit the main pitch. And while they were going to do 4 rounds around the field, he kicked off with his best energy from the beginning. He did the first one, boom. He said, now this is the way see how then they jog. He did the second one. By the time he got to the last lap, all the people that were, taking it easy from the beginning, they all sped off. And he realized that he has exhausted all his energy, and he was not able to do the last lap, which was going to be the determining lap. You can tell a failure by how he starts. So this is an attempt for us to go back to how we get, what's the core, what's our core, what is really our core. How are we trained to really see life in things? Like I said, Sweden, it's a major example of converting trash to treasure. As a matter of fact, guess what they use the trash for? They use it majorly to generate energy, electricity. I want us, especially in this part of the world, Nigeria particularly, to really imagine for ourselves. Just imagine for a moment. One of the major challenges we're having, especially in this regime, is the power condition in this country. And one of the things we also worry about is the disposal system in this country. Right now, as I'm talking to you right now, I have 2 drums in front of my house. They are full, and the trash disposal people have not even come for a while. And this is a constant that we experience literally every day and everywhere. We have trash. Your trash is in front, you don't have light. Another country is taking your trash and they are producing light with it. Could it be that the problem we're complaining about, the very thing you're disposing, is a solution to the problem you're complaining about? When we say trash, we literally refer to a product of use, a waste product of use, a waste product of use. So we say trash is a waste product of use. But can I inspire you a bit more that with the right technology, in fact with the right mindset first of all, and then with the right technology in place, we can recycle what we call waste, and it can become another source of energy. It can become another source of energy. When I look at my life and with the things that I've been able to do, turning around several different experiences that should have really caused me pain and should have been my end, how I'm able to bounce back, I can label myself a scavenger, in the sense that I've literally gone back into the dunk of my life, and the things that I've abandoned, and the things that looked like nothing was going to come out of them, and I've literally gone back to them, and with this understanding, I've tried to get life out of them again. And it tells me if I can do it with my life, then anybody else can. At some point in my life, I had to apply to National Open University 5 times. If you go to their website and browse, you will get my name there. Like 5 different times I applied. I got the admission. I couldn't continue because of fees. I dropped out. After a while, I went back again about 5 times. I'm talking about not this. When you believe there is something about you, you don't stop. You don't stop. You don't stop. Many people that are failures today is because they did not just knock on the next door. Just because several other doors that they knocked on did not open. I needed to realize that every treasure you see today, including the phones you're using, including the chair you're sitting on right now, including the screen you're watching right now, everything that you can lay hold on right now is a product of a trash. It is processed trash. Everything you can think about right now is processed trash. Gold, processed trash. Petroleum product, processed trash. Everything, processed trash. So the question is, are we going to sit back as consumers of finished products, or we're going to really get on the bandwagon and decide that we are also going to process our trash, beginning from your own life experience? What are those memories you don't even want to remember anymore? Those things that have happened in your life that you don't even want to recall anymore. It looked like this was a wasted years of my life. I dated the wrong person. I did the wrong job. I lived in the wrong city. Can you imagine that all of those things that you call waste right now, if only you can understand these things I'm sharing with you today, you can actually reprocess those experiences and it can actually become treasure. Oh yes, thank you so much for that. I like the way the scriptures put it. You know, from my first hearing, I spoke about the fact that I like to use the scriptures as the background for most of my conversations. The book of 2 Corinthians chapter 3 verse 7, it says, we have this treasure in what? Earthen vessels. Not prestigious things, not in the gold covers. No, we have this treasure in weak, earthen, degradable vessels. So the next time you see something that looks matchy, it looks yucky, it looks like there's nothing beautiful about it, it's about time for you to realize that in every yucky thing, there is treasure. I did a course in special needs, working with children with special needs, and in fact, the owner of the facility of the school where I did that study, how she stumbled on all of this, her own child is on the spectrum. And while it looked like this was the end of the world for her, it actually became the beginning of her real life story. Today, that child that was a write-off for everybody, she was able to receive the right kind of information, change her mindset about what people call a dead end, and the same child right now is a university lecturer in the US. He's on the spectrum. So peradventure you're listening to me right now and you have children or you have relatives that are on the spectrum. That's not the end of the world. Or peradventure you are on the spectrum. That's not the end of the world. I came to tell you there's treasure in your trash. Another scripture that comes to mind is, it said, don't dispose of the grapes. Peradventure there's some sweetness in it. There's somehow you see some things and you look like, this one, there's nothing that can come out of it. He said, don't dispose of it yet. This is God's approach to life. God doesn't end things just because you think nothing can come out of them. God always have a way of getting this thing back into the process. Have you heard about the potter? How he begins to make a pot out of the clay. And it is said that at some point the clay broke in his hand. I'm talking about, this is a professor. He knows what he's doing. He's professional at this. But the clay broke in his hand. Could it be that you are that kind of a person right now, that you think you are in your area of strength, but things are not working out? Could it be that it's just another opportunity for you to find another treasure, another treasure. He yet made it again. The potter yet made it again. You would think he would trash this, but no. Everybody calls it a trash just because it's broken. But the potter will say, this is still a treasure. Some young dudes in China, recently I stumbled on their invention. These young guys are making charcoal bricks out of rice husks. That's the chaffs of rice. You know, if you're into the agricultural space, you know that many people that are into a large scale agricultural dealings, you know, sometimes they have difficulty, you know, where to dump some of their trash. You don't see any use for it. It's not useful to grow another crop. They find difficulty, you know, where to dump these things. These young men are looking for it from all over the world, and they are using it to produce charcoal bricks. The charcoal is so unique that the moment you light up one, you don't need to strike another one. Just put the next one on top of it. It's so unique. I'm talking about how people are converting trash to treasure. Can you tell yourself, I'm a scavenger? Now, can you see that anytime you see scavengers, you know, picking up something, it's not time to look at that. Oh, these are low life. No, I'm a scavenger. I'm scavenging my past experiences. I'm scavenging my failure stories. I'm scavenging everything that I tried to do that did not work to find treasure in it. And so quickly, I'd like to run you through what I call the trash framework. The trash framework. And I'm going to be using the acronym TRASH, TRASH, as, you know, to help, you know, push this conversation further. T, number one, T, take inventory. And that's literally what I've been saying all the while. Audit your pain. Audit your past memories. It's time to take inventory of your life. Many people are living everything that is required to change their life from this point. They already have it in their past. But guess what? They've trashed their past and hoping that one new day, you know, we have that word, ego better. And then we have the word, you know, the term, Q sera sera, right? What will be. I went shopping one day and I was going to buy this item from this lady by the roadside, and then I noticed that I was trying to negotiate with her if I could get more for, you know, the you know, that type that they say, can you give me 3 for 500, you know. Now, yeah, I told you the first day that I could actually do that. So I was trying to talk with her about, you know, if I could get more, you know, at a lower price. I said, no, this my stuff, I don't used to sell it like that, or you can ask anybody. And she was quite, okay, I think I'm even sounding very polite. She was actually quite rude. She was like, okay, if you know what, go, they go, and that person will come by. And I stopped and I looked at her. I said, madam, how long have you been selling this? She said, me here, they know me for all this place. Any day you come, just ask for me, then go show you. Then I said, how long have you been here? She said, I've been here. And she called a number of years. I said, don't you think about moving out of this spot? Don't you think about doing this same business on a larger scale? Don't you think about, he said, it go happen one day. Somebody will, and God will bring the person where go help me. And I'm like, could you not even recognize I could be that person? I'm talking about how people trash their past, hoping that one day. Do you realize that every single day you're building a mindset? Every single day you're investing something in your life, in your chromosomes, in your DNA, that is literally going to affect what you're able to reproduce out of life. By your conduct, by your consistent conduct. When are you going to break your conduct? Let me quickly say this. In fact, as it comes to mind, I'm just going to say it so I don't have to keep it for later. Peradventure, I don't have all the time. Do you realize that what you call money does not necessarily answer to your hard work? Money answers to who you are becoming. Money does not necessarily, prosperity and all of that many people crave for, does not necessarily answer to hard work. It answers to who you are becoming. The better you become, the more you attract some of these things. The better you become, the more you attract some of these things. So you see some people, they don't care about investing in their paradigm. They don't care about investing their perspective to life. They don't care about investing their conduct and their approach to life. They just assume that if you work harder, one day, you don't care about, you do certain things at the expense of certain relationships, and you assume that there's one day you're just going to hit it big. Audit your pain. Audit your present circumstance. Audit your reality right now. Audit your present reality right now. Take inventory of your life. The R will be reinvent. T, take inventory. R, reinvent. And when we talk about reinvent, I'm talking about a complete change, or to remake yourself to a point where you look brand new. Improve yourself. Improve yourself. Many parents, permit me to say this at this point, because I work with a lot of young people, and some of the complaints we receive about them are parents forcing them into things they don't think they are built for. Many parents are trying to live their dead dreams through their children. Many parents are trying to live their dead dreams through their children. For crying out loud, you are still alive. Improve on yourself. Improve on yourself. Life has happened to you the way it did. It's your, provided you're still here, you have an opportunity to improve on yourself. If you think you were not properly educated, we heard about the other speaker the other day that said he went back to write GCE at the age of 40, right? 40, and he was writing GCE alongside his son. That inspired me. I'm talking about a man that still believes there's something out that can come out of his life. Who told you that your end is just in front of you? Who told you? Do you realize that your destiny is custom made for you? Do you realize destiny is custom made for you? Until you step into it, nobody else can. Do you realize that for the things that you were built to do, if you don't do it, there will be a need for several other people to come together and put a collective effort to do what only you were built to do. Reinvent yourself. You don't know how powerful you are. There's something that will be so seamless to you to accomplish, but there are many other people that will have to come together in do several trainings and all of that, put certain resources together to be able to achieve. But in the real sense, in destiny, it was only meant for you to do, and you were built for it. Reinvent yourself. The story I shared the first time I was up here about the two men that found treasure. One was literally taking a stroll and stumbled on it, and then the other one literally was looking for the treasure and found it. The one that was taking a stroll and found the treasure, realize what I said earlier on, is not about what you find, but what you do with what you find. Realize the first thing he did when he found the treasure was to take it out of there and re-hide it. That is reinvention. Many times, the sphere that will actually push you out there and bring something out of your life is not a sphere. You are not the master of that sphere. You are not the master in that space. But you can actually take advantage of the resources in that space. Sometimes the ideas that will really promote you can actually be borrowed. You can actually borrow the ideas. You can actually borrow the resources. Reinvent yourself. Rehide what you found. Don't leave it where you met it. Rehide what you have found. Give it your own positioning. Give it your own packaging. Repackage it. Reinvent yourself. I want to speak to certain young people, permit me to say ladies particularly. Of course it also concerns guys, but particularly ladies. You've been in several relationships and it looks like it's a cycle. It's a cycle. Let's say you dated this particular person for years and the relationship has broken. And it looked like many years of your life has gone into that particular sad experience. Can I advise you, reinvent yourself? Please take note of what I want to say right now. Don't let the next man meet you where the last man left you. I say that again. Don't let the next man meet you where the last man left you. Because too many times we stay on this level and we're wondering why we still attract the same kind of people. You stay at this level and you wonder why you attract this same kind of people. You lost the job. Don't let the next opportunity meet you where the last opportunity left you. You lost a relationship. Don't let the next person meet you where the last person met you. Or else, guess what? It's just going to be a recycling experience. What do they do with tissue? Tissue paper, what do they do with it? You wipe and you trash, right? If you go from here to Dubai, what do you do with tissue? You wipe and you trash. What do we do with tissue in America? Wipe and trash. Provided it is tissue, the experience will be the same. If you want a different experience out of your life, you must learn to become different. Different. Stop being a tissue in different places. You will get the same experience no matter the location. Don't let the next person meet you where the last person left you. Reinvent yourself. Number A, letter A, add value. Add value. You must learn to subject everything that you have, all the experiences you have, and all of it put together. You must learn to subject that through a process of training. It is training that converts talent into skill, into valuable skill. I needed to realize that in the real sense, your talent or your skill is a currency. But just like every currency, you have the 20 naira, you have the 50 naira, you have the 100 naira, you have the 500, you have the 1000. If I have 20 or 5 naira, what can I get? The same number of papers, but somebody that has 50 of 1000 naira, they can get a lot more than I can get. Training is what converts you from one denomination to another in the same currency. The more you train, the better you become, the more value you have to offer. And so it's important for you to realize that your talent is very cheap. Is training that talent to become a skill that actually adds value to your talent. And letter S, sell. Sell. My time is up, but I'll just drop this S and H and I'll be out of your way. Do business with it. Do business with it. Provide value for other people. That's what we mean. Provide value for other people. Provide. The law of value says you are paid to the measure of value you provide for other people. You are paid, you are respected, you are honored, you are regarded based on the value you provide for other people. Do business with it. Don't sit back and wish that one day somebody will come and just open your reserve, your garage, and pick out all the things. No, get into the market, get into the mainstream with it. If you have to get to social media, let somebody see what you have. Position yourself as valuable. Do business with it. It's important to realize that no matter what you have, until it is meeting a need, you remain a man in need. Until you're meeting a need, you remain a man in need. And finally, on the trash framework, H, talking about to harness. To harness means to make useful, not just usable. To make useful, not just usable. To make useful, not just usable. The difference between usable and useful is as you have the difference between a toy and a tool. A toy can be played around with, but a tool, you can construct something with it. Don't just be usable, be useful. Usability comes with over availability. Just because you are here, nobody else is better. That's the reason why they are using you. Can you take advantage of that opportunity and develop yourself? Because very soon somebody will step into the room that will bench you. Very soon somebody will step into the room that will make you redundant, and it will look like, they used me to start up. Oh, what happened? The question is, you did not harness what you had. You did not harness what you had. You were usable, but at some point you became redundant. You lost your usefulness. I'm going to wrap this up here, and I hope with these things I've shared, with these words I've shared with you, it serves as instructional, helping you build yourself from trash to treasure. I've written a couple of books on this subject, and then if you want to hear more about this, you can actually go on Seller. I think Seller is more conducive for me. I have my books on Seller. Exploring the Power of Your Potential is the one I have here. We also have Find Your Vibe, and then the other one, Wisdom Today. I shared a lot of these ideas in my books on Seller. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Once again, my name is Chris Eden. Let me hand over this to the next speaker. Thank you. God bless you.
Very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Louis Abraham, Lois. I'm the secretary of the Victor and Louis Abraham Foundation. It's an NGO that was founded in 2025, and we work with drug addicts. But hopefully in the future, we intend on working with the family, helping young ones with the mental health, trauma, and depression. That brings me to my topic of today. My topic is centered on, or I would like to call it, the link between self-esteem, anxiety, and perfectionism. Why did I choose this topic today? This topic, I chose it today because it affects students, young ones, not only the young ones, but adults. Because in our everyday lives, our interaction with people, we come across different people, different faces, different things that is disturbing us. So every day we are constantly worrying of how to do better, what can we do, how do we help ourselves? Let's get on with it. What is self-esteem? Self-esteem in layman terms means the respect or value you place on yourself. How do I see myself? Who am I to me? When I think of myself, what do I see? And self-esteem, we have low self-esteem, high self-esteem. When we talk of high self-esteem means placing yourself or having high value or respect for yourself. And the characteristics of high self-esteem, it includes being able to accept mistakes, believing that you deserve respect and treating people with respect, accepting criticism, and being confident. These are parts of attributes or traits of people who have high self-esteem. Just a few, not to mention all. So when you see someone who accepts mistakes, you can correct the person. The person has high self-esteem. If you see someone who is confident, most times people confuse confidence and pride. When it comes to the aspect of pride or being proud, when you are dismissive or you are defensive or you believe that I am above others, that is pride. But in confidence, it comes with humility and it gives you peace and a sense of fulfillment. So when you have a sense of fulfillment, you have peace and you are humble, that is confidence. Now let us look at low self-esteem. Low self-esteem is the opposite of high self-esteem. In this case, people, they don't feel good about themselves. They don't even have value or have little value or regard for themselves. What are the characteristics? They doubt themselves, they compare themselves to others. They compare themselves to others, they don't believe in themselves, and they are afraid of making mistakes. That's how you can identify someone who has low self-esteem. Self-esteem is developed through many ways, but the first way that we will see is through the family. We're taught in social studies that the family is the first unit or agent of socialization. Is that all right? Of course, yeah. So if you look at a child that has low self-esteem, look at the parents, because children tend to mimic the behaviors and characteristics of which they see their parents behave. So if you see a child or a person having low self-esteem, check the parents. Most, not all, because it gets to a point or a certain stage in your life where you cannot let your upbringing, or you cannot blame your parents for the individual that you are turning into. It is your life. You need to take control of your life. So that is one way self-esteem is developed. Another way self-esteem can be influenced or developed is through bullying. Me personally, I believe that people who are bullies, forget the aspect of people who are bullied. People who are bullies, I see them as people who have low self-esteem. You might ask me why. Because tell me, it doesn't make any sense to me. Why are you attacking somebody for being confident or believing in his or herself if you are not confident of yourself? Bullies tend to make people feel bad about themselves because they envy that person, because they don't feel good about themselves, so they want people also not to feel good about themselves. That is why you see people bully others. So if you think that bullies they feel good about themselves, I'm sorry, they don't, because it is an aspect of people who don't have regard or value for themselves that will bully someone. If you're happy, why are you bullying another person? And also bullying too can also shape a way a person sees his or herself. Moving on to social media, like one of the speakers said about social media. You see, nowadays, young ones, we go online, we see people our age mates in different countries. They are doing well. They have a car, they have jobs, they just got out of school, but you are still 25 and you are maybe still in your 200 level because of strike and different things. That can also affect your self-esteem, because you look at the person and you be like, we are age mates now. Imagine if I was in another country, maybe I would have been better, or maybe things would have worked well for me. I'm not saying that you shouldn't keep ahead with times and everything, but if you are using another person as a standard or a measure for your own self, you are just shooting yourself in the leg, because we are all different. And if the person who you are envious of, you cannot attach a particular income or attach something of value to this person that you are seeing, then you need to check yourself. Moving on. What is anxiety? Anxiety is the body's or mind's natural response to stress. Like I said, the body's or mind's natural response to stress. So anxiety is normal. But what is not normal is when it is constant, when it is too much, when it affects you. When it affects you, it leads to burnout, it leads to depression. That is when it is not okay. Symptoms of anxiety include sweating, having difficulty sleeping, breathing, and the likes, just to mention a few. So how do you help with anxiety? If you're feeling anxious or you start feeling like you are not yourself, the first thing you need to do is you need to take a deep breath. Just do regular breathing exercises. Another thing you can do is stop worrying about things you don't have control over. Focus on the now. Don't focus on the future. It's good to focus on the future, but if you keep on worrying about the future and you don't have a specific plan, all you are just doing is worrying and it's affecting your performance in the now, then please focus on what is happening right now. You can journal your thoughts, you can go for a walk, you can read your Bible, but just don't let it affect you. Moving on. What is perfectionism? Perfectionism is the desire to meet extremely high standards without making mistakes. When you see someone or when you exhibit that desire to always be perfect without making mistakes, that is perfectionism. We have two types of perfectionism: healthy perfectionism, unhealthy perfectionism. Healthy perfectionism deals with you having goals, striving for excellence. Why unhealthy perfectionism? Unhealthy perfectionism deals with you trying to do things so that people might acknowledge you, or doing things just for the sake of let them know that I can do this. A perfectionist will likely focus on the 5% of what he did not do well than the 95% of what he or she did well. You know, there's a saying that says perfectionism is the killer of creativity, and I agree with that, because take a look around you. You can see this, all that we have or all that is with us is creativity. The mic, the camera, the speaker, yes, the TV, the seats. It was someone's idea. And when it comes to creativity, creativity has to do with you making mistakes, learning from your mistakes, thinking outside of the box, trying to get better. But perfectionism like, no, I need to wait for the right moment. It has to be perfect. I need to do it perfectly. Imagine if those who invented the light bulb, or who founded electricity, or Microsoft, or Facebook, they were constantly waiting that if I do this, I need it to be perfect. If they had kept on waiting for perfection, we probably wouldn't have gotten those things now. Now we want to go to the link between perfectionism, self-esteem, and anxiety. We want to see how they are connected. 1. Low self-esteem can lead to perfectionism. How? When someone does not feel good about his or herself, the person will start thinking, oh, I need to do this so that they can respect me. If I behave this certain way, they will see me in a different regard. If I do like this, they will treat me better. That's one way, that's a link. Because if you have low self-esteem, you don't feel good about yourself. So you're always seeking validation from others. It is the validation of others that you thrive on instead of your self-validation. 2. Perfectionism can lead to anxiety. Trying to be perfect all the time is really stressful. And when you keep on putting up this phase or this how do I put it, this disposure that you are perfect all the time, it creates unnecessary pressure. And that unnecessary pressure, by the time you are not able to meet up to expectations, when you maybe fail or you don't get to that expectation, it leads to anxiety. You'll be like, they've seen me at my lowest. They've seen that I'm not all that. They've seen that I'm not what I said I am. And then you start to worry, and then it leads to anxiety. The third one, anxiety can damage self-esteem. Yes, when you think all the time comparing yourself, saying you are not good enough, you don't tell yourself what you're supposed to tell yourself. When you are harsh on yourself, you're being too harsh on yourself, it can damage your self-esteem. Because I believe that it all starts with you. No matter how much someone motivates you, if you are not motivated, I'm sorry, is the person just speaking to you, his or herself? If you don't feel good about yourself, then nobody can make you feel good. So you need to first believe in yourself. You need to love yourself. You need to respect yourself, so that this wouldn't affect your daily life or affect your relationship with people. So we see a cycle. Low self-esteem, it leads to perfectionism. Perfectionism leads to anxiety. From anxiety to lower self-esteem. Now that we've identified the meaning, or we've talked about the meaning of self-esteem, anxiety, and perfectionism, we want to see how do we break the cycle. Because if you don't break the cycle, if you don't try to help yourself, one mistake or one mishap can lead you back, and it might even be worse. It might take you far back. Maybe from anxiety, it can go way beyond. It can go to depression. It can go to burnout. So how do we break that cycle? The first on my list here is build healthy self-esteem. How do you do that? By positive self-talks. When you wake up in the morning, you treat every day with vigor. You treat every day like a new day, like you've not experienced it before. So treat it how you feel it. You go to the mirror, you tell yourself, I'm wonderful, I'm beautiful, I'm confident. When you talk to yourself good, you feel good. Build positive habits. How do you build positive habits? You read more, you educate yourself, you believe in yourself. Also, don't compare yourself to others. Stop comparing yourself to others, because when you keep on comparing yourself to others, or when you keep on putting a show for the public, you are just harming yourself. So let go of trying to comparing yourself to others, of trying to be who you are not. Focus on your strengths. What are your strengths? Work on your weakness. If you're a kind of person who loves mathematics and you love solving problems, don't follow your friend to go to art class. If you are someone who literature bores you, you don't like reading, once you see a book you are tired, but you love solving, don't go to art class. Because even twins, they don't have the same fingerprints. So why are you trying to fit into a spectrum that you are not? 2. Challenge perfectionism. Accept mistakes. People make mistakes. Even the Bible tells us that life is in season, life is in stages. So why will you just decide that you don't want to make mistakes when the Bible has told us that life is in season? Even in Nigeria, we have 2 seasons. We have rainy season, we have dry season. In Western world, they have 4 seasons. You need mistakes because mistakes help you to accept the person that you are becoming, especially when you learn from your mistakes. It makes you a better person. 3. Manage anxiety. How do you manage anxiety? The first thing you can do, sleep. Good sleep. Invest in sleeping good, because when you sleep good, you are refreshed for the day. You are ready to tackle the day or your daily activities. We've been told that we need about 7 to 8 hours of rest for proper bodily function. So you need to sleep properly. Another way of managing anxiety is seek counsel when needed. In every aspect of your life, in every area of your life, be it financially, spiritually, mentally, socially, who are those people that you can point to that these are my mentors? I look up to he, I look up to she, I look up to they, them. They can help me. Look at the person that you call your mentor. Is the person a professional? Do you see this person is well versed in it? Seek counsel when needed, because it helps. The Bible says that in the multitude of counsel there is safety. What does that tell you? That you need to seek counsel, especially if you are making big decisions. You know, a tree does not make a forest. You can't do life alone. So you need help, and don't be ashamed to ask for help when you need it. 4. Develop self-compassion. Treat yourself kindly how you want others to treat you. You need to love yourself. When you love yourself, when you treat yourself with compassion, when you accept who you are, you accept your identity, you embrace your strengths, you embrace your weakness, you embrace what makes you you. You are unique. Don't try to fit in with the crowd. Treat yourself with compassion. If you cannot help yourself, that is okay. Don't try to force yourself to be someone who you are not. Go for therapy. Read your Bible, go for walks. It helps. Read books, exercise. Set realistic goals. Why do I say you should set realistic goals? Because if you are not able to meet that target, the fear of failure will take you back. For example, someone just got a job, an entry-level job, 28 years old, and the person is saying by the age of 30 I want to be a billionaire, and it's only that job that the person has and doesn't have anything extra. By the time the person reaches 30 and is not a billionaire, what happens? The person starts saying, I'm a failure. Assuming maybe I should have. And that thing will take you back. So please, when you are setting goals, set realistic goals. Finally, you need to know that everyone makes mistakes. You don't have to be perfect to be valuable. Thank you. So I would like to be handing over to the next speaker. Thank you.
That was a beautiful presentation. Love yourself. At least I got that. Love yourself. The economy is not really helping matters, so it is good that you love yourself. My name is Mrs. Abraham, Lassimo Abraham. I work with the Victor and Louis Abraham Foundation. We deal with drug addicts. Even though we're just recently registered last year, we've been dealing with drug addicts. I personally for at least over 30 years, you know. So, but recently now we go to schools to educate the young ones about drugs, because I don't know whether you have noticed there is hardly anywhere in Lagos now where you don't have people, where you don't have young guys that are doing drugs, and they make it open. They are not shy about it. It wasn't like in those days that before you can get drugs to buy, you have to go to certain areas. But these days, I don't know where you live anyway, but if you look around properly, you will see what the youths are getting into. It's really becoming a pandemic in Nigeria, and it's something that we need to look at. And that's why I'm talking about some aspects of drug abuse, because we looked at some areas of it sometimes back. So this afternoon, I will be talking about myths about drugs. What are the beliefs, the erroneous beliefs that people have about drugs? I'll be talking about dangers of drug abuse. Of course, some of the dangers we know, but we will look at it, you know, extensively. And then the effects of drugs on the family and society. And then lastly, what you and I can do. What can we do to curb this menace? So let's go to the myths about drugs. What are those erroneous beliefs that are out there? The first one I would like to talk about is the one that says, try it once won't hurt. What we have come to discover is that it is friends that lures friends into drug addiction. They tell their friends, just try it, so that you can just see how it is. What I want to tell you is that that once is enough to create that damage. So don't let anybody tell you to try drugs, to taste it. Don't try it. Don't taste it. Because we have seen situations where even just taking it once became an overdose for somebody, and the person ran mad. And there are situations where the person actually died. It led to heart failure. Just taking it once, it went to the wrong side of the person, and the person died. So there are, you know, all kinds of stories out there on people that just tried once. They wanted to feel what their friends were feeling. The body chemistry of everybody is different. Yours is different from mine. So don't allow anybody to lure you into drugs. Then another myth about drug addiction is that if it is natural, they say the drug is natural, it is safe. If a drug like marijuana is even grown in Nigeria, it's grown in Ondo State and some other places. They say because, you know, you ask people that take it, they'll tell you that if it's not good, God will not create it. But we know that That is a wrong way to approach it, because we know even there is a plant called poisonous ivy. I don't know if you have heard of that before. You can see the attachment to its name, poisonous ivy. So don't go near it. There are some kinds of mushrooms that are edible, but there are also some of those mushrooms that are poisonous. You eat it and you die. It's just as simple as that. And that's the case. That's the case with something like marijuana. You may not die, but it can lead to addiction. So the fact that something is natural doesn't mean that it is okay to take it. Another myth that we're going to look at is that they say if it is legal, then it is okay. Is cigarettes legal in Nigeria? Yes. For 18-year-old and above. Is tobacco legal in Nigeria? Yes. Is alcohol legal in Nigeria? Yes. For 18 and above. But go and see what alcohol is doing to people. When somebody will be drunk, he will now lie down in the gutter. He say he's on his bed. Some people drink, they go and lie down at the railway, and the train just comes and climbs over them. So the fact that something is legal doesn't mean that it is not dangerous, or doesn't mean that it cannot harm you. So don't let anybody tell you that, look, this is legal. I mean, you are mature, you know, that's what they say, you are mature. But addiction doesn't come in one day. It comes gradually. You take a little today. People that started taking alcohol, how did they start? People that started taking that are addicted to cigarettes, how do they start? Just one. Maybe even that one, they cannot even finish it that day. Then before you know it, they graduate to 2, 4. Before you know it, they graduate to a pack. Before you know it, they are chain smokers. It's affecting them. They are coughing. They are dying. They cannot stop. Also, there is another erroneous belief that says that prescription drugs are safe. That is something that is recommended by the doctor. When something is recommended by the doctor, it doesn't mean that you should abuse it. Some people, when they are given sleeping tablets, and the doctor says take once a day, take one when you want to sleep. When he takes one and he wants to sleep, he sees that it's not working, say, oh, let me take 3. You're already abusing it, and you are going to harm yourself. Some people say that drugs help to relieve stress and anxiety. That is true to a very small extent, only a teeny weeny fraction extent. Because when you take it, it seems to calm you down. But after the effect wears off, you will see that your stress and anxiety is coming back in a full force. The problem that you are trying to escape will come and hit you hard again. The problem is still there. And that's why you should not do drugs. And then the last myth I want to talk about is everyone is doing it. That's the slogan, everyone is doing it. But it's not so. I don't do drugs. I know you don't do drugs. People can see that on the TV. They can see maybe on social media. You know, all this, what do you call them? All these popular people. They see them doing that and say, oh, everybody's doing it. Everybody's not doing drugs. And drug is not good for anybody. It's only a while that you have control. After some time, the drug takes control of you. You become a slave. So the best thing is don't even try it. That's just it. That is the way that you can use to help yourself. So let's talk about the dangers of drug abuse. We can talk about the damage it does to the brain. You know, the brain controls everything that we do. It sends signals, you know, up and down our bodies, and then our bodies respond to it. When someone starts taking drugs, there is a hormone that the brain releases when you are doing something that you're happy with. For example, if you are eating your favorite food, you know, there is a release of dopamine. If you are listening to music, you are dancing, you know, there is a release of dopamine. And that dopamine is the pleasure chemical in the brain. When somebody starts doing drugs, the level of dopamine that is released is far higher than those other things that you do initially and get pleasure from. Then, after a time, the brain will start saying, oh, I get more pleasure, more dopamine is released from taking drugs than from eating. So because of that, the brain will start craving the drug. It will start craving the drug. And then you will move from like to want, from wants to need. When it becomes a need, you are already hooked. You are already addicted. Even though you wonder why you see somebody is dying but he's still taking the drugs. Why? Because he can no longer control himself. Because he cannot stop it. The drug has become his master. The drugs have bad effects on almost every part of the body. Whether you want to talk about the heart, the lungs, the liver, the kidney, even the immune system. Somebody who is a drug addict will have a very low immune system. And it damages the reproductive organs. If somebody is pregnant and is on drugs, it can affect the baby. The baby can come out deformed. So there is nothing that is glorious in drugs. Those are the dangers. If somebody that is in school is taking drugs, gradually he will start losing interest in reading. He will not want to read again. If he's going to work, he may not go to work regularly again. Absenteeism will come in. And then there is the issue of memory loss, mental instability. All these are the dangers of drugs. And also there is the legal consequence. You know, if you are caught with drugs, that person who is caught with drugs is going to jail. And those who are trafficking it is life imprisonment. But let's talk about the individual. More on the individual now. Somebody who has gotten hooked on drugs will separate himself from family and friends. Those he's supposed to love, he will separate himself from them. He will prefer to be in the company of those that they are taking drugs together. You see some of them, they are so unkept. They will not take their bath for days and they will not feel anyhow. You see that person gradually moving away from home. The person will not sleep in the house again. And he can steal. He can do anything just to be able to take the drugs. And that's why drug addicts are chronic liars. They can tell you, they can cook up serious story for you to just give them money. And that money, they are going to go and use it to take pinch. I've seen somebody that uses BSc certificate after spending 4 years in the university. You now take your certificate and go and use it to take drugs. You say, dealer, hold the certificate. And how much drugs is the dealer giving him or her? maybe not up to 50,000 naira worth. When you have a drug dealer around, a drug addict around you, it's a problem because they steal. They become some of them even become violent. They threaten their parents. They come when they come around, they say, "Give me money, give me money." Can hold knives. They give me money, give me money. And the mother, out of fear, will give that money, will go away. So there's nothing glorious in drugs at all. And let's look at the effects on the family. When one person is a drug addict, the whole family suffers it. The whole family suffers. Nobody is safe again. And the person can become violent. If a parent is an addict, if a parent becomes an addict, start taking drugs, he won't think about the children's education again. He won't think about house rent. He won't think about food. All the things that he has been providing for, he will no longer be able to do that because the drug has taken over his life. And he may become a wife beater. Children who grow up with parents who are addicts suffer a lot of trauma. They are unhappy. Their grades drop because they are not able to concentrate in school again. And then to escape the problem at home, they also may start taking drugs. So all these are the evil effects on drugs. When a spouse is taking drugs, the issue of trust is no longer there. There may be domestic violence, which may lead to separation or divorce. A child who is taking drugs becomes the heartache of the parents. It may lead to the parent becoming hypertensive because of that child, because of the child that is taking drugs. So, please, don't do drugs. Don't even try it at all. That's the safest way out of this. And what is the effect on the society? There is higher crime rates. There is insecurity. There will be insecurity. There will be reduction in moral values and respect for rule of law. And also, somebody who is a drug addict, when he goes to work, there may be occupational accidents because he's not in the right frame of mind to work. And maybe he's a machine operator. Maybe he's a machine operator. And he goes to operate the machine. Before you know it, he's making mistakes and an accident may occur from there. So we see that drugs have evil effects on family and even the society. And this affects the economy on the larger scale. So what can we do? What can be done? Wrapping up with that, what can be done? Number one, as an individual, if you are not taking anything away, take this away. Do not try it. Also, when you live here, educate your friends. Tell them that drug abuse is not good and that they should not try it at all. And then if you are here, you have a friend or family that is hooked on drugs, don't go and blame them, don't go and shame them, but just assist them in getting professional help because they are no longer themselves. the drug addict can no longer help himself. Even though he's dying, he will still take that drug. If he's supposed to eat, he won't eat, he will take that drug. So they are no longer themselves. So help them to get professional help. Help them to rehabilitate. There are rehabilitation centers all over the place. And also in our schools, I think it is even high time that the Ministry of Education introduce education on drug addiction. I think it's high time they introduce it into the school curriculum. Because we go to schools, we talk to these students, and some of them already know. You say, why do you know these things? It's because, you know, they are seeing people around. So let's go with this, that drugs is, there's nothing glorious in drugs. So avoid it in totality. Thank you very much. So I will hand over to the next person.
Anyway, my wife is handing over to me. That's my wife. I think we're in the business of crusade against drug addiction. I think this is my second time of coming to speak. I was here on Thursday, and I spoke on the same topic, because I have no other passion than this same issue of drugs, and I would like to just recap a few. I started smoking drum when I was 8 years old. That was Indian hemp. My dad said I was very stubborn, and asked me to live with a family friend in Munshi. So that's that same place. They said the man is a disciplinarian, that his son started giving me dope. By the time I was 14, 15, when I left secondary school, boys, I was already taking cocaine. Those were the drugs that was available then. But 45 years ago, you can count the drugs. There were very few. But now the list is so high. And by God's grace today, the family, we have an NGO, the Victor and Louis. It was my first daughter that was speaking. The Victor and Louis Abrams Foundation is a foundation that is into the business of creating awareness and educating Nigerians and the world about the issue of drugs. I want to thank God that we have a friend, someone like Donald Trump in the US, who is also doing well in this area, attacking, not just going after the narco-terrorists, destroying their base. I will just want to quickly just give us some talk about whiskey. You can write it down. Whiskey. Say whiskey. Say whiskey. It's okay. Some of you are not talking. Say whiskey. Whiskey simply means watch how I slowly kill you. That is the acronym. Some of you will drink whiskey. It's called watch how I slowly kill you. Drug does not kill you at first. It kills you slowly. It's a destroyer. That is the acronym of whiskey. Sometimes I just came back from Port Harcourt about 3 days ago. We went for a burial and we went to see one multi-millionaire. He brought out a whiskey. He said this is about 50 years, whatever. The older the whiskey, the more expensive it is. He said this is about 50 years whiskey, it's about 1.5 million. He said this is Tetula. Some of you drink it, but you are killing yourself slowly. You know that. That is drug. Drug does not kill you at once. It kills your liver, your kidney, your what again? Your heart, your lungs. You destroy them. I just want to quickly give us some overview. I'll be speaking on the topic this evening. I will do a crash program because I've been here before on the menace of drugs abuse among teenagers. A ticking time bomb. A ticking time bomb. I use that metaphor. It's a ticking time bomb. It will soon detonate. Very, very soon in this country. The rates of... There is a recent survey by NDLA There's a recent survey by NDLA, and the survey shows that Nigerians, youth in particular, they are taking drugs, and it's at a very large scale. In the north, based on recent reports from the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency (NDLA) and study from 2025 to 2026, about 14.4 to 20.5 million youths are taking drugs, and these youths, they are Christians, they are Muslims, they are parents like you and I, they are male and female. Am I communicating? They are not just idol worshippers. They are Christians. I was in Port Harcourt when a mother called me about the son who works with one of these road safety. The guy has been doing drugs for the past 5 years, and he's been working and no income. He cannot save, and it's also, these drugs come with a lot of things. He's also a pedophile, sleeping, he can't see children. He's gambling. The mother called me. I had to call a friend who has a rehab, and the rehab, they quickly called him that the rehab I introduced them charge 3 million per month, 3 million naira per month, and because of it was given a discount of, say, let's say 2 million. That is what is going on. So the why we are, to some people today, it's like we are noise making. It's like a noise making. We are an alarmist. I mean, the rate of this abuse is high. In the university, those we call Christian universities, there's a Christian university, when the students will take exile paper, they are going out. When they are coming, they are buying bread. Inside the bread, there is drug. They load it with drug. And that's what is going on among teens and young village. As we, because of time, so that you can, 1 out of 8 teens today in Nigeria are drug addicts. They are using drugs. It's from the NDLM. It's not my statistics. I know it's more than that. The 14.4 million they are saying is more than that. It's over 30 million. I can tell you, because this is what I do, what I've been doing for the past 45 years. I can tell I'm a professor in this field. There are those who are talking about drug, they've not seen the drug. They've not seen drug physically. And I've come with some of the samples of the drugs. Cannabis, synthetic drugs like Colorado Vibes, Colorado Cripple, Arizona, Swino, Trophy. I would only like to talk on 1 or 2 drugs so that I can conclude, since we don't have enough time, but I believe that I'll be talking about a drug called Retinol or Retinol, whichever we want to call it. This is a drug that is, the street name is called Roofie, or date rape drug. This is a drug they use now in party. If you want to rape a girl, or they want to rape you, or this hire killer, they just spike your drink. Once they spike your drink, in the space of 3 minutes you are gone. Once it's 3 minutes you are gone. They just carry you like bush meat, and they run what is called train on you. They will whip you. As you tell your sons and your daughters, don't just drink outside anymore. The time will come, let me say this. We are doing it for free now. We're going to pay heavily for it very soon. Because what we get free, we don't value it. And that is why for tailors of power by grace said, create scarcity to create value. When you create scarcity, you create what? Value. But when you have it everywhere, when we have fuel everywhere, you don't value it. But when there is scarcity of fuel, you can buy 25 liters for how much? Maybe 30,000 Arabi. The information we are giving out, we are creating this awareness about drugs all over. It's not only in Nigeria, it's all over. It's a destroyer. It's Satan candy. It's an invention of Satan. It's a destroyer. I use myself as an example. When I came, I was a case study. I didn't use anybody. And I can tell you, it affected my life. Went to secondary school, coming out with only 2 credits, 2 F9, 4 passes. F9 English and mathematics, because there was no concentration. Distraction. Drug will distract your life. I was talking about myself. Because when I was 21 years old, 1986, when I gave my life to Christ, that it was a turning point. Everything was useless until I met the man called Christ. So drug, there is nothing, like my wife have already said, there is nothing glorious in drug. There is nothing what? There is nothing glorious. 60% of drug offenders arrested nowadays are more or less young people. You may be thinking my daughter does not know, my son does not know. They know. They know. In the school, in secondary school, go to schools. Some of them will go and beg them, let's come and talk to your people now. Some of them will not even give us. Let's come and, you know what happened in a cell college some times ago? Where they were caught. Somebody was able to record it. And that was when government was now trying to do something. It's the rich children that are smoking drugs, and then they enable the poor people. They bring in this stuff. It's affecting the economy of this country. It's affecting everything. Joblessness, when there's no job, what people do? People look for escape route inside taking of drugs. It affects every aspect of life. Regional concentration. Northwest, mostly to be called Kano, to be precise, has the highest rate of drug addiction. Codeine, tramadol. Then Lagos is the headquarters now. Akwa Ibom, Zamfara. Most of these kidnappers, banditry you see, and terrorists, they are all drug addicts. Because nobody uses common highs to do what they are doing. When they are high on dope, may God help us in Jesus' name. Well, as I conclude, because of time, let me just run you down some of the drugs so that you can have an idea of what we are talking about. Some of the drugs we are talking about, I don't know how many of you who know some of the drugs. Do you know some of the drugs? Yeah? You know some of them? It's okay. Can you just tell me some of them? Alcohol is a drug. Do you know that? Some of you says, oh, I take alcohol. This one is 12%. It's a drug. We call it depressant. It's a slower. It affects your brain. Most drugs, like my wife has told you, affect your CNS, central nervous system. Drugs, they operate in 3 levels: depressant, stimulant, and hallucinogen. And when it's an hallucinogen drugs that they take, you start hearing strange voices. You see strange things. And like I was saying them there on Thursday, some of these drugs they are taking, take for instance, you see the colos. You hear colos on colos. You see it on Instagram, Abi, or Facebook. It's on colos. Some of these drugs, they put bleach, jig in it. Jig, you know what you use to your clothes. And then apart from jig, they use what is called formalin. Formalin is a chemical they use to embalm dead body. A dead body. They put that chemical in it. So tell me, how would that person will be normal? It affects their heart, the liver, the kidney. And and most of them, for what's happening, it also causes hepatitis C or whatever, drugs, in taking of needle. AIDS, no control. A junkie can, one of my friends I came with that day, they said, that I'm very raw. I'm raw because when they voiced me, I was raw. Are you following me? I was slave to devil when he was using me. Can you imagine? I was on board a ship one day. I had a voice. He said I should look at my back. I look at my back. He said I should look at that electric bulb. I look at. He said I should remove it. I remove it. He said I should put my hand, and I dip my hand inside electricity. It was just God that saved me. That is demon of suicide. When you are high on dope, all kind of thoughts comes to you. Some people have jumped from, there was those days, I remember in the 80s, there's one of this music, I've got cocaine. I don't know those of you who groove in the 80s or 70s, running around my brain. running around. You after taking those cocaine we have those time is what you call it Italian brown. Italian brown. That was what I was smoking there. I will line Italian brown with Igbo. We call it pepelina to be high. It's not what they take now. Then to bring in oil. Or you line it with cigarettes. You remove the dissing to line it. It's called shotgun. How can you call a dope shotgun? You want to kill yourself. So we are out here talking about this drug. Hopefully, because of time, maybe you have when you have time you can. We have a program coming up. And when I told my friend, I want to thank God for Ubong. I've been privileged to be interviewed on the Achievers channels. I've been here, and I want to thank God for the great job they are doing. Mr. and Mrs. We've come a long way. It's been a journey, and we celebrate them, and also for what also giving us this platform. We have the World Drug Day that will be coming up very soon, June 27th. We, in conjunction with Foursquare Gospel Church, we're having this program coming up on the 27th. You are all invited. You have enough time to hear from those who were really into drugs and how you can, because I think there's no time. You have the red line. You can have the. You have enough time. Going to be. I mean, how am I going to put it? A great time. Talking about this issue of drugs, the lives that destroy. I want to really thank every one of you for listening, and I hope that this few information will help us. I hand over to the next speaker. Thank you, sir.
Wow. I think that he deserves even a warmer and bigger round of applause. And even while we appreciate the opportunity to speak, I like my dear wife that I seated there to make sure he gets his contact. I have a feeling that we might have to do some collaboration, And indeed, all the speakers that I've watched this beautiful afternoon, I've had something to, I've derived something or the other from what they have said. And it's my belief that, those that are watching are also gaining. So it's not just to hit a milestone. The speaking is supposed to impart also, and bless. So I'll be speaking on your health in your hands, the lifestyle medicine option as the most viable option. My name is Patrick Mwachi. I thank Mr. Ubong. I thank Victor himself that made me to meet him today. Victor is a friend at LG and I. And actually I'm a family physician, I'm a consultant in family medicine, and I'm an international board certified lifestyle medicine specialist. And IBLM, I know that it's not common because there are few of us in Nigeria. It's highly coveted. There are many lifestyle medicine physicians, but just 44 of us are international board certified. Indeed, about 60, close about 59 in Africa. Nigeria is always wonderful in being ahead in Africa. So the 59 in Africa, there are just 44 of them, 44 specialists in Nigeria. And so there are other things added to that, but it's not what we are here for. I just wanted to give you the two major basic specialties I operate as a physician. And so today is just a very brief one, like I had promised, but it's something that if you pay attention to, you will be changed yourself and your family and friends. You become a crusader of health just by listening, because a lot of times we blame the government, sometimes we blame maybe some other people regarding our health, but the truth is this: in recent decades, and for me in particular, in the past maybe 5 or 6 years out of my 24 years of medical practice, I'm 13 as a specialist indeed, but in the past 5 years or so, I began to really, tell both myself, my colleagues, and those that, flock together with me in this enclave, in our specialty, that indeed health is in the individual's hand. So that's why my topic today is your health in your hands, the lifestyle medicine option. Our dear brother talked about an integral aspect of one area of the 6 pillars of lifestyle medicine, which is avoidance of risky substances. And in due course, in the few minutes I have, I'll tell you about the 6 pillars, really. But going from where he spoke, I just wanted to just make an anecdote, because alcohol is a drug indeed. And there's one big thing about drugs, is addiction. I thank God that he wasn't ashamed talking about the Lord Jesus Christ. I'm also an ordained pastor many years. I'm a group pastor in my ministry. And I have watched people and I've seen that addiction is a spirit. The worst is to drugs. Some are addicted to even sex. And when I say sex, I don't mean in the right arena of marriage where sex is wonderful and sometimes people are ashamed of talking about sex. But I'm also a sexologist. I told you family medicine is my specialty and lifestyle medicine. But interestingly, sexology cuts across both fields. So it's part of my subspecialty. And indeed, some are addicted to fornication, idolatry. There are spirits behind these things. That's the truth. Just like drugs too. But I'll say something that will touch him that made me say he should wait a bit. Just coming from the reverse aspect. Alcohol has just very little benefits. Don't be shocked. Because some people say, this pastor, he wrote a book on alcohol. I'm even yet to publish it. I wasn't published. I'm trying to make it palatable in the best way. The benefits of alcohol, and it's down 10. The problem is addiction. Of course, there's no benefit in marijuana. There's no benefit in meth, amphetamine, and all this stuff. But why did our Lord Jesus increase alcohol? I know that people leverage on that, but that's not even what I want to tell you about. I want you to understand something. The control is the problem. This morning, as if not because I knew I would come here even. Where we went yesterday, there were some things we ate, and I was still being disturbed. Yes, the best medicine is the word of God, what he can. But I had a small trophy, I shouldn't call the name, small lager in the fridge, which hardly will you even find any alcohol in my home. But very occasionally, I might just keep Amarula, Baileys, any of those things in the fridge. Let me tell you why. I studied a scripture for several years, just trying to search for understanding, because I'm also a research person. I've done researches, and I do research. When I say research, not just reading, I mean real, scientific research. So, and I found out that lots of my colleagues are putting there in the internet and doing works that are saying that there are some benefits of alcohol. And I know what I stand for. Somebody spoke about integrity here. I stand for things that are pure and real, and I say truths without looking at faces. When I began to look at those, the schools of thoughts that alcohol has some benefits, and those that say nothing at all and all that, do I'm a lifestyle medicine physician. I like to be plain. Maybe we'll do more research as I'm doing now, and even doing some with myself. I found out from the book of searching the scriptures, Timothy was told by Paul to use some alcohol for his stomach. I used to think that he had ulcer or something, but as I studied medicine, I found out that he didn't have ulcer. If you use alcohol, if you have ulcer, you worsen the ulcer, because it's like putting spirit in an open wound. The major content of sanitizer, the major content of sprays that are, for killing of germs is actually what? Alcohol. Alcohol has some antiseptic benefits. It could be medicinal, and I mean it sincerely. And I'm never going to allow anybody to become addicted to alcohol. As a doctor for many years, I don't tell people take some alcohol, no. But I'm trying to explore how we can still reap some of its benefits, because when scripture, which cannot be broken, asserts that Paul said to Timothy, take some for your stomach. I studied it in all available translations and correspondences, and I found out that the best that put it succinctly is the complete Jewish version, complete CJB, complete Jewish Bible. He said, take some alcohol for your often sickness. And I delved down through certain theology and some other scholars, and I saw that history has it that Timothy, even the young pastor, young man Timothy, often had indigestion. And sometimes when they want to go, like he followed Paul, they want to go on a voyage or go on a missionary mission and all that, he eats. Maybe he eats something fast or he eats something not too good. And for your often sickness is not fever or illness. Learn the two definitions. Sickness literally means vomiting. Is somebody following? Vomiting. He gets stirred up and he vomits. Now, what does alcohol do for him? The alcohol's antiseptic property helps to mellow down the germs when it takes a little. Now, I told you I took just something like half a can. And she was asking me, I said, I'm a bit better. What did I do? Because of the effect of what we ate yesterday, because everybody was eating, we were in a group. I don't need to mention the group, but they are professionals too. In fact, two of them were here, they're professionals. And we were eating at the picnic that we went for and all that. They didn't serve alcohol. What they served were drinks. I mean, soft drinks. But when I got home, I remember I had that small alcohol. That was tired and I was trying to avoid, I don't need to take it. But this morning, when we were preparing for church, I just said, I'm going to take this small one. And I didn't eat really. But I knew that there was still some indigestion. I told her, I said, I can still perceive the soup of yesterday. But as a doctor, the knowledge I had, I knew it was stale. I took that thing, it never hold me again, I never felt like vomiting, I never stood. Okay? So I'm trying to say, just like also we have a product, I'm not here for advert, we also have a factory that manufactures sanitizer, soaps and things like that. And we have our Aero product, which is 80% alcohol. The only 80% alcohol disinfectant or sanitizer you see in this country is produced by Eloquence. And why did I put 80%? I have the knowledge that 80% will decimate all kinds of viruses, Ebola, HIV and all that. If it is only 65%, we use a sanitizer that is 65%, don't think it will decimate Lassa fever, Ebola and all that. It needs to get to 70, 75, and 80 is at the peak. Whatever it is, the virus. And so that same property is why Jesus said about the Good Samaritan. He said when a priest passed by, some other strangers passed by the man. But the Samaritan came and saw that man. What did he pour on his wound? Wine, white wine. He didn't say juice. Wine is not wine except it has what? And advancement at that time had not reached that they will have a methylated spirits or any of these alcohols. He poured wine because of the antiseptic property of the wine. It has alcohol. Wine wants to decimate germs in the womb and help its healing. If you have a cut on your skin right now and you want to just nurse it, wash it, it will take longer time to heal. But if you use spirit, yes, to pain you, but to heal faster. Brothers and sisters, I'm not trying to encourage drinking. It's foolishness to encourage drinking. I'm just trying to say, but for the addictive property of alcohol, researches abound of its antiseptic property, the anticoagulant property, where some have said it protects the heart, and truly research and literature abound. If you are in our own sector, you will be reading and see those things. But the problem, like I said, from inducing the liver at a very little level of it, just taking more than one cup and getting addicted, it kills the liver. So alcohol, the Lord is not making a mistake. If it was, let's say, marijuana, they wouldn't even dare come and tell him to. There are some flavonoids in the red wine. There are some phytonutrients in some of the wines that are useful. And also for the fact that, it can sedate. She's right. GABA. GABA is gamma amino butyric acid, the pathway of GABA, which is where you should be excited and all that. Alcohol impedes it. So sometimes just taking a small one, you sleep very well. But the truth is this, I've not come to the point in my research work where I can come too much to say now as an authority that it is good, take and tell you the measure. I'm still, maybe if God gives me the accuracy and all the exactness, I'll say this is the how many milligram per DL, maybe half cup. I'm thinking it will be somewhere around 20 or 25 CL really. That if you take maybe once in a day or 2 days, that could still be good. So I tell you, I'm not here to advocate alcohol. I want him to hear this so that he will go and work on it. But you see, all the other drugs, forget about it. I have also learned about them. They actually begin to kill. Okay? So quickly, I've taken more time there, so I'll be very fast with. I say your life, your health in your hands through lifestyle medicine. Interestingly, what is health? The general definition of health from 1948, when the WHO assembly was first promulgated. They talked about health as a state of general well-being, especially physical, mental, and social well-being. But over the years, it has come to be about 6, not just physical, mental, and social well-being. We also have the environmental well-being. You know, we have spiritual well-being. In fact, that's where some of us, it's also a subspecialty I have. I think it was in November, I attended the 7th International Lifestyle Medicine Conference. I was privileged to be a speaker, and after I spoke about spirituality in medicine, an evolving phenomenon, and the impact it has in lifestyle medicine, they had no choice. They had to give me, they gave me an award, a Distinguished Speaker Award. And some of the things we collaborate, even in American College of Lifestyle Medicine, they're also bringing out spirituality now as a pillar, either a pillar or the major foundation in lifestyle medicine, because of how it affects behavior. Spirituality does affect behavior. So there is physical, mental, social, emotional, spiritual, and environmental health. And we could go to town with each of them, but no, because of time. So I just have to, go on to lifestyle medicine in total, and how with lifestyle medicine your health can be in your hands. What is lifestyle medicine? Just like the name goes, lifestyle. Lifestyle medicine is the use of researched, evidence-based modalities, including whole food, plant-based meals, avoidance of risky substances, like he said. By the way, alcohol is still part of it. It hasn't been removed among the risky substances, please. Not because I gave you intellectual work, too. So avoidance of risky substances like alcohol, tobacco, marijuana, cocaine, methamphetamine, what people call ulomidi, and so on and so forth, Avoidance of risky substances, good social connection. But these days it's no longer only social connection. We call it connectedness, because some of us that have advocated spirituality have made it that we now have horizontal connectedness, meaning your connection with friends and family, good connection, and vertical connectedness, which is your spiritual connection, the connection with something bigger than you. Because some people, they may not think Christianity is the best. We say it's the best. We believe in the living Christ, but we are not going to say we don't care about those that believe. Whatever they believe, spirituality has been known to be an anchor for somebody's belief system, belief in the transcendent, something greater than them. And so that's it. And also, because there are 6 pillars, use of these things, the 6 pillars: diet, whole food, plant-based diet, good relationships or connectedness, exercise or physical activity, as it were, and then emotional control or stress management, as well as good sleep. So I just mentioned the 6 pillars. And what is it used to do? It is used to prevent, manage, or outrightly reverse chronic diseases. And without mincing words, these major chronic diseases, they are diabetes, hypertension, dyslipidemias, or what some call hypercholesterolemia, lipid problem, anxiety and depression, osteoporosis. So chronic diseases, even dementia. Lifestyle medicine has been proven over and over again, especially in the last few decades, to be a tool to reverse these things, not only manage them, but prevent and reverse these diseases. And yours sincerely, as I stand here, is also one of those that have evidence, living patients that have been able to not only wean off their medication, but also reverse them, particularly diabetics. So I speak with authority that will reverse, will not only treat or even prevent for those that are prone to it. When you have diabetes has a familial tendency. When somebody has a mother or father that is diabetic, he or she is 50% predisposed to precipitating diabetes sooner or later in his life. Lots of maturity onset diabetes are from those whose mother or father were diabetic, even if they didn't eat too much sugar. So it's not by eating sugar. There's a deficiency in insulin. This is not a scientific meeting, so I want to speak at the level that everybody would understand. So it's a predisposition, and when we have such patients, we prevent it by telling them lifestyle medicine prescription. So when you say lifestyle medicine, it is non-drug, you see, and that's why some of the drug industry people don't like us too much. But we're not saying they are doing wrong. They are not doing wrong. Having a pill for your headache is good. Having a medicine to change this or that in the system and help ailing people is excellent. But medicine is not food, it's chemical. And these are drugs that also have excipients that could affect bodies. They have adverse reactions, they have side effects. When medicine enters the body and is stop doing what it's supposed to do, it start doing other things. So the best is to stay healthy. Lifestyle medicine means that you stay healthy. So let's go through the 6 pillars as I begin to round off. I'm aware that time is fast spent already. Alright? I want to give you the acronym. If you didn't learn anything today, learn this acronym. The acronym for lifestyle medicine is DREAMS. DREAMS. DREAMS for the 6 pillars of lifestyle medicine. The D is diet. And diet is very key in lifestyle medicine. You are what you eat. Lots of diseases people get into or burdened with today is because of what they eat and how they eat. In fact, the 4 most important life good health behaviors, or even, well, we say 4 really, is good diet. And what is good diet? You need to see a dietitian. I can't use even 2 hours to tell you all that, but just know there is good and healthy diet. There's also physical activity, because sedentation or sedentary life has predisposed to many disorders, hypertension, diabetes, and the likes. Then good sleep, all right, and the 4th one, good diet, good sleep, physical activity, and good emotions. Good emotions. Now, why emotion? Because the way you think affects your whole body. When you think stress, when you think hate, when you think the negative thoughts, you'll be releasing catecholamines, stress hormones, the stressors. When you don't feel good, when you're preoccupied with the wrong thoughts, with anger and things like that, with the negative emotions, you'll be exuding the wrong hormones, the stressors, that thing that comes out when snake comes out here like adrenaline, and it keeps the heart pumping. It keeps instead of modulating your blood vessels, it makes them tense, so BP is difficult to control and things like that. We could go to town, but because of time. Then 5 fruits and vegetables. I should have mentioned that really. 5 fruits and vegetables. So healthy diet, but don't forget 5 fruits and vegetables in combination. How many of you have taken today up to 5 fruits and vegetables? I've not met up yet. Most times Sundays I don't eat in time. In fact, I may shock you that though it's not a good behavior, I've only snacked because I had to come here from church. Maybe by now I would have had my lunch because we are not really fasting today. You see, but ordinarily, whether it's orange or any other fruits, make sure so D is diet. R is relationships. Relationship is where I talked about the horizontal connection, friends and family, the good ones. Have them as social support, social connection. When you have teams like where we went yesterday, these are social connections, good friends, people that you can always meet, people you can always talk to if there's a problem. People that don't have who they talk to, they suffer depression, they suffer a lot, they feel hemmed in when they are anxious about any situation, and that is detrimental to their well-being. So that is for relation. And of course I talked about the vertical connection. Spirituality in medicine is real. There is an entity called spiritual distress, and one of the first people to write to the National Postgraduate Medical College a proposal on spiritual distress assessment. There is something called SDAT. In 2014, I tried to introduce it in Nigeria to our National Postgraduate Medical College. Spiritual distress assessment tool. Why? Because we found out, and thank God, maybe because also I thank God that I'm a pastor and I'm interested in spirituality so much, even as a physician. But not only with me, researchers in Lausanne, researchers in USA, Switzerland, there are places where it's been found that spiritual distress hastens death. And spiritual distress worsens depression. Depression has mild, moderate, and severe. Severe is that which we call the MDD, major depressive disorder, fraught with suicide ideations, and many kill themselves when they enter stage 3 depression. What happens if somebody is in stage 2 and he is spiritually distressed? He could enter into stage 3. What is spiritual distress? When somebody that was ab initio spiritual, and things begin to happen. Why is this happening to me? Does it mean God has left me? How can I be sick like this? How can my husband die? How can my wife? Or how can my son? How can I have cancer? When they are spiritually distressed, they could go down, and it can cause hastened death. So that is why in hospitals we have chaplaincy. In a hospital we have a chaplaincy. Some of the hospitals, when I did my trainings those days, we had chaplaincy. The importance of having a chaplain in the hospital cannot be emphasized, because the chaplain has to go around, do his own word round, find out from the patient, try and give them hope. There's something called spiritual needs. Spiritual distress happens as a result of unmet spiritual needs. Patients also have spiritual needs. So this is a very important part of lifestyle medicine, relationships. And so in spiritual connection, your vertical relationship, if it is bad, in fact, worse is atheism. Somebody say he's an atheist. It's a big lie. He still knows that there's something bigger than him. The God that created has put it in man to somehow know that he's there. Even the Bible says, thou art inexcusable, oh man. I'm not ashamed of Christ to preach anytime I talk. So I tell you, every man, even the atheist, knows there's something bigger than him. And he's the fastest to be distressed spiritually, because when something happens, because he believed in nothing, he has nothing to hold on to. Whereas the one that had something to hold on to, if that anchor is being thwarted, he also is distressed. But their own is what? Because there's really nothing to hold on to. They die quickly. You see some of them amputated. The one that was there to live again. They are trying to encourage them about God. They never knew this. They die first. But the one that needed encouragement, which is spiritual needs to be met, they say, oh brother, even though you are diabetic, they cut this leg, never mind, you still need, what is it that God cannot do? High school process? This will not affect your life from now on. You can still achieve things in life. Never mind, life doesn't end it. And so on and so forth. You see, so that is for our relationship. Remember I said dreams. Will be faster now. DRE for dreams. I'm talking of the 6 pillars of lifestyle medicine, which is your health in your hands. The E is exercise. Remember I told you that 4 very important good health behaviors. Exercise. Physical activity. You must exercise. Not from there. Let me just tell you one special rule. People will pay for this, I tell you, but I can give it freely. Alright? The rule 35/7. Though you need a lifestyle medicine coach to keep to it, especially if there's a condition we want to reverse or treat. Rule 35/7 means 30 minutes of moderately vigorous, not vigorous, but moderately vigorous exercise every day for at least 5 days of the week will ensure that you won't catch diabetes or hypertension. As simple as that. You'll be shocked. I'm telling you, researched phenomenon around the world among the lifestyle medicine enthusiasts and specialists. Yeah, you have I thought there would be questions in this, but very good lady. I was actually going to come there. You see, because several people think that you must go to the gym. Look at my chest. I go to the gym at times. My wife knows. If I have been saying that my money is languishing, where I paid very sumptuously, and I've gone like 4 or 5 times. I practice medicine in a busy place. I have online patients. I practice even online. I mean, this seek after me sometimes. I was not always like this, but developing myself over the years. So sometimes I'm looking for time to even go to the gym. But guess what? We live in an estate that is secure. If you live in an estate that is secure, you don't need to go to gym. Why did I say that is secure? You can freely walk around. In the estate we live in, even by 10 p.m., people are doing what? Strolling around. So what you do brisk walking. If you can do a brisk walking for 30 minutes, sometimes we do 1 hour or 2, not so. But start from somewhere. If we do brisk walking for 30 minutes for at least 5 days of the 7 days a week, if you can go 7 days, beautiful. I tell you, it's not that easy if you are busy. You can't hit it in the morning, hit it in the evening. And that's why I say if you live at a secure estate, you walk for 30 minutes every day. 30 minutes for at least 5 days of the week. Even if you have diabetes. I saw someone in church today that is enrolled on my Doctor Day online. I mean, it's once a week. that I see my clients that I enrolled in that. It's something else that I don't want to do as an advertising, but you can meet me if you want to know, give it to somebody that will benefit. And this same man now, while he's winning up his drugs, diabetes, he told me today how somebody had told him, I think you were the one telling him, that they can look so true now. He said somebody that was telling him this is secret that is it or that? Because some people think the evidence of good living is being like this. They didn't know because of confidentiality, of course. I'm not going to be the one telling them. They didn't know that as my patient, he was suffering from some bad things. Worse is even diabetes and on several drugs. I told him, we're going to use diet, we're going to use lifestyle medicine. We're going to cut off the drugs and gradually we are winning him off the drugs. And look at his size. He feels so hearty and better. A big business guy, but he feels happier. I mean, he's eager by the time we have to meet 15 minutes every week online to tell me because there's a package that goes with that thing and they have to work on their BP, their sugar and all those things, but including exercise. And he tells me how he keeps to his exercise. He does this in the morning, you see, because he owns his business. But if you're a worker that must resume by 8 or by 7:30, maybe you won't have the time. But evening time is there. Walk around again, don't forget, walk of life or walk for life is for real. God made man to walk. Are you following me? You shouldn't sit one place, walk throughout the day and then feel good, enter AC, drive. You are not walking, you are not having physical activity. There's no evidence of being a big man that you don't move around. If you have to make people doing things for you, sometimes do for yourself. Cut the grass, mow the flower, walk around, sweat. So have moderately vigorous. It's not strolling. If you are strolling, you can sing. Oh Lord, you're worthy. But if I'm walking fast, don't mind me. Sometimes, you see, it's a passion. I notice you spoke with passion. You speak with passion for things that are the tip of your fingers as real, palpable, realistic, and evidence-based. It's evidence-based. It's not a yahoo thing. It's real. So you walk fast, but you are able to talk, not sing. So you talk on phone, and you're walking, and someone say, it's like I'm going somewhere. You say, yes, I'm having my morning walk, but you can talk, but you can't sing. If you can sing, it's not vigorous enough. If it's a brisk walk, by the 10th minute, you are sweating. So you walk briskly. There are other great areas, which is for a heart disease patient, requires to start gradually and so on. But that's specialist area, which if for such patient, we know what to tell the patient, but they don't stop. Even pregnant women, it's the same rule. And it has benefits for the baby and so on and so forth. All right? So we have 3 more. A, avoidance. He has talked about it. I don't need to go there. Avoidance of risky substances is A in the drinks. The people that we enroll for tobacco smoking cessation. Now there's a group that from South Africa, they got in touch with me to join them. And what is supposed to be happening there is from everywhere where they have, because some of you know some countries like South Africa, too much of drug addiction. So they want people to volunteer. I don't take money for some of those kind of things. I volunteer. So if they find any young one or anybody in addiction, they choose any of these doctors or specialists. They will tell you, I put my qualification. They tell you, send your this, send your this volunteer work. You see why some people pay sometimes have a way you give back. And so risky substances, there are some, like he said, when he said that thing, I knew it's true, because there are some people like that, young people, teenagers, and their life is warped because of drugs. So they are using marijuana. In fact, even here in Lagos, there are some people, there's one that came all the way from, trying to remember that school guy, trying to remember. The parents brought him all the way from their country to Nigeria. I'm not joking. He has done badly in school. He showed me his gunshot. The story he didn't tell the parents, he talked to me. There's something also we've learned called motivational interviewing and how to make people speak and and assurance of confidentiality and all that. He told me even how he was shot. He said his parents doesn't know that he even got shot. He almost died. That the injury, he lied about that injury on his leg. He was gunshot. Police and all those stuff. So alcohol can increase, sorry, not just alcohol, I mean those stimulants, we call them psychoactive substances. They can increase criminal tendency. They make the person daring, they lose insight and accurate judgment, and they do all sorts of nonsense. But some of us are spiritual and know that things don't just happen, they justly happen. There are devils with it. That guy is calmer now. One of the reasons is because apart from psychotherapy, which I'm trained to do, and CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, we help people change behavior and see reason by talk and making them reason. Apart from that, when you pray for people and when you cast out devils, it works. Yes. And I know that's my superior advantage. If you are with me, say, oh yeah. So that's for A. There are two more, and these two more, don't waste time. So M is management of your stress. You've got to manage your stress. There is no how you can avoid stress. We said avoid risky substances is possible. But let me tell you something. Stress is with every life. Even a baby, when he comes out, he cries because of stress. Because a baby starts walking right from the womb. What walk? He has to swim out, except the one that is by CS. But for natural delivery, the baby has to go through what we call the mechanism of labor. And the baby has to swim out. And when he comes out, he has to cry and gasp for air. So much to say about that, but leave there. But that tells you stress. For instance, when you wake up in the morning, you know you have to go to school for the student. You know you have to go to work. You know, even if it is a cool morning with breeze, you look at the time. You say, oh no, there's not. You know, in your normal sense, you can't believe. I have to wake and bath. You have to move yourself back. You have to enter the car and drive, or go to the bus stop and hop into a bus. That is normal stress, called eustress. EUSTRESS. But there is the abnormal stress, which you say we don't want, and that is distress. I tell you, spiritual distress, but there's distress in life when somebody is distressed. And distress, when it goes to the extreme, the person goes to a breaking point. When you have a rubber and you draw it, you are stressing the rubber, not so. You stress it to come back. But when you distress the rubber, it gets to a point that it goes. This lady is a good physics lady. It goes beyond the elastic limit, and what happens? It cuts. That's distress. And it will stress itself and stress the surrounding. How does it stress the surrounding? It will snap and also hit yourself. People that get distressed don't only harm themselves, they also harm the people around them. Either the family will get the brunt of it, or the place that they work. When your boss takes you to stress, find out the limit. Do not hesitate to speak. It's good to communicate. Say, sir, I can do to this limit actually. I will improve later. Do not be ashamed to say, I can't go beyond this. Train yourself to manage stress. Don't take on this because you have people shouting in the arena, oh, he's good, she's good. No. I get to a point I say, I've seen so many patients. I have to go and eat. One thing I don't like to do is carry the lunch box that my beautiful wife put for me in the car and carry it back home. Because I'm trying to help people. Because the spirit no, I won't sit down. Sometimes you want to say, I really want to help, but boy, I need to help myself also. Otherwise, there's distress. You break down. You can't come to work, and there's distress. All right. So that's for stress management. Then finally, sleep. You've got to sleep. The minimum you should sleep for adults, most people in this room fall into that bracket, is 7 to 8 hours. Actually, 7 to 9 hours. The School of Thought is trying to bring it to 6 to 8. I'm almost joining that group because I have a challenge there. It's as though to get 6 hours of sleep every 24 hours is tough. I'm not saying I've arrived because I'm a lifestyle medicine specialist. I'm working on some things. And sleep is one of them, but I know the benefits. So sleep 6 to 8 hours. Alright? And then, sleep 7 to 9 hours is a standard. Alright? But if you sleep up to 11 hours, it's a sign of depression. And you must sleep. A lot also to say. If you're a shift worker, there are things to be done. When you're having shift work, you are disrupting the circadian rhythm of sleep. There's something you are supposed to do. Look for a lifestyle physician or a sleep medicine physician to teach you what to do during the time of the shift. Alright? Then if you're a traveler, the same thing. There are certain things we do to help you come back to the circadian rhythm. The reason is because not only children need sleep, adults need sleep. Children need it to grow, but adults need it for reparation of tissues. There's something called restorative sleep. So by the time you are sleeping and you're not sleeping enough, there are things in your system, tissues will be repaired, and so on and so forth. So basal metabolic rate must come low, like it comes low during sleep, for certain tissues to be repaired. Bad sleep is akin to cancer. Bad sleep causes breast cancer, prostate cancer, some things like that. Okay? And finally, mind how you eat. That's the last one I'll end with. I'm coming back to it. There's something called Niger plate. If there was time, I'll tell you about it. All right, and stop eating too much processed food. Cancer comes from suya. It's something new. Even WHO has since last year put suya as a type 1 carcinogen, can cause cancer the way tar in cigarettes can, and some other things. Fruits and vegetables will prevent breast cancer for you. So avoid processed meat and so on and so forth. I'd like to stop here, and I thank you so much for the opportunity. All right, there's so much to say. What I can do in 10 days, I try to give you in this little time. So I hope you got something. Thank you so much, and I will hand over to the mic just like you did. This time, oh, your wife did to you, but now I'm giving to my precious wife. She's loaded. I hope she will try and talk less than I do.
Wow, wow, wow. Thank you so much. Thank you. I know that we learned a few things from what he said. And I am so grateful to God for the kind invitation extended to my husband and I by Mr. Victor Diali. And we came here and we've been so richly blessed. All the speakers, have been so awesome. And my young lady, I was really, really so inspired. Thank you so much. So we will sleep more. We will sleep more. Lifestyle medicine, it's beautiful, and we're getting better. Niger plates, all that stuff, fruits and vegetables, amazing. My name is Loretta Patrick Mwachi, and I'll be speaking this evening on reinventing a new Nigeria through the educational system. How many of us know that a new Nigeria is possible? It is possible. A new Nigeria is possible. We will not give up on Nigeria. It is not a mistake that you were born on this side of the world. It is not a mistake. We will not give up. We know a new Nigeria is possible. I'll begin my presentation with a little story. I'm also a storyteller. So my background is economics and statistics. I used to be a banker, and I think I did banking for about 12 years, and I moved into university administration research, a federal university. I retired a few years ago as a principal assistant registrar. So I worked in my last formal unit was a department or a school called postgraduate school, and before people graduate I would see to their results, PhDs, masters and postgraduate diploma. So my desk was very sensitive. I worked with the Senate Committee on Results. Now my story, right? 2020, COVID year. And we know all that happened. There was no movement. I won't go into the science of it and all the stories. I'll go into how it affected me as a parent. Children couldn't go to school, and for some parents, for me, it was a good time of discovery. It wasn't a period to just wake up and get the children ready for school and you are running to work and then you pick them. No, this one is you wake up and you stay with them. If you're doing morning devotion, if you used to do morning devotion 30 minutes in your house, now you can do for 3 hours. 3 hours. And for me, it was a beautiful time. I began to discover that my children were talented. I'm sure a lot of parents discovered some beautiful things about their children, because time stood still. We're not going anywhere. They said don't go outside. If you go outside, they arrest you. So fast forward, movement came back, thankfully, sometime around June, July or so of 2020, from March. And National Common Entrance exam that should have held in the earlier part of the year like 2019, 2018, was moved to December. And so I had to take my daughter, I think she was about 9 years old at that time, to write the National Common Entrance exam. Got there, saw a lot of parents, and I made sure I handed her over properly to the school guardian. Her name was called to enter the hall, and I left. It was a Saturday. So after the exam, later in the day, maybe like 3:30 p.m., I got a call. The exam was over. I should come get my daughter. And I came, to pick her. As soon as she entered the car, the first thing she said, "Mommy, you will not believe what happened today." I said, "What happened?" She said, "There was exam malpractice in the hall." I said, "Exam malpractice for common entrance exam, primary 5, primary 6 exam. How can there be exam malpractice?" And she said there was exam malpractice. This was a child in a school where I think when she was about 7 years old, she had to do a rendition about the dangers of examination malpractice and how it was detrimental to children. And she got a standing ovation for her performance. She talked about the different names they call exam malpractice and how sometimes it's aided by parents, sometimes by teachers, but her school, she never really experienced it. So going for an exam, an external exam, where different children from all over, mind you, that was COVID year, there was not much teaching. Okay, schools had been shut down. It was only schools that went the extra mile that really touched children. But some other children were just playing away, and then the exams were already there. They must write it. So it was a challenge. Parents that didn't go the extra mile, schools that didn't go the extra mile, their children and wards had that challenge of not being ready. So what happened, according to my daughter, was they were called into the hall. Exams started in earnest, and some parents, got the attention of the hall supervisor. By the edge of the window, they all gathered there and they had discussions with him, and whatever they agreed on, the next thing the man started calling number 1A, number 2B, and as if that was not enough. I mean, for the children that would comply, because my daughter did not, she was sitting in front, this man came and harassed her. He said he noticed that a child sitting in front of her, was not really responding. When he calls number 1A, her head does not go down to write. She's calculating. So he noticed it, came close to her, hit her on her hand, shouted at her and said, "I'm calling out the answers, you're not writing. Do you want to fail?" And my daughter says to him, "I'm not going to fail. What you're doing is wrong. It's called examination malpractice. And if you hit me again, I'll report you to my daddy, my mommy, and my head teacher, and they will come after you." And the man, of course, was shocked, taken aback, an elderly man, and he left her alone. Fast forward. The result of that place was announced. I followed up, and there was mass failure, meaning the answers he was even calling was wrong. So, but for me as a parent, I said I used to be a banker, and I knew what I saw in that particular state where we're working and where I was working, how we categorize schools. There were schools that when their students coming for school fees payments, we say these ones are smart. There were some other schools when they come in, we say these ones, hell, they can't even spell their name correctly. So it was already something painful to me as a banker. Then I went into university administration. And of course, you talk about exam malpractice in secondary school and then university. That's where, they say the babas, that's where they are. They know how to do it. But it was disheartening for me as a parent to know that for primary school, there was exam malpractice, National Common Entrance exam. I lost sleep. I could no longer sleep. What can I do about it? I've never been a teacher. My dad was a lecturer, but I love teaching. I love working with children, but I've never really taught. So I had to work with their school head, and some other people. Yes, she passed. My daughter passed. Merit list for the federal government college. Her name was there. Merit list. She did well. But what touched me was there were children there. There were children there. There were children there that were taught, but they followed the bandwagon effect. Everybody was doing it, so they joined. How do I know? Fast forward, because of time I have to be very fast now. We started running competitions. We have an NGO, Macaros Initiative for Health and Humanitarian Development. We've done things on health, free health and all. Time would fail me to say all we do. I wear a lot of hats. But we organize school competitions. These days, for children to write exams, competitions, enter for competitions, you pay. I don't know which parent has experienced it. It's no longer free. I've paid. We pay. They will tell you it's 30,000 naira or else your child will not join. But my child came first. When we were in school, children that came first, second and third, you represent your school for competition. But this day and age, nobody is sponsoring anymore. Companies are no longer doing CSR. They're not interested. Why? Because they want to sponsor some other things. Do you understand? But the real value is being eroded. These are our children. This is the future. What are we trying to say? What we did, and I will say it very quickly, was with our NGO, of course, if the companies will not support you, you support yourself. Started with personal funds, friends, family, and we're able to run competitions in the particular state free of charge. All the schools that came, they did not pay. Rather, we gave them awesome gifts, and God sent us people. God sent us helpers. There were people that, they heard what we were doing, and they came, they brought their resources. Books, free books. We got books, so we could donate books to the children, so that children can read. If you have not noticed, a lot of children don't read again. A lot of children do. Parents, what are we doing? What we started doing was because we were parents, not because we were teachers. We started doing quite a lot to encourage children to read. So we ran these competitions, and it was amazing. It was debate. Because for me, if you want to do malpractice, you can do malpractice, but you cannot do malpractice with debates. This is public speaking. If you don't have it in your head, you cannot say it. And for you to have it in your head, you will study. You will do some work. So that's why we sat on debate, okay? And we worked on it, and we ensured that the children, public speaking, and it was so exciting. We went to on the news, on the radio. One of the things that touched me, someone called in and said to me, "What are you saying? School na scam." Oh my goodness, my head spinned. School is not scam. I was not scammed. I graduated as the best graduating student, my set in secondary school, and also the best behaved. And like I said, my father was a lecturer, so I had good standard, good upbringing. But I realized this society now, maybe because things are tough, a lot of parents are looking for money. They are not checking what's happening in the school. They are not checking. Sometimes they pay the right school fees, but the school is not doing their job. Time will fail me to tell you what I found out about exam malpractice. Oh, it's multifaceted. It's not just about the parents. It's also about the schools. Some of these schools, people are paying high school fees, and they go and warn the teachers, no child must fail in your class. What does that mean? That a child failed an exam does not mean the child is a failure. How many of us know that? It only means do it again. Because when you help a child to pass, cheat, funny enough, cheat and teach, the same words, just transpose them. The same letters. When a child is taught to cheat, you are killing the critical reasoning part of that child. You're telling the child you can never amount to anything. Just like he gave a definition of whiskey. I've never heard it before. But with exam malpractice, you're telling the child you will never be anything good. He just stepped out now. Research proven, medical research, because the problem solving skills of that child is being killed. The critical reasoning path is being killed. So fast forward, I had to write the story, relatable story. I'm also a children's author, so I write books. But KICAS examination is my first published work. I have quite a number of them that will be released this year. And then last year we organized International Day of the African Child, an event that brought together over 1,200 children in Lagos. We used Ikeja, and we worked with the Ministry of Education, children from public schools, private schools, and the book KICAS examination has been given out for free. We've done 5 states already. This year we did less than 2,000 copies last year, because it's a relatable story. We went around schools talking to we had sessions, review sessions with children. That's how come I know that what we're doing, it's actually honorable, noble. Why? One child. I asked a question. I said, what would you have done if you were in Kika's shoes? And the child introduced herself. She was 8 years old as at that time. And she said to me, she said, if I was in Kika's shoes, I would have joined in the examination malpractice. And I said, why? You look like a smart kid. She said, because everybody's doing it. She said, but now that I've heard this story, I will never be part of it. So for me, that was my pass mark for that one child, and for every other child that we will teach that examination malpractice is wrong. What is examination malpractice? It is corruption in our schools. So the topic, reinventing a new Nigeria through the educational system. Through elementary education, we have to catch them young. We have to begin from our primary schools, our nursery schools, letting them know they are smart. Do you know children are very smart? My father used to tell me, he was a lecturer. My father was a very interesting person. If you told him a child didn't do well, he would tell you, he said, every child is smart. He said, that teacher must be dull. He said, because there must be a way you would teach that child that he will understand it. I remember when a teacher told me that maths was hard, that my daughter could not understand maths. Maths is not hard. I know my grade in mathematics from WAEC, and hey, my daughter cannot be far from me. I am her mother. My husband is smart. He must be the teacher. And truly, another teacher and my daughter was scaling mathematics. So what is the call? Parents, you have a role to play. Don't just take any grade. Don't be satisfied with your son or your daughter is excelling. Do an independent assessment. Find out from your children what actually happens in your school. Ask the relevant questions. Be intentional. Be intentional. Don't give up the training of your children to the schools. Don't hand over the children. Yes, you have paid your school fees, but don't think that is all you are needed to do. Interact with your children. Ask questions. Because my friend asked a question, asked the child a question, he found out a school, an expensive school that he pays in 7 figures for. 7 figures in Maitama in Abuja. He found out that the teacher was cheating so that children will have all A's in class exam, so that the parents will see excellent results and not withdraw their children. Why? Because the proprietress or the owner of the school threatened them that if any child withdraws from that school, the teacher will be fired. Can you see the ripple effect? The ripple effect and the effect on the child. His child came back to tell him, Daddy, you need to talk to my teacher because she's cheating in class exam with other children. She was feeling bad because she studied and discovered that she studied, but imagine she's not dusting like she should. A child worked hard, But children that did not work hard, she got A, they got A. What's the difference? You got A, I got A. So she spoke to her father. There's so much we can do as a society. What my husband and I do with our NGO, Macaro's Initiative for Health and Humanitarian Development, apart from other health things that we do, education is my passion. I'm very, very, very passionate about moral resilience and academic excellence for children. And I believe that everyone in this place, you have a role to play. You know, a child going to school, ask questions. Ask about how they are being taught. If you paid school fees, and everybody is paying, because if you're not paying school fees, they will drive your child from school. If you paid school fees, find out what is the curriculum. Are they following the curriculum? Are they teaching your child as they should? Because if they are not teaching your child, if they don't have maths teacher for 2 weeks, they don't have English teacher for 3 weeks, when your child hits an external exam, how is he going to pass? That's when they want to make up. Why? Because they want the school to have an excellent result. But we can actually reinvent this new Nigeria through the educational system. It is possible. We will start from our elementary education, teaching children. Let the child know you can do it by yourself. You can read to pass. You can read, and it's okay if you don't get it now. If you try again, you will get it. If you have to do support from the home, get teachers, get a lesson teacher, let them watch good educational videos and all that. Do that. But never support a school that does exam malpractice. In fact, report them. Report them because they are killing your child. Report them because they are trying to make your child useless. Because a child that will not write exam by himself can never be creative, can never be innovative. This is medically proven. So you have to take your stand as a parent. And if you're a teacher and you're working in a school where they force you to cheat because they don't want to lose students, you are a princess in the wrong palace. Leave that school. Leave that school. And if possible, report. Because Nigeria belongs to all of us. We can't be talking about our elections and all that for a generation that didn't really do a lot of malpractice. What we will say, if these children grow up like this, we will have a nation. Praise God. We will have a nation. I wanted to say we won't have a nation, but we'll have a nation. Why? Because we are going to be intentional. So for us, the International Day of the African Child will come up June 18th. This is also extending an early invitation. I'm taking a cue from our dear sir that spoke earlier. We have to be intentional about nation building. We have to be intentional about what children learn. We have to be intentional about being parents, about being teachers, about being school heads. Because really, this nation deserves to be better. Thank you very much. So, thank you very much. I would like to hand over now to the next speaker.
Thank you so much. Wow. Beautiful, very beautiful, ma. And I loved how she spoke with passion. And just like the speakers before us, they've been speaking with passion, they've been speaking with much love, and you can see all what these people are all about. So I'm not really going to take any time here. I'm just going to be very, very fast in what I have to say. Okay, my name is Abraham Samuel, and I'm the co-founder of WFB community. And in my community, because she was saying, and others, we discuss things like this, we have to be very intentional about how we build our country, because I believe that Nigeria can be great. In fact, one of my mottos, or take the cue from Donald Trump, MAGA, which is make America great again. The same thing with Africa is make Africa great again. MAGA. So things like this we discuss in our community. Is a community of we speak about wealth creation. We talk about education too. So I'm the co-founder of that community. I'm also the director of the Victor and Louis Abraham Foundation. Speaking on drugs, I'll be talking on those things too. And then finally, I am a visionary. Visionary in the sense that I am the visionary behind Goshen City. And in Goshen City, there are things like this are what we want to speak out. We want to talk on. Especially, I believe in education, like proper. I believe in education proper, and there's what we call in Goshen City. There's what we call University of Goshen. In our country, we just have average. Should I say the schools are? There's no school for exceptional kids. We don't have school for exceptional kids. We just have Unilag, everybody. But in other countries, you have MIT, you have Cambridge, you have all that. University of Goshen is for exceptional kids, very, very talented kids. So we want to bring all that. Okay, so I realized that none of the speakers, none of the speakers that have spoken before, none of them use pidgin English. I'm wondering why nobody. I think maybe it's because it's a school of eloquence, so I might be infusing some pidgin in some things I say. I just want you to know that's I am. That's my father over there, Victor Abraham. My junior sister spoke, and my mom is over there. So you can see that we have a family of speakers. So before you today, what I want to bring to you is what I call recognizing times and seasons. Recognizing times and seasons, and I will also be relating it to cryptocurrency. I don't think anybody has spoken about cryptocurrency here, but I'm going to be educating you today about cryptocurrency. So, but just follow me on this journey. Let's just go on this journey. It's not going to be a long one. Just see how we're going to go. So, recognizing times and seasons. This is the wisdom to discern moments and act accordingly. The wisdom to discern moments and act accordingly. This period right now is whatever we are doing right now is a season, and it's an opportunity. This Guinness World Book, something that we are trying to break the world record, is actually an opportunity. So 1 Corinthians 12:32a says, the children of Issachar understood times and seasons. Your ability to understand times and seasons is very important. Knowing when to act, knowing when to speak, knowing when to say certain things. Even the Bible says, under the earth there's a time for everything. A time to laugh, a time to smile, a time to sleep, a time to die, a time to born, a time to die. There are times for everything, and if you miss your time or you miss your opportunity, you might not even get it again. So before I go into crypto proper, let me just take you on the evolution of money, because we have to start from somewhere before we get to what was the latest thing we are on right now. So 5,000 years ago, 5,000 years of evolution. We all started, how man started now. We started by gathering. Gather fruits, gather this, hunting. That's how man started. Then before you know, man developed, and then we entered the trade by barter system. Trade by barter system, bring rice, take yam, and we saw that it was very inefficient. Then we moved to cowries, silver and gold, metallic money. So you have, I pay whatever I pay for a good or a service with precious silver. or with precious metals. And then from silver and gold we move to fiat, which is the paper money right now that all of us are, your naira, your dollar, and everything. And then who can guess the next thing we are going into? Who can tell us where the world is heading to? We are going to digital money. And the thing is, if you don't take advantage of this thing, the world is going to leave you behind. If you don't take advantage of crypto, you don't want to know crypto, you think it's a scam, the world is going to leave you behind. You'll be surprised how fast you're going to get left behind. So practically right now we are standing on and it's not only crypto, also AI. We are practically standing at an intersection of AI and crypto. We're standing at an intersection of AI and crypto. And I'll be okay. In each generation, there's always something that defines each generation. Each generation, that's from baby boomers down to generation alpha, there's always something that defines that generation. And I'll be highlighting some of those things that stands out in each generation. So baby boomers, those are your grandparents. That's the television age. That's when the television came out, black and white TV. Baby boomers, they grew up with the television age. And those who understood the times were probably movie stars, you know, and all that. Generation X, this is our parents' stage. Generation X, this is the PC stage, PC and internet age. These were the people that grew up with the internet or that started the internet. So PC meaning personal computers. This is where people started having personal computers and all. So Generation X, we call them digital immigrants. This because that's when we started. We left analog. We left analog, and then we started going into, I don't know if you guys have seen that telephone. There's a telephone that I don't know, we had it growing up round like this before. That's their stage. So this period also we had IBM, Windows. That's when all these guys came up. Then the next generation is the millennials, Generation Y. This is the social media stage and mobile age. So we had the likes of WhatsApp, Facebook. We grew up with social media. I registered for Facebook 2008. I was in secondary school then. I registered on Facebook 2008. Then Gen Z, this is the smartphone and the hyper connectivity age. The smartphone age, Gen Z people, that's from 1996 to 1997 to 2012. These are the smartphone age. And then Generation Alpha, which is the latest generation right now. This is AI and smart technology generation. Literally AI being infused in all aspects of our life. In fact, you'll be surprised to know that very soon you'll not be able to differentiate between what is real and what's not real. That's how AI is going to be. AI and crypto are two of the leading industries right now, and it's not that we are heading there, we are literally there. We are literally in AI, and we are literally in the crypto age. So if you do not take advantages of this, because AI, I can't deceive you, AI is going to replace your jobs. AI is going to replace all your jobs. These are the jobs that AI might not replace. Jobs that require skill, plumbing, tailoring, what else? Hairdressing, all those kind of, you get engineering and co. But teaching, mass communication, AI is going to replace everything. You can finally see even public speaking. No, not public speaking. Let's say on the channel like YouTube, we already have AI videos that are going around. AI will motivate you on success, wealth, and all those things. You can see that on YouTube. So if you don't want AI to replace your jobs, you have to learn how you are going to use AI with your. You have to learn how to infuse AI with your daily lives, or in your daily lives. So early adapters in this industry will be the next billionaires. Especially we have, I don't know if you guys heard of CZ. I don't know, it looks like as if people are not crypto conscious here. I don't know if you've heard of CZ Binance. He's a multi-billionaire. Vitalik of Ethereum is also another multi-billionaire. In fact, when I knew I started hearing about crypto, or the first coin we all know is Bitcoin, and I was home one day, SS2, yeah, I was home, and I saw Bitcoin on CNN, and I was wondering what these people were talking about. I just I was paying attention, but it did not really concern me. You get 2010. By 2013, it was a different story. Different story in the sense that I now actually thought that cryptocurrency was a scam, because that was what you hear Yahoo boys say, I dey collect BTC, I dey collect BTC, you get that kind of thing. So I literally thought it was a scam, and I did not venture into it until 2017. Until 2017, Luno, I don't know if you guys know the Luno app. Yeah, Luno app. So 2017, I decided to venture into crypto, and then I was doing it, learning little by little. By 2021, there was a particular coin known as Shiba Inu. I don't know if you've heard of Shiba Inu. And that coin made people multi-millionaires and billionaires. Which has little money. I heard of somebody who used 150 naira to make 50 million naira. You think it's a joke, or you think I'm lying? This is what crypto will do for you. There's no bank that will give you that kind of return, except it's cryptocurrency. But the catch, or the distance is to get in very early. You have to get in very early. You have to position yourself before the word comes, because by the time it's everywhere, it's already late. You don't cast. When something is everywhere, it has casted. So I'm here to give you here to just tell you about one cryptocurrency that's at least put money in my pockets. Yes, one particular cryptocurrency that's put money in my pocket, which is, the name of the cryptocurrency is WikiCat. I don't know, my sister, you can raise it up. WikiCat, just that's the name of the cryptocurrency. WikiCat. See, you can check this thing online, oh, as I'm speaking to you right now. You can check it online and make your own research, do things by yourself. So WikiCat is a tutorial token, or is a meme coin that was created on the BNB smart chain by Samapi. You know, and Samapi, what Samapi has come to do, he has come to change the narrative. You know, there's this narrative out there that Nigerians are scams or whatever. Yeah, that there's a narrative out there that we are scams, and then it's not a very good narrative. So, and unfortunately, it's also in the crypto industry, and I'm sure some of you, maybe you must have invested in the wrong cryptocurrencies, and somebody must have rug pulled you, meaning they removed liquidity, they stole your money, and so you now believe that, oh, cryptocurrency is a scam. And no tell me about cryptocurrency, no tell me about that thing. Now so then scam me. Now I'm here to tell you that this one is different. This one is different. We've been here for 4 years. We've been building for 4 years. This is 2022 and 2026. So we're building for 4 years, and Samapi has come to change the narrative with his leadership style, his integrity, and all. What's the mission of WikiCat? The mission of WikiCat is to educate the world on cryptocurrency. That's what I'm doing here today. I'm telling you about cryptocurrency. That's what WikiCat is about. Just to educate the world on cryptocurrency. And WikiCat launched in May 22nd, 2022. From the launch value, or the market cap value, was $500. $500. Follow me. And then I got into WikiCat at 40k market cap. 40k meaning $40,000 market cap. That's when I got into WikiCat. And in January 2023, I think January 23rd, 2023, it moved from that 40k market cap, it moved to 23 million market cap. I saw about 7 to 8 million naira in my portfolio just by investing and waiting. Last year, August 8, 2025, it moved from 23 million market cap to over 260 million market cap. You don't want to know how much was in my account or was in my portfolio. That's a return of over 649,000%. We call it 6,500x because we always use x. A return of 6,500. I beg, which even the stock market doesn't even give you that. The stock market doesn't give you that level of return. No bank will give you that. Bank, the highest, what's their interest? Is it even up to 1%? No, it's not up to 1%. So currently, right now, we are around 53 million market cap, and it's also, we are poised for growth. So you can check it out on X, if you're on X, or you can just Google it or ask ChatGPT, what is WikiCat? I've been waiting this boy to talk. What's this one saying? What does he say? Is it true? Ask ChatGPT what WikiCat is. Let it tell you. So I'm going to tell you about some key products that we have because we are building. That's it. We are building, because you have to build utilities around. You have to demand. You have to create value so that people demand for your coin. Why should you buy WikiCat? Why should I buy the WikiCat? So we create utilities, you create products around it so that you demand for these things. You demand for the coin, you demand for WikiCat. So like I was telling you, SMC DAO app is one of the apps. You can check Play Store right now. Just type SMC DAO app, check Play Store. It's actually a tutorial app. That's the tutorial aspect. WikiCat does means educational cat. Wiki as per education. You get cat, educational cat. So SMC DAO app is a tutorial app that teaches you education on cryptocurrency. And in that app, it's not only cryptocurrency that is there. We talk on finance, we talk on wealth building. You can take quizzes on cryptocurrency. There's a lot to do with the SMC DAO app. The SMC DAO app also gives you points, and then those points will be converted to money. You get. So the next products that are being built around this WikiCat is the Penny Wallet. Check Play Store, App Store, Google Penny Wallets. Penny Wallet is we call it the arc. We call it the ark, where you store your cryptocurrencies. So if you download Penny Wallet, the first token you are going to see is WikiCat. That's the first token you are going to see. And mainly, why was Penny Wallet built? It was built mainly because of security. And because there are other crypto apps right there that have, there's something they call D apps. All this should not be looking like jargon. See, people, you should make sure you get educated with these words. There's something they call like D apps. D apps is like a browser. So, and D apps is also like a backdoor where hackers can take your money. But Penny Wallet doesn't have that, so it's very, very security conscious. Another feature of Penny Wallet is it has what they call gasless swap. If you are a crypto enthusiast or a crypto person, you see that you always need something like gas fee. Yes, thank you. You need like gas fee to swap a token to another token. But with this Penny Wallet, you don't need any gas fee. It is inbuilt. It's gasless. Another thing I'll have loved to show us today was what they call the spray feature. But they don't allow phones here. Even though I'll have said everybody, at least you'll have seen WikiCat on your phone right now, so you don't think I'm just playing. The Penny Wallet app allows me, there's what they call the spray feature. I can send money to like everybody here. In fact, to like up to like 100,000 people at once. It's not play. You can check it out. Penny Wallet, download it at once. So that's what the spray functionality is all about. Then another one is the Penny Remit. What this one does is it easily converts your crypto to naira or to any fiat currency. So you don't need sometimes you be like there's what you call P2P, peer to peer. So you don't need the P2P guy, you don't need the middleman. If I walk into a shop and I want to pay for goods, I don't need to convert my crypto to naira. I don't need to ask for your account number, and I'm going to send crypto from myself, and it's going to appear as naira in your account. It has not been done anywhere and you can use it to pay for anything. You can use it to pay for your DSTV subscription. You can use it to pay, buy data, buy airtime, pay for your NEPA bills. That's what Penny Remit is all about. So these are the utilities that surround WikiCat. So there's no how you're not going to demand for WikiCat. So upcoming products that we have. We are building a bank. It's called an SMC DAO bank. Penny markets, stable naira. Yeah, stable naira. And yes. So let me just end by saying this: that are you going to be part of this journey? Are you going to position yourself in cryptocurrency? Are you going to position yourself before the world comes and meets you, or are you going to still wait for the next Bitcoin, because a greater than Bitcoin is here? So go to X, search for WikiCat coin, you will see it, so that all these things that I'm saying, you get them. You can also search for Samapi, that is the founder of WikiCat. And if you want to connect with me, you can check X for Udogo Okoshe. Thank you very much as I pass the mic to the next speaker. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Sorry that you're seeing a young face. I know that this is kind of weird, seeing somebody that is young enough to be your son speaking to you. But since we are on the topic of technology, I'm gladly here to introduce you to AI. We have all heard about it, maybe even heard it or seen it. because it's gotten to that point where you can go to any part of the world and see it, whether rural or developed. And it's not even a problem about how fast your internet is. It's just everywhere. Even your phones, Siri is part of AI. But the first ever AI was built by Christopher Starkley, which was an AI for a checkers game. Every game that you play against a robot is an actual AI, a mind that is not there for playing with you. This AI can be used to do a variety of different things. They're very flexible, yet very dangerous too. It can be used to catfish people online to scam them for money. It can also be used to form fake accounts that you can use to do a variety of things. Then we have the problem of the unqualification mask. This is when somebody does not actually have the skills required to do a job, or just uses AI to do it, to help them do it, or to even do it for them entirely. 1 out of every 8 people worldwide need AI to do their jobs, or cannot do their jobs without the help of AI. This is referred to as the unqualification mask. Then you have the problem with automation. Some jobs are done completely with AI already. Most of them are just advertisements, like making billboards, making text, and making fake voices to brand off a product or something. And then we now have the problem of fake AI content that's made by real people with fake voices. You can find these types of content on YouTube, where it's very much popular, and you'll see hundreds of thousands, if not millions of videos of fake AI videos, fake AI voices, fake images, and just a fake person talking to you. But the younger generation actually consumes these things as some sort of brain rot. Brain rot is a term used by the younger generation as something that is bad for your mental health, but people still consume it. There are a number of things that can correlate to brain rot, such as a cop dancing on a ballet board, or a checkers game that is already dancing and celebrating itself. These are short videos that are just used to grab attention from fan and views. Some companies have stopped paying AI producers, not because of they got too popular, no, but because of if everybody is using AI, they cannot pay all of them, and so they have to just stop paying each individual AI content creator. Just imagine you're a content creator, you put your hard-earned work and skills to make a video, and you get 3,000 views. You think that's okay until you go on the internet to see a fake AI person just showing random images that are not even real, getting more than 1 million likes. That's more than 500 times your likes, and yet somebody did it only in a few seconds. And there are some apps on the Play Store that automatically do it for you. All you have to do is post your account and your information, then it will start automatically uploading images and AI videos just for you. Then you can start consuming the profit and the wealth. I'm not sure if other channels like TikTok and Spotify have stopped paying AI creators, but one thing is for certain: if this continues, then eventually companies will go on bankrupt because they cannot pay this amount of people. Then you have the effect on the younger generation. AI has the attention span of the average child under the age of 8. During the 2000s to 2010s, the average attention span of a child under than 8 was 30 seconds to 1 minute. But now, because of the short span and fake videos that they have been watching, their attention span now lasts a whopping 8 to 12 seconds. So you only have 8 to 12 seconds to interact with the child and grab their attention before they eventually leave you to do something more interesting. Now, why this happens is because the amount of dopamine that the child gets when they watch that video, the excitement and thrill that he gets, if you cannot match up to that level in just 8 to 12 seconds, then you cannot grab that child's attention anymore, and that child will eventually grow to be a lazy individual who can only do what they like and cannot persevere up until what they don't like. Then there's also the problem of the higher generations. Like these are millennials that are lonely. These millennials have been trapped by AI, with somebody named Irina Noguchi marrying an AI. Yes, you heard me right. Somebody married a fake being. They even went as far as to get augmented reality goggles worth $150 to $3,500, or in Naira term, 204k to 4.8 million Naira. That's somebody's 5-year outfit just to marry one year. Anyway, then you now have the decline in cognitive thinking. AI can be very useful, but too much of something is very bad. When you're lazy and you don't want to do work, but ChatGPT right there, let it do it. Say it's just a one time. Then do it again. And eventually you stop using your brain. Then whatever work, give it to AI. Let it do it for you. Over time, it reduces your brain's strength. And when you don't for long, and then when that happens, what will eventually happen to you when you don't have that AI to use everything, you take your just imagine if all the AI servers suddenly shut down for a month. One in every 8 people, no income, no way of money, no skills, left there at the mercy of AI. That's 1.16 billion people on Earth use AI for their jobs. And then AI isn't even all that bad. It's just the way people use it. AI can be very addictive, as in this generation, getting information has been a lot easier than it has ever in history. Because no matter where you are in the world, all you have to do is type in a prompt and input in, input out. Then you do whatever you want with that information. Or you can even generate it. Like on my way here, I saw a billboard around Ikate that was just filled to the brim with AI tools and AI. They even had AI things like that. How you know it's AI? It's very easy. You can tell the difference between program and AI is also very good, but I think that search engines are better because they are not trying to be friendly with you. They just do your work and then leave you be. And in rural areas, the amount of people who use AI is 16.3%. But if you go to more developed areas of the world, you get a whopping 81% of people using AI. So if all AI servers shut down, that's 19% of the environment is lost. So in this type of world, what do you think will happen if suddenly, say maybe a meteorite crashed and everything is down, no life, nothing? Africa will barely be affected because of NEPA is not very good. But in other parts of the world where they are using constant light, constant Wi-Fi, nothing to stop them, just do whatever they want, they will be heavily affected. Not only mentally, but also physically and environmentally. Because AI, believe it or not, every time you search 0.00000 gallons of water, gone. Yes, AI can give water. They need to do that. Everybody needs to do that. Then you now have the AI kids. These are kids that cannot survive without AI. Also adding to the exam of some children with smartwatches and smart devices, where you do an example and just say the answer out loud, say the question out loud, but in reality they are simply Siri or to the chat that they're in. Then chat GPT is not right now or say it out for them to write. This is done in 70% of the world. 70% of students worldwide, mainly in Africa. Why, you might be asking? Because they have already been accustomed to there when Nikola Tesla discovered electricity. It wasn't even there when the first man stepped into water. It was not there when God created the earth. So why depend on something that we just made rather than depending on something that has been there for an entire 10,000 years? Some people treat AI as a god, something that is almost. I put emphasis on almost because fun fact, 80% of what ChatGPT is real, but the remaining 20% is just exaggerated information that this computer. And you're not going to spend extra time calculating what you want, when you can just go to library and get true first-hand or second-hand information. So, or some people don't know this. They just write and input, output, and then give the answer. So when teachers now cross-check using their own AI, you'll now find out, oh, there's actually so let me just delete it. And that's the dilemma, because if this misinformation happens, then you have the teachers teaching nonsense, students reading nonsense, and society will eventually become nonsense. Because whatever goes in is what's going to come out. You cannot put coal inside the machine and expect gold to come out. No, that's not how it is. You can learn about that. Yeah? Then you now have human control over AI. Because remember, AI is not a human. It does not have a human. Whatever you give it, it will do.
We also speak to explore collaborations. Whilst a lot of speakers were speaking, you saw a lot of them exchanging contacts. Oh, that's what you do. So I do. You collaborate. This is how you speak. You do not just speak because you want people to listen. Trust me. Both those who are in this room and those who are listening for the last 435 hours, trust me, your brain will need less sleep. Only what you actually
explore ideas. I'd like to speak, hoping that someone listening at the end of my address would make a decision. Maybe have some idea. Maybe start an organization. Maybe make a few connections. Maybe we are making old connections. That's my intention. My name is Chinyere Oluko. I'm an internationally certified addiction specialist. And I lead programs for smart recovery in Nigeria. Smart recovery is a global addiction recovery support. Smart recovery it's a global addiction recovery support organization that uses science and community together to foster change. In other words, we leverage evidence-based theory and practices and adapt it into mutual support models so people can make necessary changes in their lives as it relates to breaking an addictive habit. The last speaker before me talked a lot about our dependence on AI. Now, you all have heard about addiction. I mean, just sitting down here for the past 3 hours, I've heard at least 3 or 4 people speak about addiction. I'm not going to multiply words, but I hope to share a few things from evidence that I believe will spur someone to real practical action after now. So let's take a few starts. The previous speaker spoke a lot about the availability of drugs, psychoactive substances and all the rest. But I want to make a very important emphasis. We thought the former speaker, about 3 speakers before me, spoke about the 14.4 million start. You heard that, right? That was as at 2018. And that report was from UNODC. But 14.4 people as at then used just drugs. That survey didn't capture behavioral addiction like gambling, which is recognized, gaming, which is recognized, and even the ones that are yet to be recognized like sex addiction, excessive internet use, exercise addiction, and food addiction too. Maybe very soon we could also have AI addiction. What do you think? We already have it, right? Alright, so out of those 14.4 people who use just drugs, we have reasons to believe that at least 3 million Nigerians are currently living with a real problem. So there is a difference between using and becoming dependent. Obviously we understand that, right? Now at least 3 million people are already dependent. Now this is the thing I need to know. That is someone close to you. That is either a relative, a friend of yours, a colleague at work, someone in your church or your mosque, in your school, or someone whose status you view is living with an addiction. So I want you to come home, because I know while all of this speech were going on, you understand definitely how big of a problem this is. But how big of a problem it is not as important as what are you going to do about it. But a few more stats for you to note. At least 80% of people who have an addiction started using before their 18th birthday. What does that mean? The man from the foundation who spoke earlier said at the age of what? 8. Good. I think 80% is a very generous start. I think it's above 90%. I work in treatment. Aside the work I do in public health and research, I work as a clinician too. And out of all the clients that I've seen in my years of practice, I can attest to this. Many of them started using as adolescents. So what does this tell you? Our problem is not just big. It is young. Very, very young. But then the question again, I'll keep reiterating this, it's not about knowing how big of a problem it is. The question is, what are you going to do about it? This evening I'll be talking about multi-systemic approach to addiction prevention. Most of my core work is in treatment and recovery. Why am I talking about prevention? We have reasons to believe that the most effective way to actually curb this public health concern is prevention. The former speaker said it. The best thing is to don't even start. But I want to say, you don't just say don't start. Prevention is more than just encouraging people. Prevention is making the right choice, the easier choice. So if I tell you, you need to watch how you use your phone, but then I give you all your assignment as a lecturer on your phone, is it going to make it easier? If I say we need to curb loneliness, maybe a more realistic step to take would be to create a park in the community and ensure that there are policies that make everybody come out at least 2 times a week and spend time in the park with other people. Prevention is more than just avoiding risk. It's actually creating an environment that sustains well-being. So as you're thinking about, the focus of my question is, what are you going to do about it? You don't have to be a professional to work in prevention. That's my goal this evening. Everyone listening to me will be able to pick a part of the puzzle and say, as it concerns this addiction challenge, okay, I think this is where I can come in. Alright, so but it will not be right if I don't define what an addiction is. And the reason why I'm defining it so you can understand the burden of the disease. Addiction, talking from a neuroscientific perspective, addiction is a chronic relapsing brain disease. Chronic means it doesn't happen just one-off, right? It takes time. And it's relapsing means someone who has been addicted before can become addicted again, right? So if someone had a dependency, maybe for something else entirely, someone who has had a dependency on maybe internet use has a higher risk of becoming dependent on alcohol, for example. And the list goes on, unfortunately. Now, this disease of the brain affects some major core part of the brain. And the reason why I'm telling you this is so that those friends, colleagues, relatives of yours who are living with this dependency, you would understand that addiction is more than just a moral problem. They are not bad people. They are actually sick. The disease of the brain affects reward, motivation, and self-regulation. These are the 3 major functions of the brain that someone with an addiction is going to struggle with. The former speaker already spoke about dopamine, so I guess we all understand that by now. What you would see is that the very little things that get you excited doesn't excite someone with a dependency. And that's because the dopaminergic system is crashed severely. And now imagine the person has been dependent from when they were below 18. You need to realize that the frontal part of the brain, which is the part of the brain that is responsible for self-regulation and executive function, is not fully developed until age 25. So if someone started using or engaging a behavior that damages that part of the brain long before 25, the damage is a lot. We know that those who start using before age 18 have 6 more times more likelihood of becoming addicted than someone who started after age 18. And of course, it affects the prognosis as well. The way someone who started younger can recover is not the same as someone who started later. This is not a sad story. Again, the question is, what are you going to do about it? I want to note that addiction doesn't just happen. Addiction happens because of a lot of vulnerabilities in the individual's lives. We all have vulnerabilities, but then it's very, very specific to the individual. There's my idiosyncrasy to it. Your vulnerabilities may not be my vulnerabilities, but there are some vulnerabilities that predispose one to an addiction. I'm going to tell you some of them. When I was here earlier last week, someone was speaking about parenting, and I thought that conversation was very, very deep, because it's actually in the very little things that big changes are made. The doctor earlier spoke about lifestyle change and how that can transform someone's life. Now look at some of the vulnerabilities to addiction. Genetics, development, adverse social environment, and lifestyle too. If someone hasn't been as connectedness, right? Someone hasn't been as connected to friends and family, their risk of becoming dependent. I'm going to be using dependent instead of addiction. I'm going to be switching the words. And I'll tell you why. Because there's a lot of stigma around the word addiction. I'm in the practice, so I know. A lot of people who have the problem, they know they have the problem, are not willing to seek help because it's still very, very stigmatized. So we're trying to change that. And that's one of the things this address is aimed at achieving.
So understanding addiction as what it is, a chronic relapsing disease, shows you that the burden of the disease is very, very large. Addiction is not malaria, unfortunately. I really wish it was, but it isn't. People don't just recover after 2 or 3 days. In fact, a lot of people believe that if you've been addicted before, you're going to be dealing with that condition for the rest of your life. You're going to stay conscious, you're going to stay regulatory for the rest of your life. That's a lot. Not talking about the financial burden that it poses or the social issues that comes as a result. But that's on one hand. I've also told you that there's a lot of vulnerabilities that cause addiction, that predisposes one. That's where the good news lie. If we know that there are some things that can actually push someone or predispose one, that means we can change those things, right? And then from that point, we can actually prevent the disease from evolving. Now, it's good you know, because I know someone probably listens to me saying, well, I don't have these issues, I'm really good, I'm not addicted, so yeah, that doesn't really concern me. I'm really happy, I'm alright. But I want to learn that addiction is not black and white, it's not a binary situation. You are not either addicted or not addicted. Addiction occurs on the spectrum. What does that mean? There are different stages, different points where a lot of individuals fall into. I'm going to tell you some of them so you can know which stage you fall into for different addictions. Alright? Of course, the first one is non-use. So the person is when I say non-use, I don't just mean substance, I mean also behavior. Right? Someone who has not started gambling, never gambled before, non-use. Someone who has not been exposed to explicit materials, non-use. Right? Someone who doesn't drink alcohol, non-use. Awesome. Now, beyond non-use, there is beneficial use. Like doctor was saying, you drink some alcohol when you have maybe constipation, right? So there is usage there, but it's beneficial use. Someone who gambles because it's time for European League and Chelsea is playing, so to further the excitement, let's place a bet. That's beneficial use. But it doesn't stop there. There is also the low risk use. At this point, there is already beginning to show some signs of problem. For example, there is lying already coming up. The person is beginning to mask the real amount they gamble with. The person is beginning to lie about the exact amount of alcohol they're actually consuming. The person is beginning to feel guilty sometimes. This is not right. It could be for internet use. That has not been. I already told you, not all addiction has been adapted into literature as approved. This is an addiction. There are a lot of things that are required. You need to have a criteria for diagnosis and treatment before you call something formally an addiction. But like someone said over there, these things are with us, right? We experience them. So someone who is probably having issues with internet use feels guilty after 3 hours of doom scrolling and says, I feel like I'm losing control, right? It's not a problem yet, but there's a guilt. Maybe someone is going to tell you, this is getting too much. That is the low risk use. Now it gets to the higher risk use, where the person is beginning to have some level of dependency. What do I mean by that? You now turn to your phone when you're sad. You turn to your phone when you're bored. You turn to your phone when you're sleepy, maybe. You turn to your phone when you don't like a situation, when you're angry. You're beginning to use that behavior or that substance to cope with whatsoever is becoming a higher risk for you. Then eventually, of course, there is the addiction. The full-blown addiction presents when the person has physical or psychological dependency on the behavior or the substance. What does that mean? If I take your phone from you for 6 hours, what will happen? If you're going to have feasible signs of distress, either physically or emotionally, you're already dependent. So withdrawals is one of the indicators of an addiction. Again, no need for a lot of random conversation. My core question is, what are you going to do about it? Talking about the spectrum is to help you understand where you fall in. You may not be addicted to alcohol, but do you fall anywhere else on the spectrum? And for you, alcohol may not be the issue. How about exercise? Are you using exercise for more than it should be used for? How about gambling? and all the other possibly addictive behaviors that exist. Now that we've said all of that, and I've already asked you about 3 times, what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it is what brings us to prevention. Like I already said, prevention is not just about avoiding risk. So we need to prevent addiction, true. We need to stop addiction, yes. 3 million people are wallowing, true. I mean, that's the list, right? Many of them are young. We need to do something, yes. You need to stop, true. But it's more than just that. Prevention is a science. There is a way to it. And this evening I want to share with you the way to do prevention right and the way to not do it right. And lastly, I'm going to share with you where every single one of you, regardless of your involvement, you may say, I'm just a writer. There's nothing that connects me to this addiction talk. My own is tech, please. You still fall on the spectrum. You still fall on the continuum. You are part of the system. And I will show you how. So prevention are in 3 levels. There is a primary prevention, which is preventing the very first usage. So the person has not ever gambled before. You want to stop them from ever gambling. That's primary prevention. Secondary prevention is they've already started, but you want to stop it from progressing to an addiction. That's secondary. Tertiary means the person already has the addiction, but then you want to prevent other risks. For example, person from going to prison, you want to maybe take legal actions. You want to fend for the person's family. You want to protect a child that is being abused because of the addiction. This is tertiary prevention. And I want to say, every one of us can come in at those different points. The primary one is the one that is most common. That's what most people do as prevention, and they stop there. But again, this is we speaking to the world. I'm going to be sharing with you some of the things that have worked right here in Nigeria and how you can take your own place in creating the change that we all want to see. Now, we know that prevention works. Research from over 30 years have proven that you can actually change behavior. You can modulate behavior. You can transform behavior. There is no behavior whatsoever that cannot be changed. And that is soothing. Because if we can do that, we can definitely roll back someone from already maybe the addiction or the higher risk to maybe minimal risk or maybe no use, which would be preferable. So I want to share with you that prevention has moved from just substance. Most of the times what we do is prevention at the level of substance. Don't smoke weed. Don't gamble. Those are all nice talk. And it has also moved from individual. You need to say no to drugs. Of course, I don't have any bias with that, but I'm going to show you how that may not be the most effective way to continue doing prevention, and I'll tell you why shortly. So prevention has moved from substance and individual to people and their context. In other words, if I'm trying to get let me use Mrs. B, and I'll tell you why I'm using Mrs. B. A lot of people don't know that women also struggle with addiction. Yes. Most times, I mean, you can try it. You can open ChatGPT, for example, and just type, draft a sample persona of an individual with an addiction. And it will tell you maybe male. But women live with addiction. 1 out of every 4 persons that use drugs in Nigeria is a woman. But the sadder story is that very little of those women seek treatment. Mostly alcohol. Earlier, mid last year, I was in a conference where we realized that there is the way the branding and the whole marketing has changed. You know, most times earlier on, when you see alcohol adverts, you only see a man. But now, you're surely to see a woman. Most brands now use just women to market alcohol. What's the message? You can drink too. But we know that a woman's body synthesizes alcohol at a very different rate and different way to a man. The limit of alcohol intake for a man at one sitting is nothing less than 4 standard drinks. And please, that doesn't mean 4 bottles. That's another issue altogether. We're not going to go in, because in Nigeria you see a different alcohol, the same bottle, but one bottle is not one standard drink. For many of alcoholic brands, one bottle you see is 3 standard drinks. So there's still a lot of work being done in regulating alcohol production and consumption in Nigeria. But yes, I want to talk about the fact that women also struggle with addiction. So let's assume you want to stop Mrs. B from, you want to prevent Mrs. B from going down to alcohol addiction, right? It's more than just saying, Mrs. B, you need to stop drinking. It's bad for you. Prevention for Mrs. B's alcohol intake would be more than Mrs. B. It will look at Mrs. B's family. Where does Mrs. B work? Who are Mrs. B's friend? What other things make up Mrs. B's life? Maybe, Nigeria is a very religious nation. Over 95% of people are either Christians or Muslims. So what religious affiliation does Mrs. B have? You've got to look at Mrs. B in her context to do prevention right for Mrs. B. Because if you tell Mrs. B, stop drinking, but in Mrs. B neighborhood, there is still alcohol. In fact, the alcohol has now been reduced to sachets that she can easily buy and hide. There's not so much that word stop is going to do to Mrs. B. So there's a whole system to prevention. It has moved from individual to systemic. It's all about you and all that surrounds you. So prevention is going to happen everywhere you go to, not just when you speak to your doctor. Talking about doctors too, right? Many of our primary physicians in Nigeria do not screen for addiction. Even though we know, like doctor also said, most of the health conditions we see are caused by psychoactive substances, like alcohol, for example, could be what is causing the diabetes. So, what works for prevention? What works for prevention? Maybe I should start with what doesn't work first. We know from evidence, when I say evidence, I mean research. What doesn't work? The addiction prevention we do, one of, does not work. What does that mean? You go to a secondary school, one secondary school round Lagos in 6 months. Each secondary school got just one visit, and the first day you went there was the only day you went there, and you said, please say no to drugs. It won't work. It won't. At least it will not be effective. When I say it won't work, means it won't be effective. To a level that we can evaluate and say a real change has occurred. Yes, say no to drugs can discourage someone who was planning to that day, true. But in the level we call effective in evaluation, you may not achieve much of that. Addiction prevention that doesn't work is the information only campaign. I think I've been saying this since. So the say no to drugs banner, you are doing prevention campaign and all you're saying is say no to drugs. It's good, but it's not effective. And why is that? Because I already told you, prevention that works is not just you telling me this is a healthy choice. It's making the healthy choice the easier choice. If the healthy choice is not the easier choice, I will still eat junks. If I cannot easily get my hands on healthy food in the context that have been created, I will still eat junks. That's why a lot of people in Lagos don't eat healthy. If you live in Lagos, you might understand. Why is that? Because the context doesn't make it easy. People work long hours. It's not feasible to return from work and cook a healthy, vegetable-based meal, as good as that would be, but it's not feasible. So when you want to promote healthy eating in a place like Lagos, it will not be enough to just say, don't eat junks. You can't stop there. You've got to make it easier. Maybe encourage companies to start liaising with catering organizations to bring in cooked food for employees so that they are not eating randomly. You ensure that your employees are eating well. Maybe at a subsidized cost. Now that is prevention. So prevention is not just information based. What else doesn't work? Fear-based approach is going to kill you. doesn't work. And I guess you already know why. Because if the healthy choice is not the easier choice, anybody will still go for what is more convenient. I like to divert a little bit. There's a man I respect very much. His name is Gabor Mate. He's a Canadian physician and an expert in this topic. I like the way Gabor Mate defines addiction. I'm going to say it to you. Gabor defines addiction as someone who has experienced so much pain in their lives that they could think of no other way to cope except by a substance or a behavior they thought was going to be a solution but ended up becoming a problem. Beautiful definition. Because I can tell you, with every single client I've seen clinically, there is always a pain. This afternoon, before coming here, I spoke to a family member who wanted counseling for their relative. We spoke about this relative of theirs last week, and they said, they are not ready, they are not willing. They are doing this, we don't like it. But I counseled, it would yield more benefits to let them be ready first, before we proceed. Or at least, we can do the motivational interviewing to get them ready to see reasons. So today we had the conversation, and this family member said, we finally found out what happened. You won't believe that what started the addiction that has blown up today was many years ago, at least 10-15 years ago, in primary school. And if you're not from Nigeria, I mean elementary school, where this individual was bullied and started to use anger as a coping mechanism. And at some point, he needed something to fuel the anger, and drugs was a good way to get away. So, there's always a pain. So you see why fear-based approaches will not work. Because when I'm in pain, your threats will not do much where it really matters. Because as good, as flowery as those words sound, they don't touch the core of what is paining me. Don't forget, effective prevention is not just talking about the healthy choice, but making the healthy choice the easiest choice. What will you do about it? Another one that doesn't work is isolated programs. What does that mean? The child is hearing, say no to drugs in school. But in his religious community, there is someone he looks up to, he really respects there, who is struggling with alcohol use. Is disjointed. The child is not getting a message everywhere. Someone is saying something else. Someone is saying another thing. Or for example, the child is getting say no to maybe stop gambling sort of message in school, because most people go to schools in Nigeria. But the parents does not know anything about how to manage crisis that is connected to addiction. If you find your child watching explicit materials and they told you, they are 14, they told you, I can't help it, what would you do? Most parents don't know what to do. It's a very emotional place to be. So you see, everybody has to get involved. Our efforts cannot be isolated. If someone is reaching in the school, someone else needs to be reaching the parents. And someone else needs to be reaching the community leaders as well. Because if that child is told by everyone else, you shouldn't be doing this, but his role model is someone with an addiction, the message is disjointed. So prevention is not just about doing more, it's about doing what actually works. Now, let's come to what really works. We've talked about what doesn't work. So what works? The prevention that works is the one we start early. If you're listening to me, maybe you're an early school teacher, you work with young children, we need you a lot. Yes, ma'am, I'm talking to you, please. We need you a lot. There is no good, there is absolutely no good, no reasonable good trying to help someone at the age of 28. Whereas you could have done that 20 years earlier. Please. Addiction has a lot of burden in society. Money is the leading cause of mortality amongst young people. I hope you know that. We're losing youths who are supposed to be the ones leading companies, creating solutions. They are lost to substance abuse or even behavioral addiction. There are many employees who are not productive anymore because they are struggling with a gambling addiction, for example. How will such a person be able to save enough money to do meaningful things that will benefit community? So please, if you're an early school teacher, you work with young people, we need you, either as a teacher, maybe a religious leader, or a parent, most importantly. You are very relevant in this multi-systemic approach to addiction prevention. Don't leave addiction prevention to something for the teachers. You are supposed to be at the front of it if you have the unique responsibility of nurturing a young one. Please. Prevention that works is the one we start early. Also, the one that is family-based, and you might wonder why. I already shared with you that over 80% of people with an addiction started before their 18th birthday, right? Now, before the age of 18, the most influential system that affects a person's life is their family. Father, mother, uncle, auntie, family basically. So addiction prevention that works is family-based. What does that mean? The biggest place that child should be getting help in terms of prevention should be at home. And so if you are a parent or you intend to be a parent, you're also very relevant. You know, I said to you that everybody is involved, right? In one way or the other. Now, addiction prevention that works is family-based. There was a study in 2022 that was called SUPPER. SUPPER is an acronym. It stands for Substance Use Prevention Promoted by Eating Family Meals Regularly. SUPPER. What that means is it was an intervention designed and studied where families were encouraged to eat their last meal together. And during this time, parents were encouraged to have conversations with their children. Maybe not even about substance use, anything. They found in that research that a lot of young people began to open up more. They became more comfortable talking about the issues relating to substance abuse with their families and other people when those SUPPER interventions were being done in their homes. SUPPER may not be feasible for you. I mean, the last meal may not be feasible, or you can eat your breakfast together. Spend time together with your family. Addiction prevention approach that works is community-based as well. And school-based, I already emphasized on this. So, someone spoke earlier and said, in schools we need to start talking about drug awareness. That's a good idea. But I'd rather recommend, instead of talking about drugs with young people, because they will get curious and they will definitely go and try it. Instead, we can focus more on social and emotional learning, right? Or called social and emotional, that's SEL, you can check it out. It is purely teaching children emotional intelligence. That was actually how my own passion for addiction started. Because I suffered depression as a teenager. And when I recovered, I decided that I was going to ensure that no other secondary school child, like I was at the time, was going to experience that without support. And within 7 months, I was able to reach at least 2,000 school children. And what did we learn? Simple things: emotional regulation, self-management, relationship management, decision-making. Simple. And the impact was enormous. What does this do? When you build these social and emotional skills in children, it becomes a protective factor against addiction later on in their lives. Now, the last thing about prevention that works is that it's a life course approach. What does this mean? It doesn't matter how old the person is, there is still prevention that has to do, right? So, the prevention you start with young children, you stop with them. And you cannot use the same strategy for a 14-year-old as a 34-year-old. No. So there's got to be design of prevention strategy across different age groups. The message they understand is entirely different. And so prevention has to run through the entire life course of an individual in our community. And a few organizations in Nigeria are actually doing this well. They have special programs for youth. They have different ones for adults and those who are older than that. They have the ones for parents too, right? So whatever stake you want to take in this, if you want to focus on students, fine. You want to focus on families, parents, good. You want to focus on individuals, pairs, good. Because the next thing I want to talk about, which is going to be the last actually, is the multi-systemic. Do I still have time? Alright, okay. So, alright. So let's talk about the multi-systemic prevention now. So I want you to draw a chain in your mind, and if you have a piece of paper, that will also be very good. Where does it all start from? Of course, I already said it starts from the first use, right? My friend encouraged me. I was in pains, I needed help. I had this need, so I tried it out. It always starts somewhere. So the first part of the broken prevention system is the fact that our prevention are not very tight. So the first point of that circle is inadequate or culturally irrelevant and non-inclusive prevention. And I'm going to talk about how each and every one of us can come in to breaking this chain. So it starts from the prevention strategies that we're doing. And then, how about those who are already addicted? There is unavailable and unaffordable treatment services. When the other speaker was speaking, he mentioned that one of the treatment centers he referred someone to, their cost was 3 million, right? For one person, a month. That's like some families' total income, everybody, in months, in a quarter. Treatment is still very expensive, but it can be different. It can be better than that. Then, those who are treated are then released society without recovery support. If someone was addicted to gambling and they left treatment, most of them have lost their jobs. They don't have any money. Where is the support required to ensure this person is able to reintegrate society effectively? And then, how about those that relapse afterwards? What do we do to help them? There's got to be adequate recovery support after relapse, or something that encourages those who have relapsed. And if you're wondering what relapse means, it's when someone has gone back to use like before. I already told you that addiction is a relapsing disease, right? People can always go back. So we can also do prevention at that point. Then those who have relapsed and recover and they are getting help right now, or those who have relapsed but are not getting the support, can begin to trade drugs. We see that a lot. A lot of people who relapsed and then there was no one to help them, there was no support, they started buying and selling drugs to make money, commercializing it, and of course being part of the crime that drugs constitute. And then eventually maybe they become rich, right? And they become very boastful about drug use. They make it look so glamorous. And once again, the young people are watching that. And their expectations are beginning to get muddled. Their values are beginning to get muddled. And eventually, they fall back into that chain. So what can you do? Where do you come in? Now, when it comes to prevention, in case you are involved in research, or you are a teacher, or you work with young people, you can actually take steps to contribute your knowledge, your findings on what prevention strategy exactly works. That will be very relevant for replication across the nation and then other countries also who have similar challenges. And if you're working in treatment, you can ensure to make treatment as available and affordable as possible. So if you're not a professional or you have an NGO, you can try to make treatment services affordable, which is what we do with Smart Recovery. We provide free recovery support that can be integrated into communities. Or you can take up work in case management, where you're working with people to transition them back into society. Or you can work with those who have relapsed, training them to become recovery ambassadors. Like the man who spoke earlier was once in recovery, or he is in recovery, and his story is very passionate to us because he has been there. So you can work with those kind of people, individuals, to make them ambassadors to carry on the message. Or you can also take part in driving punishment for those who buy and sell, those who sell drugs, the drug dealers.
you're curbing supply, but also you're doing prevention work. Because the more you punish those who are trading it, you discourage others from participating in that. And then finally, you can use your social media to de-glamorize drug use. So whether you are a peer, a parent, teacher, someone in the community, a colleague at work, whatever your role is, you definitely can comment. Either through one of these ways I've mentioned. It could be you using your social media platform to tell the stories of those who use drugs. Maybe interview one or two people just to tell their own story. That is prevention work. Because at any point, any step you do, prevent further risk. That is prevention. You're turning back someone from addiction to no use in your own way. So whatever role it is you have, whatever, even if as a community member and you meet someone who's addicted, your inclusive language, the way you are not very quick to judge or stigmatize individual, can push the person to recovery or encourage treatment seeking, thereby contributing to prevention efforts. Finally, I'd like us to note the word that we had emphasized. Prevention is not just about talking about the healthy choice, but it's about making the healthy choice the easiest choice. Thank you. I'll be passing the mic to
That was a beautiful presentation, and I definitely learned a lot. Like she said, everyone has an addiction, right? You just need to trace where you belong and see how you can, work on it. Most of the time we are always in denial, we don't want to accept it, but it's just right there. Good evening, it's Ruth Akobamidoro again. This evening I want to talk about an interesting topic. But before I proceed, let me go with this story. Okay, so a story is told about a group of people that came together and said, we want to be heard, we want to be known, let's do something unique, let's do something that they'll hear about us. And they came together, they started building a tower, actually. Tower of Babel, they call it, right? So they kept on building, They made bricks and they started building. And the building was very, very tall. It was just going. And all of a sudden, God just checked. I'm like, what is going on? Who are these people? They are doing this thing. No. If I let these people be, they will even forget my existence. All attention will be shown to them. Remember, they were not just together, but they spoke a common language. So that kind of strengthened their togetherness, and they continue building. And when God saw that, no, these people, if I let them continue, maybe I'll be out of the picture. And he said, okay, let me put a little tweak and put a halt to what they were doing. And before you know it, God just touched their tongue and they could no longer understand each other. And because they couldn't understand each other, what happened? The project came to a halt. Division set in. Everybody scattered, and that was the end of the project. Or remember where they set out to be, what they wanted to achieve initially. But a single action, a small action, a little tweak in their tongue just ruined everything, and ended that mighty project that perhaps the world will be hearing about today if they had finished. And that leads me to my topic this evening: unity in diversity, a tool for nation building. I go again: unity in diversity, a tool for nation building. Now, what is a unity? Like the story I painted, I intentionally didn't want to mention unity because I was driving at somewhere. Now, unity is, coming together, two being one, a group coming together, being one, having a common mindset, and with the aim of achieving one or any goal. It could be a few group of people, it could be a large group of people. Amos says, can two people work together? Except they agree. And once they agree, who are you to step in between them? Who are you to step in between them? Now, unity in diversity is a tool in nation building. Yes, Nigeria is a country with diverse tongues, about 251 different ethnic groups, but of course three major tribes or ethnic group. We have the Igbos, the Yorubas, and the House of Fulani as a majority. But beyond that, we have numerous tongues. But does that should that make us not united? Should that be a situation? There's a reason in diversity, and that diversity can actually be strength. Coming back to unity, when you look at a nuclear family, look at how they relate. If a family is thriving, a nuclear family is thriving, if you have to look carefully, you see that these two have agreed to work together. The couple have agreed to actually work together. And that unity within them will actually make them, grow very fast. When I talk about growth, I'm talking about growth in different forms. It could be economically, it could be spiritually, even physically. Because if they don't agree to work together, if they are not united, they cannot procreate in the beginning. So unity starts from that unit called family. A family that, are together, a family that are united, seems to be unique, seems to be very organized, because they work as a team. The husband look out for the wife look out for the husband, and together they look out for their children. The last speaker just spoke about addiction, and research and of course observation has shown that in most cases where you don't have both parents cooperating, coming together to actually raise kids, you find that most of the kids have issues growing up. Because let's assume that the parents are living separately, or they are not even in one accord, it has a way of taking turn on the children. Before you know it, one angry parent will be transferring aggression of the partner to the children. The child will not understand, but it's just taking a lot from the parents. That's when there is no unity in the family. That is what happens. So, unity in diversity simply means living together in peace and unity, progressing despite our differences, despite our diversities. Not allowing our being different, coming between our progress, irrespective of what we stand to achieve, irrespective of what we look out to achieve. We are focused on the goal because we've agreed to work together. We've agreed that we want to achieve something. Now we're not looking at, oh no, she's Igbo, no, she's from the east, no, he's from the west, no, she's from the north. We are looking beyond those differences, and then we're coming together to say we want to achieve a particular goal, we want to do something, and then we are carrying on with that. That's what unity in diversity does to us. In as much as we have different cultures, we have different ethnic groups. I mentioned about over 251. In my state, say we have over 8 languages just in one state. Now you can imagine when it comes to communication. That's why sometimes we come in with one common language that is a lingua franca for a region. Take for instance, when you go to the north, the lingua franca there seems to be Hausa, majorly spoken by most speakers, or rather settlers of that area. So when we find that kind of situation, we ensure that there's a common language that people can easily understand to make communication easy, because when there's problem with communication, then you can't even go anywhere in the first place. You can't even unite. So amidst that, we make our diversities, unique to our favor, unique to give us an opportunity to do better things. Now, when we are united, we coexist peacefully, we think productively, and we look out for one another, just like a couple will look out for each other because they want to grow the family, because they want progress. They will say, okay, I want to do this, can you help out with this, can you help out with that? And before you know it, they are actually growing rapid, like I mentioned earlier. But in families where you find, everybody is on his own, maybe different situations brought us together. It could be pregnancy, it could be arranged marriage, it could be, getting to an age, I just want to settle with someone, and in that situation you find out that they are just cohabiting to just bring up children. So there's that bond is not really there to really feel the energy to make that family better. And before you know it, everybody is doing his own thing. Maybe they'll come up with a formula. Okay, I want to do this, you do that. Okay, it's a 50% rule in this family. You take care of these bills, I'll take care of that bill. Okay, no, everybody should focus on his finances. Nobody should look at anybody's own. But in families where you find that they're actually united, they are together, they don't live like that. Every partner knows the income coming into the family, and as much as they know the income that is coming to the family, it's very easy to organize to say, okay, we know that in this family every month we have an average of this income coming in. Okay, now we are living in a rented apartment. What can we do to actually see if we can get our own home? They start planning. Okay, can we be saving this amount to to be able to raise a reasonable fund to let us do one or two things? And because they agree, it's very easy. This one come, okay, let's every month we're keeping this amount, and before you know it, over a period of time, they raise a good amount of money to start something, and they continue like that. Before you say Jack, they may acquire the property. Before you say Jack, okay, let's buy this thing, can we invest in this business? Because they are together, because they are united. Now, while they are doing that, their kids are also looking at what they are doing. Now it's easier for them to say, okay, now in this our finances, let's ensure that this percentage go for our children's education. Okay, so even started, okay, let's look at, since we want this kind of family, we shouldn't go beyond this number of kids. So to help us grow fast. It's easy to take decisions, and even when they tend to disagree, they still come back to a meeting point as, okay, and this one you said, I really don't quite like it, but I think we can work around this and we can work around that. They have made up their mind. They want to achieve a common goal. They are united, like they are in that together. Nothing can, come to scatter that. And with that kind of mindset, with that kind of, situation, it's easy and very easy for them to grow. I'm dwelling so much in the family unit because the family is the primary foundation for all of this. Every individual belongs to a family, came out from a family. So before you can even think of building a nation, you are coming from a family. And then if we can actually build that family, if a family can grow in strength, united, then it will be very, very easy for us to build a nation in unity. It will be very easy to, inculcate similar values, similar thoughts to the nation, to the society. That's why you find that sometimes when you gather a group of people in a particular place and probably want them to carry out a task or something, because they are coming from different backgrounds, different family orientation, understanding, it's sometimes difficult, to actually coordinate them. Because when this one thinks, oh, it's supposed to be like this other person is thinking differently. So that's why we need to look at, unity in the family very seriously. When a couple is united, they easily, do a lot. Look at the situation where everybody is on his own. Before you know it, even the children will start to take advantage of them. How, you will ask? A child will come, mommy, they said we should pay money for handouts. You go to the mommy, collect a certain amount. The child turns again and go to the father. Because you understand that, these are parents, like they are not in one accord, they are really at loggerheads with each other. So with that, let's take advantage. The same money they will collect from the parents, one parent will collect from the other parent. But if the family is united, that cannot happen. You know why? Because the family will always discuss, the couple will always discuss, this child mentioned this, how do we do? Okay, which of the accounts should we take it out from? Are you giving him or I should give the person? So he cannot even come for the second time. And that is why it is very important that the family is actually rooted in unity. Very, very important. Because it will go a long way in shaping our nation and helping our nation build in unity despite our diversity. When we are united, now, that unity as a nation, it promotes peace and stability. Because I know that because I know that I'm interested of the nation, because we all think we are one. Why should we be at loggerheads with each other? If anybody even tries to come and say, he wants to, sow a seed of discord, wants to cause confusion between us, we easily shut the person down. Why? Because we believe in each other. We are together. But it's easy to penetrate people when it's understood that they are kind of divided. They are not together. It's very easy to convince them, this person is doing that thing. He came, he did that, he said this, he said that about you. The person will easily buy into it because they are not probably together with the other person. But if they are together, the person right there and then will shut the person up and say, no, he cannot say that. Don't worry, I know this person very well. You can take your gossip elsewhere. And because they are together, you go back to the person that they were referring to and say, you won't even believe what this person came and was telling me. What did the person say? He said so that you said this and said, but I told him that forget about it. This person I know cannot do that. Now you build confidence in the person, and that will not only make this person that brought this gossip, just go like that. He will never come near you again to bring that kind of story. He cannot now break in between you guys because the person understands that, oh, there's a bond between these people. And so you cannot just easily penetrate them with whatever strategy you are bringing. That is where unity come into play. When a nation embraces unity, there's peace and there's stability. I mean, what will not thrive in a peaceful and stable environment? When there is peace in a place, when there's stability, I mean, you can actually sit and think of great things to do for the nation. You will not just only be creative, but you take actions. But when there's no peace and stability, I mean, in the middle of your creation, your creativity, in the middle of your project, you are destabilized. Like the story of the Tower of Babel I initially started with. It just took a little tweak to scatter everything they were doing. Because they could no longer continue. They abandoned it. It is that strong. And that is why the tool unity should not really be, joked with. We should take it seriously. Now, when we are united also, there's economic growth and development. Like I mentioned, when there's peace and stability, you can do a lot. When you are united, of course, you'll be thinking of, okay, we have done this, we have achieved this. What is our next line of action? Can we build this again? Okay, this thing is trending. I think 4G is outdated. Can we look at investing in 5G? But when you are thinking with the mindset that, oh no, he's Igbo, he's Yoruba, he's Hausa, your interest will not be a national interest. You will now be thinking of a regional interest, even when it's against the national interest. When the development will go against the national, you'll be thinking because you're not thinking of unity. You're not united. You're thinking of your person. When you are supposed to think of it beyond you, but looking at the nation as a whole. So, when we are united, there's room for development. And the development will be in totality. It will not be one-sided. When we are united, it's easy for us to say, okay, we think of this part have leaders. Okay, it's turn for this next region to lead us. Is also the turn for another. It will be very, very easy to come to such conclusions. But because we are divided in our minds, in our hearts, in our actions, it's very easy to dismiss. It's very easy to raise the sentimental, even when you are seeing that, oh, I think this person can do something tangible. Because it's not from my place, because it's not from my state, no, you will frustrate the effort. Even when it's meant to, build the nation, even when it's meant to bring a massive growth to the economy, you will sabotage it. That is what disunity causes. That is what lack of unity causes. So unity, in a place of unity, development thrives. Because we are united, you don't look at it that, oh, this project was started by so person from this region. Now I'm a different person, I cannot go on with the project. No, you look beyond that because we are all one. You're not looking at that. It's oh no, he's from a different party, I'm from a different party, we cannot coexist, we cannot do things together. Who said so? it's a setback actually. And so we need to look beyond individuals and look for that common thing that makes us one. The nation, a people, a common people, and build our nation to a better place where we want it to be. Again, when there is unity, it strengthens our political system. Like I just mentioned, if we are united in common goal and purpose, if we are united, if we have the nation's interest at heart, it will strengthen our political system. We will not be, what will I call it now? Should I say party freak? Like I just mentioned, and say because you feel you're in a certain party, political party, you don't want any progress that will come out of this other party which you don't belong to. You will sabotage it. You will not make it grow. When we are united, we look past beyond those. We look beyond it because we are looking at national interest. Because some of those things we do, in the long run, turns around to affect us. If a project is started by one person, and because you feel this project is a particular party's project, and you come in and you want to sabotage it, can you imagine the funds that will now go back there again, rebuilding that project? So how has that helped us as a nation? That is why we need to think united. We need to start agreeing to be one. We were created in the image and likeness of one person. So why should we start bringing unnecessary reasons to not just divide us, but ruin our efforts, ruin our progress, ruin our development? Being united also makes us build trust. Like the story I just narrated, because we are united, because we agree that we are one and we have a common goal, we want to build our nation. You easily trust each other. I can trust that even though my friend is from a certain ethnic group, when she goes to a room where I'm not there, I know she'll represent my interest because she knows that I'm capable of delivering that project. Because she understands that I'm capable. I have the capacity to achieve a certain goal. She will not go there and say, because this person is not from, it doesn't stand, she'll bring up someone that she feels is from her place. As individuals, as a nation, we need to grow beyond that to be able to thrive. We've been stagnant for a while and we cannot keep being there. And all this is because we are divided. We have allowed that which we have, which has made us unique, to help us grow. We'd rather let it, make us divided, and in the long run it affects our productivity, not just that, our growth as a nation. Everything we are doing. Now, in contrary to a place being united, a nation being united, which of course I've even mentioned side by side. When we are not united, we are definitely divided. And like I've reiterated, it causes us more harm than good. Tribalism sets in. Like scenarios I just painted. Oh, I'm from the north. I don't need someone from the east. Oh, I'm from the southwest. I don't need somebody from the east. No, this set of people, the people from this are in a certain way. They are like that, they are like that. Division, tribalism will make us lose out on the opportunities that we are actually supposed to tap and then grow as a nation. As our ethnic groups are different, so are our strengths, our uniqueness, even our resources. So instead of, making a relentless emphasis on our differences, why don't we use that as strength? Okay, people from this place, they're actually very intelligent. How do we tap in their intelligence? What can they bring to the table that will help the nation building? We do that and we go, but we use it to our disadvantage, and it doesn't help us. Now, because there's no unity, it's difficult for us to tolerate ourselves when it comes to religion. It's in unity that you find some of my people, they don't want to even look at, I'm this religion, I'm that religion. When there's a program, we all go to the place of worship, their worship, just in the spirit of togetherness, in the spirit of unity. You tolerate each other. You don't say, because this person is from this religion, I'm from that religion, and there's so much intolerance, and the lack of tolerance results to a lot of conflicts. Even when it's not supposed to be, a lot of people now use those opportunities and manipulate us into thinking, this is a religious thing. It's not your religious, cut off. Don't do business with them. External forces, they thrive on those energies, they thrive on those opportunities, and still widen the gap between us, leaving us, weaker, poorer, instead of being strong and growing. Lack of unity also, I just mentioned, do not just make external forces, come to play, but they influence us, because they know that we have different ethnic groups, and they come in and use that as a tool to divide us. While they are dividing us, they are doing a lot of evil to us. They are taking advantage of us. They are taking advantage of our system. That's why in Chinua Achebe's book, Things Fall Apart, the book talks more on unity, and until he gets to the point when he said, the white man has put a knife in the thing that has held us together, and everything has fallen apart. Unity is actually a very, very strong hold, a strong force, a strong tool, even to the barest minimum. The little units which we call a family, from the family we go to our environment, our immediate society, our local governments, to the state, to the national level. It plays a very, very key role in growth and development. Also, if we are to look at it, look critically, when the disciples of Jesus came together after his death, they were first scattered, and then they came together, and they did not just pray, they reasoned together. What happened? Power came upon them, right? Because they were united. Because they saw that, okay, we had a common goal, so why are we even apart? They came together and they prayed. Power came upon them. They did not just speak in tongues, but they did great exploits. We read, I'm sure. We are familiar with that. That is to buttress, to tell you what unity can do to a people. What unity, what we stand to gain when we are united. They always say that two good heads are better than one, right? So you can imagine a single head or one person. Yes, you may have perfect ideas, you may have something going on for you, but you can imagine if you have 2-3 people you're sharing your ideas with, they will shape it better and beyond what you are thinking or even doing. That is where the unity comes into play. When you see people running businesses and they are collaborating, they tend to grow faster when they are working together with a group of people. There's a saying that you can always go far. You go far when you're working alone, right? But you go what? You go further when you are working with a team. When you're working with a group of people. Because that people you're not seeing, someone that angle you're not seeing that particular thing. Someone is seeing it and then is, drawing attention to those loopholes. And even before you get to those holes, you have already covered them up because someone other than you is also working alongside you in helping out. In the same way, when you go to working organizations, most of the time when organizations want to achieve certain goals, they don't just say, oh, you, Ngozi, take charge of this. You, Mary, do this. You, Shade, handle this. Most times they create teams, a group of teams to work together to achieve a certain goal. Because you know that if it's just one person, the person may be limited, may get overwhelmed at some point. But when it's a team, and the team understands their goal, and they've agreed to work together towards that goal, and they come united, I'm telling you, they will just be smashing goals from one goal to the other because they've agreed to work together, because they are united in one purpose, one goal. They will be thriving from one goal to another. So it's very important to think beyond you. It's very important to think, don't always think alone. When you're thinking of something for yourself, think of that thing for another person as well. That way, you're not just making yourself better, you're also making other people, better. I remember back then in the university, we had a class. We had a class, and we were to do a presentation. So I took this presentation on unity, and I remember very well then there were a lot of things going on in class, so I brought reference to such things. I made reference to such things, and a lot of people were laughing. You wonder, okay, why will in a class of 100, let's say minimum of 50 to 100, and some group of people will feel, oh, they are privileged to some material, they are holding the material. They have certain information about the course and they are keeping it to themselves because they want to get A loan. Like, seriously? Where are the A's taking you to? I mean, it's always good to thrive together. I believe so much in that. Because if we think beyond the individual, then we stand to achieve a lot. We stand to gain a lot. Then you find some people, oh, they have particular, maybe they got some particular material. I mean, why does it take you to just, say, oh, I've got this, can you guys photocopy? Because in the long run, everybody assimilates differently. And then, even while writing, they present differently. So what makes you think because you have this particular material, nobody should see it, only you don't see the material? So we made jest of them those days. Because, you're not helping the nation. Yes, let's look at it that way. Okay, because when you stop with your research, someone also starts. And if we bring up all those ideas together, we try better. Our lecturer just sees that, our work is improving. We are making references to different scholars. We are bringing in rich presentation in our answers. But because of division, for one reason or the other, because, I want to feel superior, I want to be the only first class candidate in the class, I want to be the only 2-1 candidate, I want to be unique. You decide to, even if when you even hear some information that is supposed to help other people, you hoard it. It doesn't help us as a nation. Because if you decide to bring your own today, before you know it, the second person too will bring something. Because they will not want to say, oh, I'm the only one, there's only one person that is contributing to this project. Another person brings his own. And before you realize it, we are having a lot to deal with. We have a lot of things to grow with, to research on, to work with. Now, unity in diversity is a very, very powerful tool for nation building. Like I said, and I've been saying. One, first, because it encourages collaboration. Because we are thinking of the nation at large, because we are thinking of the country, because we are thinking about its growth, we tend to collaborate as individuals, as regions, as states. We look at, okay, these states, they have oil and gas. Okay, how do we harness this for the nation growth? Okay, these states are good with farm produce. They farm a lot. How can we as a nation support them, subsidize them, encourage them, and even help them, produce more, and help them even, market it more? When is the time? When we think holistically, it helps us to collaborate in that sense. Because by the time I feel, oh, I'm doing this all alone, even though it's for the national benefit and they are disturbing, nobody is helping me, I'm limited. And worst of all, when it comes to when perhaps I've produced a lot of farm produce and then I've not been able to market all the products I lost out, will I be encouraged to do more? Don't you think I'll be thinking of opting out of that system? But because we are united in one purpose, a country, Nigeria, a nation we want to build, we look at where do we need to come in to help one another grow, not as individuals, not just as regions, not as states, not as local, in totality. Collaboration plays a key role in nation building. And, our unity can help us achieve that. Because when we are united, we are selfless. Greed is out of the way. I'm not thinking of how much I stand to gain as a person from this particular project. No. I'm thinking about, what does my economy stand to gain? What does my nation stand to gain in this project? That way, I'll give in my all and all. I'll give in my 100% to ensure that that is done. So, unity, encourages collaboration. It also, promotes national identity and ethnic identity. Now, because we have so many ethnic groups, being united doesn't limit us or our diversity. Rather, our diversity strengthens us. Our diversity helps us to even do better things. We promote our diversity. We don't look down on any ethnic group and say, no, they are small. No. We look at them and say, oh, what can we harness from your ethnic group? What is unique to you? Can we make it something for tourism? Can we make it a national tool or something? So when we are united, our diversity becomes strength. We don't say, you are this part of Igbo, you are a very small. If we don't have mouths where we are, you don't speak when we are speaking. You are no Osu. You are this, you are that. Ijebu. No. You don't have mouth in the West. We don't do that. But every little person, we make them unique. We make them feel unique. We make them feel important. And with that thought, with that mindset, they want to really, bring something tangible to the national table. They want to bring something good that will make them, make the nation proud of them. But when we belittle ethnic groups, that's where division actually come in full blown, and it affects our national growth. Now, unity in diversity, it helps us diversify our strengths. We source our different diversities and make it strength in various ways. We look beyond just the ethnic group, we look beyond the individuals, even the locations. You hear some people in the same country like, God forbid, I cannot go to this part of the country. I cannot go back to this, I cannot go to this particular spot. Some people may even have been stigmatized. And then you expect that group of people to actually come out of their shell and be productive. It will be very, very difficult to do that. But when we embrace our diversity, we come united, we can build it into something big that even international bodies will be trooping into, our nation to say, oh, I really want to see this. I want to see this, because we projected it as beautiful to the world. Remember, you can make people see or believe what you want them to do about you. Whatever you project to them is what they actually see, and how you project it to them is how they embrace it. If you come out and say, oh, I'm beautiful, I'm the best, you will force people to see you that way. But if you come out and say, no, I am not good, I'm not beautiful enough, they will also perceive that, and they will actually work with that. And that's why we need to let our diversity be a strength. Of course, being united helps us achieve that. And with that, it creates several opportunities for growth and national recognition, like I just mentioned earlier. Because we project a particular thing to the world, they recognize that, oh yeah, in Nigeria we have this particular ethnic group. They are rich in this particular thing. We need to come and see it. And the nation doesn't just, let's say government now, don't just have knowledge of it, but they go ahead to develop those people, those cultures, those unique things about a place, and it becomes a tourism. Nationally, globally is recognized. That is what unity does to us. But when we are thinking of being divided, when we say, oh, I'm different from ABC, even when something unique is coming out from this side, because it's not from your side, you will shush it. You will not want to talk about it. You will even have them silence the thing, because if you come out, you are not, tied to it. You don't have a part in it. So you feel they should not even be heard. But unity makes us bring out the best in everybody. Now, who should promote unity? Who should promote unity? Unity should be promoted by everyone. Remember, I started with the family unit, the family group. I said, as children, we grow in the family. So the way our family forms, the way it is, it goes a long way to shape and mold us. So if your family is united, it helps us as individuals, because it's from different families we sprout into the nation, we sprout into the world. So families, parents, we need to groom our families, build our families with not just unity, but with love. When a family is united, like we earlier said, there's growth, a rapid growth at that. So families should, project, embrace build unity around the family so that it spreads across to every place, right? Leaders, we need to promote unity. Leaders at every level. Leaders at every given opportunity. If you are in any leadership positions, you don't try to ensure that you make people feel one. You make people work with the mindset that they are all one in whatever institution, organization. Because with that sense of belonging, it makes people feel not just important, but it makes them bring out the best in them. Imagine being in an office where somehow you are isolated for some reason. People will always be together, doing things together, and you are alone. Don't you think at some point you feel withdrawn? You feel it's like I don't even belong here. It doesn't actually bring out the best in you. And that's why we should promote unity at every levels. From the family, as individuals, we try to ensure that people, we push the unity agenda. We make people believe that we are one, and then let's pursue a common goal. Let's not be selfish, let's be selfless. Because if we are selfless, we don't think about ourselves alone. When I'm getting something, I'm thinking, oh, this thing I want to get, is there someone around me that may need it? If I'm taking a certain action, I'm thinking, does this person, does this affect this person? Oh, I'm burning, I want to burn some things, or I want to, is this action I'm taking, will it affect my neighbor? When we think in that line, it will actually help us grow, because it will encourage love amongst us. When we are united, I know that you have my interest at heart. I know that you will look out for me even while I'm not there. Tell me where I don't have the confidence to do, to do great exploits. So we need to think unity. We need to act unity. So beyond leaders, our government as a whole, our government needs to make us feel united. We have passed the pre-colonial era, where it was region, where it was this political, this geopolitical zone and all. Can we think about people as one, the whole nation as one, and carry the whole national interest as against particular sector's interests, particular group of people's interests? If we make the whole nation feel united as one, then all goals will be geared towards national development, nation building. And everyone will want to contribute that little quota that he or she has to do. You may look at it that, oh, what I'm doing is small, but as little as it is, it has its impact in one or two people. So we are never too small. We are never too isolated to promote, to preach, to know, to think about being united. It could be a group of friends. If you are friends and then in the group of friends, some people are close to some people, there is a problem. Maybe you are 3 friends, they always say 3 is a triangle. When you are a group of friends and you love each other, you are united. I mean, you will see friends building great things, businesses, projects. They can only achieve that because they are united. Because they think that they are one, and they're actually following it through to the latter. Nobody's staying back and say, I think these people, they want to play me. No. Let's learn to think united and promote it at every level. Whenever you're in anywhere and then you feel or you hear people trying to, be individualistic, try to feel, oh no, I'm like this, I'm alone. In your own little way, you can make them feel we are all one. We are all one. If one person created all of us, so why are we stressing?
trying to divide ourselves. Let our diversity not be a reason for us to be, divided. Our various cultures, our various ethnic groups should be a strength to help us grow as individuals, grow as a nation, and of course, grow globally, so that we will not just be seen but recognized as a nation. If you remember the story of the Tower of Babel I mentioned earlier, because they were united, they were carrying a very huge project. The project was massive. So you can imagine if Nigeria is united as one. We are not victimizing one sect of people. We are not victimizing one group and saying, no, they are in minority. No, they don't bring anything to the nation. We take everyone as one. Can you imagine what we'll do as a nation? Can you imagine how far we'll grow as a nation if we imbibe that? In conclusion, unity in diversity is not just a tool, but is necessary, is important for nation building. Is our strength. Our diversity is our strength that we need to, embrace and make it count at every point of our lives. Our being able to stand together, as one, will make us not just a powerful people, but a unique people, a strong people. Let's choose unity over division at every time. And let's choose peace over conflict. Let's choose love over hate. It's only doing that we can grow as a nation. There's a saying, united we stand. Can I hear the response? United we stand. So, do you see that if we are united, we can actually stand tall. We can stand taller than the Tower of Babel. We can stand taller than any obstacle against us. We can stand taller than any external forces or influence against us. So it's very important for us to stand united, because in unity, bonded in love, our nation will grow stronger and stronger. And together in unity and love, we can build a stronger and better Nigeria. A Nigeria for you, a Nigeria for I, and a Nigeria for the future of tomorrow. Thank you for listening, and at this point, I want to pass on the mic to the next speaker.
Thank you very much for that wonderful section. Good evening, Africa. I remain Izita Roots, and I'll be talking about the culture of an educationist in the classroom. Like you all know, I'm a teacher, and there are many cultures we teachers displayed in the classrooms. So we feel that we are the one building the future leaders actually. So I believe the number one profession in this world is supposed to be teaching. So as we building the future leaders, so we have our culture, the way we organize the classroom, the principles we do in this classroom, and the techniques of how we do or how we take care of our children or teach them in the way they are expected to be. And the culture of an educationist in the classroom, number one is professionalism.
and educationists maintain a high level of professionalism through punctuality. So we as an educationist, as a people or someone that the students are looking up to, so we display punctuality to the students. How do we display punctuality to the students? I'm talking about, for we to teach our students how to be punctual, we are expected to be punctual, right? So it's just like, imagine you are a teacher teaching in your school, and you're always telling your students, come early to school, make sure you don't miss the morning assembly. In fact, you will be beating them for them coming late to school. And you as a teacher, you're not leading an example, advising your students to come early, and as a teacher, you are coming late with your students. So it does not give a good example of a teacher. As you're advising that child, make sure that the thing you are telling that child is also what you are not doing, or it's also what you are doing. You get? So you telling the students to be punctual, you to be punctual at that aspect, because I believe most of all these students look at elderly ones before you see them start exhibiting these characters within themselves. They'll feel like, okay, my mommy used to do this, my auntie used to do this, my child used to do this, so why will I not do it? You get? And you see that these students are kind of the smart children. Children that give birth nowadays are very, very smart. In fact, they are wiser than most adults. That's why if you are doing anything in their front, you have to be very smart and sharp. And if you are doing it, try your possible best to do it in a professionalism or probably in a profession way. So what are we talking about? Talking about the professionalism aspect. You being in properly or maintain high level of professionalism through your punctuality and other stuff. And punctuality not only talk about you coming late to school or to anywhere you are working. It's also you being available at all time. You being always at your desk trying to solve one or two problems. Always with your students. If in a situation whereby you have a subject to teach to this particular class, always be available for the students. Or in the process whereby they need you in any situation that comes in the organization or in the school, you are always available for you to bring these ideas or to bring solutions to these problems. You get? So we can be punctual in every aspect of our life also, not only in our workplace and our business places. Can be punctual in everything, because I believe punctuality matters a lot. If you want to see a serious person, it's through punctuality. If this person is the type of person that is not always serious, you feel that this person is not serious to work, or probably this person does not know what he or she wants, so they take this person as part of the unserious set of person, and in that aspect you are not being professional in your own way. So that is why we as an educationist, we make sure that we always display punctuality to these students, so that we are just like a role model to the students. So the behavior, the dressing and the communications we display out there matters a lot. It's just like when you are dressing naked, or probably you were unveiling clothes that's showing your back, show me your back and show me your front. So all these things are things that we don't wear in front of the students. We have to dress the way we should be addressed, because if they feel that you're the type of person that's always wearing unveiling clothes or probably casual every time, casual outfits, you are not even, nobody have seen you with a professional clothes or probably a corporate wears. They feel that this person is not really what they think, or is not really a teacher. You get? So not only in teaching aspect too, like I said, in your place of work too, it's not more that you must always put on casual wears all the time, putting on jeans, putting on crop tops. These things are not necessary. I remember when I was in school, although I graduated, so we're doing our clearance during that period. So I went to one of my lecturer's office
because we normally go for him for advices, and he always takes us as his children, and we take him as our father too. So we do go to his office because I was the course rep then. So we were sorting out some our result and other stuff. So when he went to his office, I think I went to his office to beat him, or I don't even know what I wanted to do to his office, but me and my cartel too. So we went there. When we went there to the place, it was like I was wearing crop top and a jean trouser. He saw me, I was like, roots my sorry, I don't want to speak Igbo, but most people will not know the Igbo and Betis, but let's just say he said that this crop top you are wearing as a graduate, you're not supposed to be wearing it. So I was not like, I was so disappointed at that moment he said that to me. I was like, it's actually true. I was thinking probably he's just saying it because he's a father, or he don't really like he's all these he's doing all these old fashioned things. He don't really know the Gen Z fashion wear and all that stuff. So I was not like, when he said that word, that as a graduate now you're not supposed to be wearing all these things, that you don't need it. What you're supposed to be wearing is corporate. Then you put on corporate or put on clothes that are very okay, that if you should wear it outside, people will know that okay, this person is a very responsible person. And the fact that he's a teacher, he's a lecturer, so he's teaching his students, and you that are teaching his students, and me, I'm in that profession of teaching too. So I just need to learn for what he has said at that moment. I start keeping to his words and make sure that all my words are always corporate, even if it's not corporate, something that okay, if I should wear it out there, I'll be responsible. Okay. So when he said that word, I was able to think about it. Even the rest of my friends, they're like that even they was even wearing the same outfit, just like the way I was wearing too. So I was able to, I don't know if they thought about it. I just actually went home, and when I went home I thought about what my lecturer told me. Although the clothes was not like it's a crop top too, but it's not like something that is really just like I think it's just your tummy, part of your tummy is showing, kind of, if you should raise your hand up or something like that. So when I went home, I was able to think about this thing that my lecturer told me, and I said to my daughter, I have corporate wears, but I don't used to wear those. But I feel those corporate wears are mostly if I want to attend my education lectures or to faculty lecture, because we do have faculty clothes. So I feel that we just came to school to do clearance, so everybody can just wear normal wears and come to the school. So I feel it does not really matter where you're actually going to. It does not really matter where you're actually going to. There are some places that you don't really need to dress anyhow. You get telling in the school premises, they feel you're a graduate and you're in school, you're not meant to be dressing like this. If it's something you're going for an hangout or probably beach, we know that all those things that have dressings. And even if you are going for all those hangout activities, it's not more that you must wear something that we make people to be looking at their back to check what you are wearing, that is not really making them get, or to draw attentions. So you just have to dress the way you should be addressed. It depends on the location you are going. So when I talked about it, I started putting on corporate, even though I don't even really have much of corporate wears. Even I have to even dash out my clothes out, all those my cocktails, fine clothes, even most of the ones that I've not even worn, the one that even my start dashing out, I have to just dash it out to my landlord's daughter, and I give to other people too. Like I don't want to wear it again. So I was touched by my lecturer's words. I want to be responsible, even if it's not your dress don't really mean your character, you get. But people will like see that once you have seen your dressing, they'll feel that this is how this person is, you get. So then they say that there's always saying that dress the way you want to be addressed. So that word is very, very powerful word that you have to always think about things in your head anytime you are leaving or anytime you feel that you want to wear clothes. So I was always on corporate wears and everything. I feel anywhere I'm going, I should dress moderate and normal. So this is what educationist people do. They try to display as a role model to the students. You can't see a teacher wearing jean trouser, or wearing polo, or wearing crop tops to classroom. No, it does not sound right. So we wear corporate wear to the classroom to show that, telling the student that this is what you are meant to be wearing, this is how you are supposed to be dressing. Dress moderate and dress modesty. That is just the aim. So we are the educationists, we display these things to the students on our communication skills too. When you are communicating with students, you don't use you don't need vocals or similarly all these foul languages like you are mad, you get all those things. So if you are communicating with students, I know that there are some students that is very, very annoying, that you feel like using your cane to eat the hell out of them, but you just have to hold down your temper and make sure that these are just children, you get. So they just say they are kids, they don't know what they are doing, you get. So there are things that there are some words that you want to say to this student, but you just have to just hold yourself that okay, let me not say this word, I'm a role model to this student, so as a teacher, why would I be saying this foul language to this student? It does not put on a good example to me, you get. So you just have to hold your words back and just have to take the words out and just say it out to the student, because your communication skills just matters a lot. Because whenever you are, when they see that you are bringing out all these fast language words into your man and throwing it on these students, they'll be like saying it. If they should go home and say it to their parents or to their siblings, they'll be like, where do you hear this thing from? It's from my teacher. I used to say it to me every time. I used to say it to some person every time. So it feels that if the teacher, if the parents was able to come to the school and report to the proprietress or the principal of the school that so teacher is saying this word to the student, which is not proper, so it feels so disgraced at that moment. So we have to be careful of our words. Not only teachers, it goes to every individual out there. Anywhere you find yourself, try as much as possible that if anyone annoys you, it's not necessary for you to bring out foul languages or probably throw insults on this person. Probably you can just call the person one side and tell this person what you actually did annoys me. I don't really like it. Please don't do it again. I think it's more professional way than you throwing insult at that person at that moment. And also the dressing aspect too. In anywhere you find yourself, always dress corporate, or it's not really, everybody don't really have corporate wears. Just dress modest and you are good to go. Then the second culture of an educationist in the classroom is respect learners. They treat all students with dignity, regardless of background, ability to beliefs. Educationists avoid biases and promote inclusivity. So what are we talking about? When we talk about respect learners, we the educationists, we respect our learners. Yes, they say respect is reciprocal. If you're able to respect your students, the students will also respect you. And it depends on how you display your character to this student that you receive that respect for them. So most educationists out there don't really know that they are meant to respect their learners. Even as you are working in your PPA, or probably you are working with your boss, your boss has to respect you so that you're able to respect your boss too. So all these things are things that we're meant to know. Normal techniques that we're meant to know about our workplace or the organization we find ourselves. You get. So if we're able to respect our students, if your student say, "Ma, please, can I ask a question?" Yes, you can ask a question. What is your question? You answer your student. Or is it the process whereby the students came to you to report for a particular student, you're able to solve the matter? Or a situation whereby your student asks you, "Ma, I don't understand what you just taught us. Please, can you explain further? Or can you explain more?" So these are the respects we give to our learners too. That whenever they see us, they will also respect us the same respect we are giving to them. To show that respect is very, very good way. And then you see most bosses in an organization, they are always respecting their workers because they feel that they are the one handling their businesses. they are the one bringing profits to this company or to the organization. They are the one bringing benefit to this organization. So they believe that they have to respect their workers for the work to keep on going. Because for you to respect them, they will also respect you. But if you see situation whereby you are not the type of person that don't respect yourself, you might not expect that same respect that this person is giving you too. So if you feel that you are not deserving the respect you need, you have to check yourself out, or probably you can walk up to those person and tell you, sir, you don't respect me, ma, you don't respect me, you get, then the work keep on going too. So this is how we respect our students too, in many ways. If they cry to you, ask you questions, trying to get advice from you, you gently give them the advices, or probably explain further to the topic you have taught them. These are how you communicate with your learners, and from there the work keep flowing. Then the third culture of an educationist in a classroom is positive learning environment. They create a safe, support and engaging classroom atmosphere where students comfortable expressing themselves and asking questions. What are we talking about? Talking about positive learning environment. When you have a positive learning environment, your children will want to learn more. Children will be like, they feel like they don't want to even want you to leave the classroom. They want you to keep on teaching them. In fact, they don't want to even go home because the positive learning is there, the environment is there. When you create a safe, supporting, engaging classroom, it makes the students learn faster. If the students that don't used to grab quickly, the student will start grabbing faster than you expected, because the classroom is conducive. The classroom learning is very, very safe and positive. So this helps the students to be more comfortable, and if you are able to give the students a comfortable environment, they will feel they will be able to express themselves in so many ways, depending on the topic you are teaching the students. Is it a topic they don't really understand? But if you are the type of teacher that put this classroom or their learning a positive one, they'll feel like expressing themselves. Man, please, I don't understand this one, I don't understand this. Can you explain to us or give us more example and experience? If they have, without giving opportunities, they have expressed themselves to this teacher, and the teacher will notice that, okay, this student did not actually understand what I've been teaching since. So we're able to explain to these students that, okay, this is how it is and this is how you go about it. Or if you are a type of person that you don't give a student a conducive environment, a positive environment, even if they don't understand this topic, they will never raise their hand up to ask the teacher, ma, can you explain further? And at that moment, these students, they are reducing their self-esteem and their learning ability has reduced. Even if they ask them these questions in exam, they will not be able to defend themselves in exam, because they feel they were not given this conducive or positive environment for them to express themselves doing teaching. So as an educationist, you have to have this positive learning environment to your students for them to grab on what you are teaching them at that moment. So give them a comfortable place, like a comfortable place that if they should stay in the classroom, they can do anything. In fact, they can even crack jokes with their teacher, and they'll be like, okay, this and everybody just laugh out and they'll continue their teaching. So, and you should have this they'll be able to have this communication with their lecturer, or this relationship with their teacher and students is very, very important. If you have a good relationship with your students, they'll express most things they have not taught. In fact, they'll be able to bring out most of the things that have been bothering them, that they can't even say this thing to their parents at home, but they'll be able to say it to you, because you have given them that positive environment for them to express themselves, and you are giving them that comfortable zone for them to always express themselves in any time they feel like. Even when my students will come to me, they'll be like, Miss Ruth, I like the way you interact with students, or they're like, you are very, very cool and calm, you don't behave like this. So I say, don't say that, everybody on their own way. Yeah, so they'll be like, I don't like the way this person used to do, I don't like the way this person do, I don't even feel comfortable with this teacher, but I always feel comfortable with you. And in front of the students, started saying things they can't even say in front of their parents, because you have created that relationship with the students. But at that time, they will say that you creating relationship with this student does not mean that you give them full opportunity. You get? So you just have to have space. There are some time that you, okay, this is time for this this particular thing, this time for this particular thing. So don't really give them that opportunity for them to be closer to you. You get? So you just have to, there are spaces or there are limits to something. That's what my principal used to tell us. That the students, they will be that they want to be around you every time, but don't really give them that time, because these students are smarter than themselves. You can say something and they will go out and be saying within themselves, and they start gossiping around. So they are very, very smart set of children. You just have to be careful around them. That if you are in the staff room discussing about something and you see a student, you see that, go out from the staff room. When we are done discussing, you can come in. To show that this disciplines also matter a lot when you are creating this relationship with these students. Their interest in ability encouraged engaging critical thinking, creativity and independence. This also make them to be independent on themselves too. The number 4 culture of an educationist in the classroom is the effective communication. An educationist communicates clearly and listen attentively. They encourage dialogue, feedbacks and participation from students. Yes, what are they talking about? The effective communication. Like I said in the 3rd point, we talked about you having a good communication skills with your students. If you're able to give them these effective communication skills, they were able to listen very well. Then you try to listen to those students, try to know their parts. If you're able to come to the classroom and you're giving give them the topic, you talk about the topic and you teach them what the topic is talking about, you can ask them what is your own understanding. If they don't know it, anything you just want to say, just say it out. You want to hear your own opinion. What do you understand about this particular topic? If they're able to say it, whether they got it right or they got it wrong, it's part of teaching. As they're able to express themselves at that opportunity, it shows that you have listened to their own perspective, they have listened to their own idea of this topic. Then you're able, from there you can need to teach them what the topic is talking about. So these are things you are meant to do. And if you're able to listen to students too in any areas, because you see that they are always having misunderstanding within themselves. I did this, I did that, I took my pen, they took my bio, they slapped me, fell me down. You got all these things are necessary things that occurs in the classrooms. So if you're able to listen to this person's side of story, okay, what happened, why are you crying, what happened, why are you fighting, you listen to this person's side of story, you listen to this person, you're able to give your judgment as a teacher. So these are things we do in classrooms. So these are the cultures we display as educationists in the classrooms. Try to manage your classroom. Then we talked about the 5th culture of an educationist in classroom is adaptability and flexibility. They are just to teaching methods to suit different learning styles and classroom situations, showing opinion to change and innovate. What are we talking about? Talking about adaptability and flexibility. It's just talking about you adjusting to new skills or probably adjusting to new learnings. You can't always bring, we as an educationist, we don't always bring only one method of teaching. We do bring different methods of teaching to make the teaching interesting and lively. Like we bring materials to the classroom to show the students, okay, this is what we are going to be treating on. This is the picture of it, this is the diagram. So we bring life materials too to show that this is how it should look like. This is how it look like. If you are the type of person that you are teaching the student drug abuse, you can bring even if you don't want to be the main drug abuse, you can just bring something that is similar to this thing, to this drug or something, example of something or substance that look like these drugs. You can show it to the students that this is how it is, this is how it is. or you are trying to create a craft work or knitting, or trying to draw an artwork, or someone smoking cigarettes or something like that, you can say, okay, this thing is actually bad. You smoking a cigarette is a bad thing. You show that this is an example of people smoking cigarette, and you can show them an example. Okay, this is the negative. When you engage in such art, you can get into such situation, ending up in hospital. You can share them a diagram with someone in hospital because of the person engaged himself in such arts. So these are examples with truths. Now they want to find interest in listening to you because I've actually showed them a picture of what you want to teach the students, or this picture of what you are teaching the student. So this attracts most of the students who want to engage in this learning. So it brings different learning styles to. You can ask you can throw questions to a student, what is the answer? Throw to this person, throw to this person, or you can ask this person his or her name, or you get random questions that can make the classroom lively and interesting. The students will want to find the learning more engaging too. So the sixth culture of an educationist in the classroom is the ethical behavior. They demonstrate continuous updates, their knowledge and teaching, the strategy to improve effectiveness. When we talk about ethical behaviors, talk about how you demonstrate yourself, how your strategies you use, your techniques you use on teaching the student. There are many techniques you can use to teach the student. There are many ethical behavior that you can also teach the students. Not only you teaching only the subjects you are teaching the student, you can teach the student in so many ethical behaviors that they are meant to know: how to sit properly in a classroom, how to engage in conversation, how to make friends, how to listen to conversation, how to do a lot of things. So these are the things they are meant to know as a student. I try to tell them that not to speak vernacular in the classrooms. Always speak English in the classrooms, and try your possible best to have a good communication skills with your fellow students or with your fellow classmates. So these are things that are meant to teach all these students, or how to be responsible in the society, not only in the school. So that if someone should see you out there and you display this positive ethical behavior your teacher has taught you, they'll be like, which school are you coming from? Who taught you this? Who taught you that? You'll be able to be proud of yourself that you have actually learned something. So these are the things we do to the students as an educationist. We try to teach them morals, on how to behave in the society, on how to behave among their peers, on how to do the right thing at the right time. We were able to teach them that there's time for everything. There is time to read, there is time to play, there is time to eat, there is time to gist, and there is time for games. So these are the things we teach the students in order to manage the classroom or to keep them going. Then the seventh culture of an educationist in a classroom is commitment of lifelong learning. Lifelong learning. A good educationist continuously updates their knowledge and teaching strategies to improve effectiveness. Yes, you feel that you have gone to school, have graduated, and you feel that, okay, I know this thing already, so I can able to go to the classroom and teach this thing. Try to update your knowledge. Just like the principal in the school I'm currently doing my PPA, so like when I wrote a letter of absence, or I'm not going to be around for I think for 2 days, I was able to write a letter to this principal, and I wrote the 2 addresses in the same place. Just not like, am I supposed to write the 2 addresses in the same place? I thought it's the writer's address at the right hand, then the receiver's address at the second. I think no ma, that currently now the letters is the 2 letters or the two addresses is written on the left hand of the paper, not longer on the right or on the left again. So she was like, you for because say now, say it's just an update, it's just an updated something now. It's no longer written like the writer's address at the right hand, the receiver's address at the left hand. That currently now they have changed it to the two addresses at the left hand. Like we're talking about the formal letter. So she was able to get that update about this formal letter writing about these two addresses written in the left hand. So this also are going to update ourselves on so many things. Don't just feel that you are using the same setting of the same ideas or the same teaching your lecturer taught you in school, and you are still from 2013. We are in 2026. You are still using that same method and everything your teacher taught you in 2026. So we believe that as the world is going, new things are coming, new ideas are coming, and things are being updated. The way iPhones are going. Remember when iPhone 6 came out, everybody like wants to buy iPhone 6. iPhone 7 came out, everybody now it's going to iPhone 18. So that what the world is going, more things are coming and new things are coming, and they are updating a lot of things. Even the phone you are using, there is a certain day that your phone is going to expire. There's one of the phone that I was using then. I don't know that this phone, it's funny enough that Infinix product, this phone expired, that the phone has to catch fire. To show that it was not even serious. Like when I was like, Infinix will not matter. To show that this phone now is not updated. They are no longer using this type of product. Like I didn't even know. They know that I have to get through this information. Okay, why was this phone catch fire when I was charging it? Because even the phone was even giving serious headache, like operating by himself. You can even call someone. I was able to let this phone not go and make transfer for someone one day because I don't really understand this phone operating for himself. You get so the updates they don't longer use the phone on their company or something like that. So I believe they update. Even iPhone when they are using, they do update the phone. Like sometimes you see your phone, you see kind of ink on your phone, you have to just clean. But these things are updated something. They do update, so you're able to make use of these apps and this phone effectively. So I believe the company don't longer make use of that phone again, that particular product they do. So that's why the phone was just misbehaving and the phone catch fire at that process. So it was a really big tragedy for that phone actually. But I would thank God I was able to get another phone because I wasn't expecting that phone to even spoil. But this phone has been giving me serious issues. So things are updating. So that teachings are also updated too. The same teaching that your lecturer taught you in 2010, you are not expected to be teaching that same method or same teaching in 2026. But I believe we as an educationist, we do go and research more, get new updates. And then you are giving a project. You can't bring a project of 2001 to your supervisor. Tell you that can't you search for updated something? You just cancel your project, go and look for updated this thing. Even 2010 is not updated. 2015 is not updated. She wants to see like 2020, 21, 22 updated something. But if you see that 2010 or 11 or 12, you just throw the project on your feet. You go and update your project. So these are things educationists do. They just want to always get an updated project or updated topics or things that they can improve on subject that the students will be able to know too, because you don't expect the students to still be learning old teaching while they are in 21st century. So the seventh culture of an educationist. Okay, we are talking about the communication lifelong learning, which I just said. So the eighth culture of an educationist is the student-centered approach through focus on learning needs. When we talk about student-centered approach through focus on learning needs, the culture of an educationist. Last one, we talk about the interest and the abilities of encouraging critical thinking, creativity and independence. You try to teach your students, engage them on critical thinking. Try your possible best to for them to always think. It's very, very important. You try to make use of your brain. It's like you don't just always give them the answers, give them the answer, give them the answer, give them that. You don't want them to struggle to get the answer. Just like when you are teaching the students maths and you students teaching them and you are teaching the students, you are solving it for them. So how do you expect the students to learn? Allow them to think. Not only maths, you can any subject you are teaching that student. Try your possible best. When I used to teach, I make sure that before I start writing my notes, I'll write the topic on the board. I'll say, what do you understand in this project, in this topic I've written the board? Have you heard about this thing? But just like said introduction, you trying to know about whether the students are aware of this topic. Is it familiar to this student? Is this topic familiar to them? Try to know from the students. If you know that this topic is familiar to you, what do you know about this topic? Try your possible best to ask them questions about the topic of it before you start teaching. It's good, at least it makes them to always engage themselves in, for them to think a lot, make them using their brain. Because if you find that you're always giving answers to this set of students, you are not helping them at all. And if they bring exam questions to them, they'll feel like they can't do anything, they can't think, they're always lazing around. Feel that, okay, this is not my teacher was teaching us all these things, giving us the answer. We're not giving the opportunity for us to solve these things for ourselves. And you're not helping the students. You are not helping them. So if you are doing this thing, trying to always give answers to the students, not allowing them to think, you are not helping the students. You are is actually going to affect them. And they'll feel that this child is very dull, does not know anything, and olodo is this and that. So it's not encouraging at all. So allow the students to always think. Allow them to be independent of themselves. They should always stand. They should always be confident of themselves. They should have this self-esteem for themselves, that if they should stand anywhere or if they should go to anywhere, they can also defend themselves no matter what. So this helps the students too in this student-centered approach. Then the ninth culture of an educationist in classroom is classroom management. Classroom management skills. Classroom management skills. They maintain order and discipline using positive strategies rather than fear or punishment, fostering mutual respect. What we're talking about? We're talking about classroom management. Classroom management is very, very important. When you know how to manage your classroom, it shows that you know what you are doing. It shows that this teaching they are teaching to the students is very, very effective. That at the end of your teaching, the students will understand everything you have said to the student. So you have to manage your classroom. How can you manage your classroom? You have to discipline them in a positive way. You discipline them. Give them punishment if necessary. If my students, type of students, are always making noise, they're always exhibiting this habit of making noise whenever the teacher is in the class, you will stand up and you go and kneel down. That is the point I used to give them. They always tell me that kneel down, kneel down, kneel down. If you don't kneel down, I'm going to beat you. Or I'll tell you should ride an okada. Things are the punishment that you can give to the students. Or you can see student talking to a fellow student while you are teaching. You can tell the student stand up. When you tell that student to stand up, everywhere is going to calm. At that moment, you will stop talking. But if it's a student that's always stubborn, even as the on top punishment, you are still talking. Probably you just have to report to the school authority, or you discipline that child in your own way, or probably you can report the case to the higher authority in the school too. So these are how you can manage your classroom. Discipline them. If a teacher is in the class, don't make noise. Always respect yourself. Always exhibit that culture in you that you are not supposed to do this thing when teacher is around. You're not supposed to do this when teacher is teaching. You are supposed to be reading your book. You are supposed to be writing your notes. On the situation whereby the student is writing, some students are writing, you are writing on the board, you are expecting all students should be writing, right? And you will notice that most students are not writing. So therefore you to stop writing at that movement and go run through the classroom. Try to know students that are writing and students that are not writing. If you find out that you're able to fish out those that were not writing, you can punish them or ask them, why are you not writing? If it's something that you can sort it out, you sort it out. Something that cannot sort it out, you report to the higher authority. So these are the things you are supposed to do in managing your student. It's not situation whereby you are teaching, you write for money for all the whole 14 minutes period that you have with the students, and you are done writing. Out of 20 students, only 10 students that wrote the notes. So it's not encouraging. So as an educationist, we make sure everybody in the classroom is writing. We make sure everybody has their notes, everybody is writing when their mates are writing. So these are the things we do to manage our classroom. Situation whereby this person is distracting this person from learning. You punish that person, that stop distracting this person, stop talking. So these are the things we normally do to give an effective classroom or an effective learning environment. Punish the students. The students that always not always bringing their book in classroom, make sure you punish the students. Even when I was teaching doing my PPA, if I teach students finish and there's this particular student that is always giving excuses, I forgot my note, I forgot my note, I forgot my note. But you don't forget to bring your food, you don't forget to bring money to school, you don't forget to buy a more or buy rice and be eating, but you forgot your English notes. Always giving excuses. And I feel you think this student is doing it intentionally. You think this, you don't really know whether it's truth or not. At that moment you have to discipline that child, that if he or she remembers that okay, this is what this teacher actually do to me, there is no how that child is not going to bring his notes the next day. That excuses will stop. I was able to discipline this child that even as I punish this child, beat him, still if you still keep on saying the same thing, I forgot my note, my note is not, like different excuses, I even have to report it to the principal that, ma, please handle this case because I'm tired of this boy. Let me not go and injure someone's child one day. So I have to just explain the case to the principal, and the principal will be able to handle it and call the parents of the child. Even I even have to call this boy brother and tell, this is your brother. Like, I didn't even understand what is his problem. The brother would like saying that that she don't mind that I used to do like different excuses. Even the brother said it's not even helping matters. So thank God for the principal I was able to call the parents, and now the boy is always bringing his book and he's not always giving complaint like before. But his new complaint now is that my note has finished, my note stopped, like different stories. I know that these students can be frustrated sometimes, but you have to manage the student because you are the teacher to them. So you have to know how to take care of these students and how to take cases like this and how to undo it. So to show that educationist is always doing a lot of job to build people, to make sure we get a better person in the future, to make sure we get a better leader. So to show that a lot of things happen in the classroom. So we display this caution to this classroom to make sure that everything goes well for both the students and the teacher. And the 10th caution of an educationist in a classroom is cultural awareness and sensitivity. They recognize and respect cultural diversity and respect to talk about the diversity in classroom and incorporate it into teaching practice. You get, we'll talk about cultural awareness. We try to make the students to be aware of things they don't know about. Try to them being sensitive on some certain things. They also be able to recognize the cultural diversity in the classroom and incorporate teaching practice. If a situation whereby students is in the classroom, you can always make them to do practice in classroom, because even when I finished school, no, I think it was during our 300 level, they have to send us to do teaching practice in the school. It's just like an IT, but not really an IT, it's just a teaching practice. That is just like our IT. We went there to do teaching practice. We went to school to teach students for 3 months. Why they do this thing to us? They want us to know how to handle students, how this setting look like, how a teacher is supposed to be, what we are meant to do. That if we eventually graduated from school, this is what we are expecting, this is what they are meant to do, this is what we are going to meet, because the setting is already an education student. So we believe that our profession is a teacher, so they are preparing us ahead of the journey coming. So even those that have not taught for before in their life, they're able to give them this opportunity for them to go to this school and teach. And there were many complaints, experiences, people learn, people adapt to so many things. Even those things that you don't know before, you're able to expose to things that you don't know about and get to know these things, so that when you eventually graduated and get a job as a teacher, you can handle these things, because you believe that you have done this thing already in this setting before. You know how you can handle such cases or such situations. So it's good for us to make sure we do practicals in classrooms. It matters a lot. Engage your students with so many things, not only you doing the working. Try to engage your students too in so many aspects too, not only in teaching, or probably in other things too. It makes them to be aware of things they are not aware of. Make them to be sensitive of things they are not sensible with. You get, so these things will make them to prepare themselves, will make them to know how to go about such things when we're able to display this cultural awareness in the classroom. So this is what we do to make sure the students are aware and recognize such things. Then the 11th culture of an educationist in the classroom, the encouragement and motivation. They inspire students through praise, constructive feedback, support, helping, and build confidence and self-esteem. To show that this encouragement and motivation is very, very important. We as an educationist, we motivate our students, we inspire them to work harder, to be serious with their study, to be always do the right thing at the right time, to be honest, to teach them to have integrity within themselves, and this helps the students in their learning ability too. We encourage them, we get feedbacks from them, and we try to work on it. We make sure we build their confidence, we build their self-esteem. We make sure we work on their confident ability. We support them in any way we can support them. We help them in any way we can help them. Currently, as I'm teaching, I've done a lot of things that I'm happy doing this thing, because I feel that me doing this thing shows that how I've imparted in these students and how I've helped the students in so many ways. The student that comes to you, man, I don't have pain. I don't have pain. I don't have pain. If you are a teacher that have pain, you can give it to this. Or probably ask anybody that has to pain, give it to him, let him write. Get, or in the situation whereby a student is not motivated, he always believes that school is a scam, school is a scam. You as an educationist, you can motivate this student, you can inspire the student that school is not a scam. if you want to be a successful man or woman in the future, you have to go to school. You inspire them in so many ways. You teach them things they are not aware of. You try to talk to them. You try to counsel them. Show them things they are meant to know. We inspire them. We build their confidence. We make sure to tell them that you can defend yourself no matter what. There's a student that I know of. They're always laughing at her, always laughing at her, always laughing at her. Any little thing, she start crying. This girl just fell down, she started crying. Or she hit her hand somewhere, she started crying. Any little thing, she starts crying. I was able to tell her that every little thing you start crying, this little thing you start crying, you are bringing yourself too low. You are bringing yourself, your confidence ability is very, very low. Just a little thing, you start crying. Just a little things that are not really necessary. Like you don't even hurt like that. You just started crying. I was able to talk to her that this is you are doing. Always crying, always crying, always crying, always crying. It's not good. I was able to build this girl confidence that it's not everything you cry. Because your mate laughs, you feel that your mate laughs, they're crying. So that you hurt or you injured because they laugh at you, they're crying. So that student's self-esteem is very, very low. I was able to talk to her in front of everybody. Like, it's not everything you cry. It's not everything you will always look at people you get. So currently now, if anybody laugh at her, she talks back to the person. She defends herself. You get. So this was a thing that I was able to do to this particular game. And I feel like so you can talk like this. So why you're always crying when someone talks to you or when someone laugh at you? They can do all these things themselves, but they don't have that confidence in them to do this thing. So I was able to build this girl confidence and talk sense into her that everything is not always crying, or someone laugh at you, you cry, or you feel that you cry. So thank God now the girl when now anybody that laugh at her, she don't even give a dime about the person laughing at her. She just move forward. Or it's necessary for her to throw back at this person or talk to this person back, she will give it back to this person. So she that this girl actually have that deal in her, but she don't know how to say it out. So these things are very, very good. As an educationist, we motivate students. We make sure to tell them how important education is. If it's a child that don't really know what he or she wants to become in future, you can bring this child closer to you and tell this child, what are you good in? What do you think you are best in doing? What subject do you know you are good in? This is how from there you start talking to the students. This is a way able to know, okay, this is what I'm good in. I'm good with this subject, I'm good with this, I'm good with that. This is my talents. You're able to choose, and that child at that opportunity able to choose the department he or she is going to, or what he or she wants to become in the future. So we inspired them on things they are not aware of. Then the 12th portion of an educationist in the classroom is collaboration and teamwork. They work well with colleagues, parents, and school community to support students' development. Yes, educationists don't do their job only for themselves. Like I said before, there is a situation whereby a student problem or any other, I just have to, if something that is above me, I just have to involve the principal to this situation. I believe if the principal involving in this situation, it will go a long way and actually give a solution to this problem. We work as a colleague, we work team, we come together, we decide, we make sure what are we going to do to make these students to be serious. What are we going to do to make these students to stop making them whenever the child is around? What are we going to do to make the students to stop avoiding classes? So these are what we come together, we talk as a colleague, as a friend, or probably that is good to that you see schools nowadays they do PTA meeting. This PTA meeting, why are they doing this PTA meeting? not because they want to come and see parents' faces. No, they are doing this PTA meeting for them to also get ideas, complaints, how to solve it about their children. They are also helping the teachers, and we the teacher are also helping them, because we coming together to collaborate together to bring ideas how to better the students' future, how to make them to be serious. These are the reasons why collaboration is necessary. And in education, if we don't just do our jobs alone, we involve people, we involve the parents, we involve our colleagues too. The situation whereby you cannot undo it, you try to involve your colleague in this thing. This is what is going on, this is what this person tell me. What do you think about this thing? What is your idea? What is your solutions? So these are necessary things we do as an educationist. We try to collaborate with the community people to make sure that they support the students in any way they can do, for them to give them a effective learning. And the situation whereby in a government or a public school where they don't really have the equipment that is necessary for them to learn, when I'm organizing a PTA meeting, trying to ask for funds from the community people, probably from the parents, for them to provide this equipment to be used for the students for effective learning. That is why collaboration, we work with people, we work with community people, we work with parents, we work to our colleagues too. So these are the culture of an educationist in the classroom. To show that we are actually doing a lot. It's not easy, and it's not, like I said before, it's not really meant for only the teachers too. The 12 points specify that we collaborate as a teamwork. We work with students, we work with colleagues, we work with parents too. So it's there for you to also exhibit or display this cultural ethics to them at home too, not only in the classroom. Even as we are building this set of students, you can also help us too to build these students too. Because even as you talk to this set of students, you will talk to them finish the other year to come out. They are not going to keep to practice. They are not going to work on themselves. They feel that after the teacher has finished speaking, she will leave. Or they feel she just talking. You know that this teacher is a parrot. Just leave after she has finished talking, she will go to her office and go and sit down. So they feel less reluctant over these ideas or these decisions the teacher do bring to the classroom. So we as a parent or a sister to a student or probably a guardians, we can also give them this culture to these students by helping the teachers to on situations like this. Also teach them, try to know the in and out of these students. Not only them coming to school or you leaving it for only the teachers to handle, but you also laying emphasis on most of the things that is really necessary for them to know. So in conclusion, the culture of an educationist in the classrooms is very, very important. It's very, very important. Because without these cultures being displayed in classroom, things are going to go wrong. People will not become who they are now. The doctors we are seeing, the lawyers we are seeing, if they are not being imparted through these cultures that we do or display in the classroom, most of them might go astray, or most of them might not know their talents or might not know their way out, or they might not know the importance of education at that moment. So if you are a parent or a sister or brother to a graduate that you know that you have younger ones that are still going to school, please, you can encourage the teachers by helping them out in any way you can too. So I believe with all these things, it can go a long way. As we can go a long way, we can able to help our future leaders that are coming up by imparting on them in positive way and not negative way, and from there we keep building and bringing the leaders of tomorrow to this nation. So at this juncture, I'll be passing on the mic to the next speaker.
Alright, that was a good one from speaking about teachers culture. That was a good one from her. Alright, I'll be starting with this simple story. I remember when I was in XS2 and XS1, I can't really remember, but I know one of either XS1 or XS2. A junior of mine walked up to me and asked me a question, and the question is clear and simple. And he asked that why is it that I'm always buying a certain kind of food every day. And when he asked that question, I looked at him and I said something. I said, when you want to make your food choice, you don't make it based on wants, you make it based on need. And beyond that, it's not just about the quantity, it's about the quality. So I told him those two words. And you have to really understand, why do human really eat? The reason why we eat is not to be full, but to be nourished. You're not just trying to eat to be full, but to be nourished. I really want everyone to really listen, because I'll be throwing out some tips which you don't even know about your feeding. And that's why today I'll be talking about healthy feeding habits. Healthy feeding habits. I want to talk about healthy feeding habits from the word healthy feeding habits. My key emphasis there is you being conscious. It's not that I've eaten healthy today, but you're being conscious and stay consistent to it. It has to be an habit. And I would do say that even for you to really make it for you really to be healthy itself, it has to be a continuous thing. Not that you've just eaten today and what you've eaten today is actually what will serve your nutrients alone. If you eat well today and don't eat well tomorrow, then you're not really living healthy. And now, the first thing I would like to define here is food. When you think of food, what's really food? Food is an edible substance that is either eating or drinking, or that you either eat or drink to sustain your body, to enable your body grow, or to even protect your body. To sustain, help your body grow, or protect your body. So whenever you're taking something, the question you should ask yourself is it actually doing any of this function? Is it protecting you? Is it making you grow? Or is it nourishing you? And whenever you actually make your food choice based on this, then you know what you're supposed to take and what you're not supposed to take. What you're supposed to take and what you're supposed to take. Immediately you just pick a drink of, let me say, a bottle of mineral, for instance. Ask yourself, is it nourishing me? Is it protecting anything in my body? Is it enhancing my growth? And that way the most important part of this is, I think one of the speakers also once said that if you eat well in your 30s, you will live better in your 40 and 50. And sometimes you can just say, it's just readily available. You went out today and you're giving Coke. When you get home, you see Coke again. Before bed again, you still Coke again. You think you're enjoying, but you're not enjoying. In this part of the world, when you become big and you look, I'm not saying being fat is actually unhealthy. Some people are fat and they're healthy, while some people are not fat and they're not healthy. They start calling you Dogun, yes, you don't eat money now. So it's okay. I'm not against it, but are you really sure you're eating quality or just quantity, or you're just blowing up and just eating empty carbon? And sometimes you can even be doing it like you can be doing it unconsciously. You think, I'm tired, I've not eaten anything, let me just get cookie. But you know what you've just taken? You've just taken, let me say Coke now, let me just get soda drink, let me get soda drink. And every 50 or 60 cl of drink you are taking is actually 10 to 12 kg of sugar. I know it's not normal for me to put water down and put 12 kg of sugar there, but at every time you take a Coke, like a full 50 cl of soda drink, any form of soda drink, you are taking 10 to 12 cubes of sugar. And some people will take 2, some people will take 3 before the day runs out. And the most funny thing, that's not the only source of sugar you are taking. We are in this part of the world, our major food is carbohydrates. I always say that the only animal in every food is what? Protein. Have you ever noticed, mostly in this part of the world, the only animal in that food most time is always what? and it's very small compared to the portion of the what carbohydrates. And you've taken carbohydrates which will be broken down by your body as what, as glucose, and now you're taking it's not you're taking a full a full plastic of drink again. And the funniest thing, some people even doing that, you're not doing all this bricklaying work that will really burn the energy. Can you say another thing? You're not doing any energy work that will really burn the fat on time. But you don't know. So over time, you are building what will later stand against you later. You don't know. Over time, you might think you're enjoying now, enjoy yourself, but later it's going to match. It's going to ask. The body is going to ask you. So sometimes you have to be intentional. Yes, many of us are here. Over time, you've prepared, or even if you're not really preparing every second, every minute, you've built the skill before. So you have to be conscious too when it comes to your feeding. And I'll be giving 4 things you have to know first. If you want to really live, eat healthy. What are the 4 things you have to know? Be aware of balanced diet. And when I mean balanced diet is not just having, the whole classes of food in a particular meal alone. That is, although that's a level of, that's a step to living healthy, but that's not all that there is. So having all that, you now have a food that actually contains all the 6 classes of food, from your carbon to your protein to your vitamin, and not just fats, healthy fats. Healthy fats. We have 3 classes of fats. We have the saturated, we have the unsaturated, and we have the trans fats. So you should know, you're not just going for fats, you're going for healthy fats. You're going for healthy fats, and I'll be listing some of them. So even for the fats now, I have the a balanced diet meal now. Beyond that, the next thing I have to also be aware of is the portion of the meal. And when I talk about portion of the meal, what do I mean? Standardly, let me say the standard. We are in this part of the world, you can just say mama whatever, give me 2 wraps of fufu there, or 3 wraps of fufu. But normally, let me say this, you have a plate now you want to use to eat. When you divide that plate into 2, like normally proper standard, half part of that plate, the whole half of the plate should be what? Vegetable. The half of the plate should be what? Vegetable. While the other half should be divided into 2, where you have what? Carbohydrate in a part, and you have what? Protein in a part. That you are dividing your plate into, half of it is vegetable, then the other half is divided into 2, where you have what? Protein and carbohydrates. That's what I call portion now. Having portion beyond balanced diet, your portion. Another thing you have to be aware of is reducing the intake of sugar, salt, and processed food. And you might say, how will you really reduce this? How will you really do this? I stated earlier, the moment you're buying drink, or you just go outside and the next thing you just think of, okay, let me eat cake, or let me eat donuts, or let me eat pizza, or let me eat meat pie. All of those are what? Processed food. Or let me eat gala. They are processed food. So at every time you are actually feeding a lot of this, you are feeding on what? On processed food. So it's important you take notes. Okay, I've eaten, what I ate today is more of carbon, like is high in carbon. Then later, whenever you're taking snacks, even when you want to take snacks, you have to be really cautious to be sure that you're not increasing your sugar intake. And this is the effect of that over time. I will explain. Okay, the effect of that over time is, normally whenever you eat now, let me say you just take a meal now. Let me say what should I say? I just finished eating rice, for instance, and that's my breakfast, for instance. I just finished eating rice. You should understand how the body actually breaks down that food. When the body breaks down that food, firstly extracting glucose from it. Now the glucose flows in, it flows through your bloodstream now. It's first of all deposited there. Then after it's been deposited there, if you take in another meal, maybe you eat snacks or something, and the body realizes that the level of glucose in the blood now is now high, the pancreas now release what we call insulin. And what insulin does is to control the level of glucose by storing some, that since this level of glucose is high, then it means some should be stored for temporary use. And the one that is being stored for temporary use will not be stored in your muscle and liver. It will be stored there first for temporary use, and when you take in another meal again and the body has not finished processing the level of glucose in it, it will still store that one again, but now it's not going to store it in your muscle and liver again, since those parts are already filled up. It will go on and store it as fat in your body. And that's why you see some people, they are being obese, or they are just adding up fats over time. Why? Because although they are eating well, but they are not really burning out the energy, they are not really burning out the fat of what they are eating before eating another one again. So you really have to be conscious about this, because at the long run, what you realize is that when you consistently do that, or you just feed on empty carbon. What do I call empty carbon? Empty carbons are, just feed on junks, you just take drinks and you take snacks and you just say, oh, that's your morning, that's your breakfast. What you're just taking is empty carbon. And the reason why it's also called empty carbon, imagine someone that is just taking in energy alone, no nutrients, no any form of immunity. You're just taking energy alone, no nutrients. Just like, how will I put it? Someone bragging, oh, I can fight. Yes, we understand you can fight, but you're not fighting with wisdom now. You any small thing, you're just fighting. So that's what some people are actually training their body. You're just living on just energy. That's why it's called empty carbon. It's only giving your body an energy, no nourishment, no any form of immunity. It's not building it's not protecting you against anything. Just empty carbon. And this even goes down to just buying fried chips, and they are high in energy, like that sugar content, which is later broken down into energy. But they are not really rich in any form of nutrients. So you really have to be aware of that. Another thing, when it comes about high intakes of salt now, let me just explain the disadvantage of that to you and how you can even track that. What it does is, when you take in food that is high in salt, not just food, like consistently, the level of your salt level now rise. And when it rises, this is even the most heartbreaking part of it, is what it does is that it enables your body to now absorb more water. And when your body absorbs more water, what happens is your blood vessels pressure now increases, and over time that's what now leads to high blood pressure. So when they ask you, oh, don't take food, don't take high content of salts, it's just a way of helping you to ensure that later on you don't have high blood pressure. And the earlier you are aware of this and being conscious about it, you're just helping yourself. Another thing I really want to, over time, where I serve currently, and over time, over time, when the assistant manager and the assistant manager is speaking, sometimes they'll be asking me that probably is having he has not been able to go to the toilet for some time. At first, the first thing I advise people, I don't just tell you, okay, go for drugs first. You know what I say? I ask you, go for foods first. And the reason I do that, and I'm going to be listing some kind of foods that you don't even know. So I'm not just speaking because I've read something. Actually, this is part of what I study in school, so I know what I'm saying. And I'm going to even be sharing something that you're not even aware. So I'll just tell you, go for food. So I'm going to describe foods that you're having issues, or you've not been able to go to the toilet, you're having issue going to the toilet. And the reason why I'm really prescribing that, drugs is effective, right? But it's also understand it has it has its own disadvantage. So before you go for that, you can go for what is natural first. So think of foods like pawpaw, for instance. It has an enzyme. It has a level of, how will I put it now, an enzyme, yeah. And that enzyme, what it does is it's hasting digestion, and at the long run prevents constipation. So help to even soften your stooling, like you're having difficulty naturally going to the toilet. It helps to soften it. So just take pawpaw, for instance. You're okay. So instead of you going for the drugs, I'm not saying drugs is completely bad, but you should also understand, when you use something natural that does not have any form of preservative, any form of chemical, whatever, it enhances your health. So you can use that. You can even go for penhypo. It also aids digestion. And one of what you don't even understand is, over time you're helping yourself. Like apple, for instance. Apple actually reduces the level of cholesterol in the body. So instead of eating empty carb, just going buying meat pie, buying this, you just went ahead and buy apple. You open yourself and your future. You won't know. That's I'm not like this. It's been long that I've been to a hospital. Not because I'm spending on drugs, because I'm intentional about what I eat. Okay, let me tell you about something about instant noodles. I know some of you are women there, and I will not want you to do that to your unborn child, because many people, what they give their child is noodles. How many, do you know noodles take 3 days to digest? Yes, 3 days, depending on the person. And you are giving baby, you don't know, and it's empty carbon. I didn't mention any company name. I only mentioned noodles. Yeah, I will explain. Just in your stomach, you can type it in ChatGPT. Yeah, now your even if you put vegetable, I will say it will increase the rate. But let me explain. I mean, it will reduce the days, because what now my research gave me is 1 to 3 hours in your stomach, 4 to 6 hours in your small intestine. Then the digestion alone takes up to 24 to 48 hours. So all together varies depending on the body structure. Now takes 72 hours. So why is it like that? Because listen, I didn't mention company name. No, I said noodles. Please, let's be guided. Let's be guided. So what I'm saying in essence is, when you're aware of this thing, you know yourself, you know what to do. And you know the most honest thing, there's no nutrients it's not giving you anything. It's empty carbon. What it's giving you is more of what energy and soda. When I mean sodium, what I mean sodium is salts. It's high in salts and sodium. So sodium is still the same thing, salts. So it's not really giving you anything. So why are you wasting your money? Why are you wasting? Although it's instant, yes, it's immediately. But help yourself. I'm not saying you shouldn't eat it at all, but know that I've eaten it once or twice today. Once already. I shouldn't eat it again this week. So help yourself. So if you're intentional about all of these things, you see yourself, you look fresher, you look more healthier. You don't have to visit hospital every time. You don't have to visit hospital every time. Okay, look at some individual now putting on glasses. You know, eating fruits like even mango, for instance, is high in vitamin A and C. It enhances your eye health. It's high. So instead of going outside and buying meat pie, buy fruits. If you like sugar, go and take. Even if you eat the most sugary food, you still helping yourself, because it's easy for the kidney to break it down. For years now, I've not taken drinks. I've not been taking soda drink, and I'm okay. I'm fine. For years, it's not 2 years. I'm okay. I'm fine. I'm okay. I'm fine. So that's why you see some people, they are 80 something years, they are 90 something years, and they are still looking good. If you want that, don't just pray about it. Leave it out. Start living it now. Start living it now. Yes, but not always. Not always. So you have to really be intentional about all of these things. You are feeling weak. Instead of going for soda drink, why don't you go for banana? Banana also give you what? Instant energy. It's a source of instant energy. Instant energy. So that way, over time, you see yourself, you look more healthier. Even your kidney is resting, because you're not giving your kidney something too hard to work on. Something too hard to work on. Imagine take one bottle of soft drink or soda drink. 10 to 12 cubes of sugar, as I said earlier. 10 to 12 cubes. And some people take more than one, definitely. Especially if you go to one and they're just even out of like say selfishness, you can even collect more than 2. Yeah. You can collect more than 2. So, and you're not helping yourself. And you're not even being stingy with it. Only you want to drink it, even for the fact you have roommate or you have someone you can give. You're not still giving. Only you're just killing yourself. And now that's not even the only one. You get Eba in the morning. Your Eba is broken down as what? As glucose, which is still sugar. Still sugar. So all of these things are important. You have to be intentional. Because if you're not intentional, over time you think it's village people, and it's not village people. You are the one doing yourself. don't do it yourself. So you have to be intentional about it. So from balanced diet to your portion, after your portion, reducing the intake of salt, sugar, and processed food. You know, one thing, let me just give you a simple formula. The longer the shelf life, the lower the nutrients. That's the longer the, that's why I prefer buying, you know, your normal fresh bread than buying the one that they will tell you to take one. The longer the lifespan, the shelf life, that's the longer it stays, the shorter the nutrients. So if they tell you that this thing will stay, that's why I still prefer, for instance, if I want to go for snacks sometimes, instead of buying, let me say, sausage roll, you know the sausage roll now that is properly packaged, I don't want to mention any company's name. So it's better you just go for the one that is baked. Do you understand? Like meat pie that the person than buying the one that is sealed that you know is for 7 days or 2 weeks.
Is 7 days wrong for
I'm just no, I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm saying that the longer the shelf life, the lower the nutrients. Do you get what I'm saying? Whenever something is produced now, the preservative, if the thing will take let me say 16 days, 7 days, and the one that will take just 2 days, that one taking 2 days will be more nutritious than the one taking 7 days or 16 days. You get, it's not about when you eat itself now. So far it's being produced with that ingredients that this thing must last for so day, because it's preservative, and preservative is more of what? It's more of chemicals. So these are some of the little things that you're going to know. So when you get to the supermarket, you know what you want to buy. You know what you want to buy. So these are key things that what, and that is very, very what? Important. I've talked about pawpaw and what it does. I've talked about apple and what it does. Yes, avocado. For avocado, some of us will be like, I don't like it. It's very, very rich. As a matter of fact, it contains healthy fats. And this healthy fats that it contains helps both your brain and your heart. So you're helping yourself every time you take food. You're helping yourself. Oh, and one thing for some of these foods, they are sweet naturally. They're sweet. So imagine you want to take a good healthy habit now. You want to replace some of your drink with food. Some of those drinks cost 500, and you can get one fruit with that too. So just transit and make more healthy decision. I've also spoken about watermelon, talking about pineapples, spoken about avocados, banana. Yes, instead of you thinking of buying soda drink for you to retain your strength or still energized, you can buy banana. It's also a good source of immediate energy. Now want to ask me, what's the importance of healthy feeding habits? It provides steady energy. So imagine, just as I said earlier, empty carbon, just buy snacks or just feed on snacks. It's giving you immediate energy at that moment, yes, but it's not enhancing your hormone system. It's not nourishing your body. It's not nourishing your system. So even when you just after working you just feel tired because the energy has been burned out and there's nothing there again, just energy. That's what you've just said. And even it cannot really take you for so long. Another advantage of it is it supports growth and development. You just see your bone is getting stronger, your skin is looking more fresh, and even you're not always being hospitalized. Why? Because you have a strong immune system, and this is not just by default. It's by your healthy feeding habits. Like imagine someone taking is it mango now? Orange for instance is high in vitamin C, and vitamin C it enhances your immune system. It enhances your immune system against infection. So you might not know, you might not really know the gravity of what you're doing. Just taking that cup of, am I saying cup now? A slice of orange or any other food. You might not really know, but it's actually working and enhancing your health, strengthening your immune system. Another thing it does is it aids digestion. Just as I said earlier, I was giving an example of pineapple and of pawpaw. The pawpaw, for instance, contains an enzyme, and that enzyme enhances your digestion. Pineapple also, for instance, it also helps your it breaks down protein, for instance. It enhances protein breakdown in the body, and normally any form of protein you take into your body is broken down into amino acid. So So imagine you're not taking pineapple to even enhance what the breakdown of the protein. You're helping your body instead of overworking your kidney. Another thing is support your brain. You know, I think I have an auntie that naturally she gives her children whole egg, like boiled egg, and the reason is because boiled egg is actually good for children. Because I see some child later when they grow, it's easy for them to, like when they are in secondary or primary school, they read and they easily get it because the parent was intentional when the child is small. By giving, yes, whole egg, whole boiled egg is good for the brain. Yes. Like whole boiled egg is good for the brain. Not fried now, whole boiled egg. Because when you actually give them a clap for them, that's good. Yeah, so egg is actually good for the brain. It's good for the brain. It contains vitamin A, vitamin D, and vitamin B12. Vitamin B12 is good for the nerves and the bloodstream now. Yeah, and D is for the bones. So it's actually a very good source of nourishment to our body. Another thing is, okay, it reduces risk to chronic or disease. So as I said earlier, you're just eating junks, you're eating trans fat food, yeah. You're eating high processed food. What it does, it spike the level of sugar in your body over time. It just spike it over time, increase it over time, increase it over time. And before you know it, you start becoming more, you start having high risk to some of the chronic disease like diabetes, for instance. It's as a result of high level of sugar. When you have high level of sugar over time, it can lead to diabetes. And when your salt level is high over time, it can lead to hypertension, which you all know that they are all form of chronic disease. So a better way of preventing this is by eating healthy. It's by eating healthy, being intentional about what you're thinking about, and about how you also and the activities you do. Now, prevention of unhealthy. Okay, how do I prevent unhealthy feeding habits? One, plan your meal. Yes, plan your meal, because sometimes if you don't plan that, this is what I'm going to eat on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. If you wait for every day when you're hungry, that is when you now be saying, what will I eat now? What will I eat? You be saying, I'm already hungry, and you will not be patient to wait. Either is it to cook or to go get a better food from a good restaurant. You want to wait. You just say, okay, let me just look for one snack and just eat. And if you do that in the morning, later in the afternoon, you do the same thing later in the evening. You're not helping yourself over time. You're not helping yourself. And don't skip meal. You know, sometimes you can just say, I want to wash my weight, let me skip meal. If you skip meal without you just, okay, let me skip meal, you realize that when it's time to eat, it's just like a revenge. How will I put it now? Let me say a revenge course. You just want to eat everything. Why? Because you actually skip your morning meal or your afternoon meal. So instead of that, find an healthy way of actually losing weight. If you want to lose weight, find an healthy way of doing that. There's a healthy way of doing that. Another thing you have to be intentional is practice control portion. You know, I said earlier that imagine you have a plate now. Half of the plate should be vegetable, while the other half should be, divided into another two, like divided into two again. When you have a portion for carbohydrates, a portion for protein. That's practicing control portion. Another thing you have to be aware of is reduce your sugar, drink and snacks. So instead of taking snack, what should you take? Go for fruits. You don't have to take a specific kind of fruits. And even sometimes when you're taking fruit, you know what is wrong with you at that initial time. You know you're having an issue going to the toilet, then go for the right fruits. That will ease your abdomen. That will enhance the breaking down of food in your body. Go for the right foods. And the next one I'll also be talking about is stay hydrated. And one way to stay hydrated is you can take fruits too. And you can actually also take water itself. If you're tasty now, you can take water itself. Now, avoid eating out of emotion. Yes, you are angry or you are feeling sad. Or like some people always say, because they are at home today, they just overeat. you are angry, so instead of you to face the cause of the anger, you just carry one probably, let me say it's a peanut or something, just open it and you're just binge eating, and before you know, you finish all the food in the pot, or you are scrolling through your phone and you're just eating, and luckily for you is the pot, you're the only one, so you just go the pot and you're just eating from the pot before you know, you finish the food. You will not even know when you are full to stop the food. You will not know. You just keep on eating. When there's nothing there again, you're like, wow, have I finished this food? So whenever you're eating, pay close attention. Don't be distracted. Don't say I'm just going through and just eat. But okay, be mindful while eating. And even as you remove, add something valuable. Just as I've said about soda drink having 10 to 12 cubes of sugar. Now probably making decision to stop that, then replace it with something else, because the goal is not to starve yourself, right? No, replace it with something else. You've been taking 2, 3 before, reduce it gradually by replacing 1 or 2 with fruits. Replace it. You're helping yourself. I'm even of the saying that it's better to take more foods without taking drinks safe. At least that one is natural sugar. Your body will easily break it down. Yes, as juice too. Can use it as juice. Your body will break it down easily, and at the long run, you are not losing anything. You're not losing anything. Another thing that even enhance, bad healthy eating is the fact that your environment. You don't intend to actually eat that fried meat, but because you're just perceiving the odor and somehow you can't control yourself. Another thing is social gathering. You're in a place where everybody is eating and you've eaten already, but because everybody is eating, you want to join them and you're not hungry. It's a truth. But one time, just as what I explained initially, I said whenever you eat first, like in the morning, that's why we call it breakfast. You believe that your body is, how will I put it, you spend like 6 or 7 hours sleeping, and now your body is in short of 11 of what, glucose, which is energy. So your first food, which is your breakfast, is first of all broken down into glucose, and now it's passed into the bloodstream. But you not even wait for the body to utilize that glucose. You're taking in another food. The food you are taking in now will also be broken down as glucose, and the body is like, where will I put it? Then the body will, pancreas will release what, insulin. The insulin now will now help you store that glucose in your liver and in your muscle. After storing it there, don't forget that there's still some glucose in your blood vessels, or like your blood now. There's still some glucose there, and your body have not used it. You still went outside again and buy another food again. Now the body will help you again release another insulin. Insulin that is being released now will check, okay, let me check the liver, is there space? No space. Let me check the nose, is there space? No space. What will the body do? The body will now store them as fats. So if you now keep on eating more, and you are living a sedentary life, you're not working, you're not energized, you're not exercising, you're not doing anything that is breaking down those fats, you see your stomach over time becoming what? Big. You see your body. Is that one is not, you're not enjoying it, you're not big boy, how did they put it? You're already building something else, fats. You're building fats already in your body. Why? Because the level of your energy intake is higher than the level of your energy that is being released. So when you know all of these things, you'll be intentional. The goal is not just to eat. The goal is not just to eat anything. No. You have to eat in the proportion to which your body what requires, because too much of everything is what is bad. And all of these little things, you now look at it, now say village people cuisine, you already have. So recently now you've seen issues of people that are not even up to 20 years having high blood pressure, not up to 20 years having diabetics, especially type 2. Yeah, because of most especially because of lifestyle and healthy feeding habits. So these things are very, very important. So don't take it like trivial that very important. At least awareness is coming now. You are being informed about some things you don't know. Very important. So be intentional. And that's why you be like, why are you easily falling sick or falling ill? Why? Because your immune is not even strong. What you live on is empty carbon. Just live on snacks, live on trans fats, and you expect to be healthy. No. When you even take food regularly, just as I've said earlier, I can't even remember the last time I visited the hospital. Why? Because I'm just being intentional about my health. Now, if you now pray to God, it will be easy, because you are not, sometimes you are praying and you are working against your prayer. By your choices, you're working against your prayer. So even if God is answering you, you're undoing the prayer with your own hands. And I do believe that's one of the reasons why the information is coming. So you can make more healthy decision. And then some other thing you even have to be required. It's not just about eating healthy. It's also about when you actually eat the food. So sometimes you're eating food when it's already late, and your body cannot even process it or break it down. You just finish eating 2 bowls of it, just sleep off. You're not eating yourself. Okay. Yeah. Okay. 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 Afternoon. Yeah. I will not really say it's okay. It's not, because do you know why? Normally after eating now, at least you should still spend some few minutes before going to the bed. Few minutes. Just make at least, you can just maybe sit or something. Or just do something like, just to help your body at least process the food. And in the morning, it's always good to also take breakfast. Yes, it's very good. At least just to make yourself stable, because now imagine you slept for 6-7 hours. It's believed that your body has actually used all the energy in your body, like the glucose being deposited initially. The body has utilized it already. So one of the good things you do is eating that breakfast is very, very important and healthy also. And not just any breakfast though. Take something that is healthy, like something that is solid. Yeah, take something that is solid. Yeah. And because just like one of the example I gave, initially you've not taken breakfast, and later in the evening when you want to eat, it will just be like a revenge case. You just pack everything and eat it. Be like, at least I'm not eating in the morning. And one thing you have to understand is, I often say something. There's no how far you load yourself today. Tomorrow you'll still be hungry. I've not probably been in a place that there's plenty food and you try to eat, or you want to fast and you're thinking tomorrow I'll fast, and you load yourself thinking tomorrow morning you'll be hungry. It will even be the first thing that will happen to you when you wake up in the morning, surprisingly sometimes. So sometimes the goal of food, that's like even if you fasted for a long period of time, at that point when you want to eat, you realize that you'll not even be able to eat much, and you'll be okay. But somewhere in your mind, you'll be telling yourself it's not okay. I mean that I've been fasting. So you have to really understand the way the body works. So even if you've not eaten for 10 days, don't be surprised by bringing food and you'll not even be able to eat as well as me that I've been eating for the last 10 days. So that's just the way the body works. But somehow we just want to overload it. So all of these things is what you should really be aware of. So much more. Let me just tell you, when it comes to fats now, we have animal fats, right? I mean, when it comes to protein, we have animal protein, we have plant protein, and red meat, yes, to some extent, but too much of red meat is not good too. To some extent, is good. Like the more you go, the older you go, you should actually reduce the intake of animal protein. And that's like most people, when you're getting like, let me say 60 or 70 or like that age bracket, now you should be thinking more of plant protein or fish in most cases, just to help yourself. And some of these fish are even a source of how will I put it, a healthy source of even fats that enrich both the brain and the heart, enhance your skin and even enhance your your health in general. So my key takeaway from my speech, what I'll be saying is, be conscious about your healthy your feeding. Be conscious about your feeding. Be sure you are not just being full without being nourished. The goal is not just to be full, the goal is to be nourished. So even when you go out there, you're thinking, okay, should I buy snacks or should I buy this? Don't just think quantity, think quality. And when you think quality, also think the portion, because too much of everything is not good. So even if I'm eating the whole 6 classes of food in the wrong portion, I will end up being what, obese. Yeah, I will end up, just not helping myself. So all of these are what are important. So right about now, I'd love to pass the mic to the next speaker.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. There is something I can really pick from the last speaker's speech. As I didn't know actually. He said something that we should not eat out of anger. But I think that particular day, mine was not out of anger. It was out of sadness. And what happened to me? In 200 level, second semester, I went to write an exam. And you know the normal rules and regulation that says you have to put your bag just in front of the exam hall before going in. My phone, my everything was inside, and that was the first exam for that semester that we were supposed to write. I remember putting my bag, my phone, my money, my everything outside the hall. As soon as I got into the hall and came back, I didn't see my bag. I couldn't find my bag, I couldn't find my phone, I couldn't find anything. And when I got home, I was feeling all sad. I even had to collect money to go back to the hostel that day from somebody, my classmate. When I got home that day to the hostel, I was sad. My roommate could see the sulkiness of my face. And she asked me, what happened? I didn't even say what to her. She bakes cake. Then what I did was I took a bowl. I think I packed about 5 cupcakes. I put that 5 cupcakes inside the bowl and sat down and started eating. As I was eating, I was crying. And she was like, why am I crying? I was eating the cake and narrating my ordeal to her. So yes, I got to learn a lesson from what he just said, that we should not eat out of anger. But my case was not out of anger, it was out of frustration and sadness that day. Well, thank you so much. I've learned a lot from it, that we are supposed to eat appropriately, we're supposed to eat right. And in eating right, we get to have the right nutrients that comes with eating. Here is a quick question to every one of us in this room. Here is a quick question to every one of us in this room. For those still talking, I can see you. An acquaintance you just met turned friend, and that friend became blood, not exactly blood, right? But became more than friend, somebody you could relate with, somebody you could tell your ordeal to, somebody you could converse with and speak like heart-to-heart conversations with. Now, would it be okay or would it hurt you if that acquaintance turned friend, turned brother betrays us? KSO, General KSO. I asked a question. Okay. So the question is, or was, an acquaintance turned friend, the friend turned brother, blood, right? Not exactly your blood per se, but turned because of the relationship. Now, would it hurt you if that friend who turned brother or blood hurts you? Would it?
Yeah, it will because
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That means you must have shared a lot of things in common.
Yeah.
If that person hurts you,
Yes.
you surely be heartbroken.
You'll be heartbroken. Okay. So this is a general. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We will definitely be heartbroken. Now this is a general question again. At some point in our lives while growing up, do we think we have hurt our parents one way or the other? One way or the other?
Yes.
You're sure? And what was your way of apologizing to them? a better child. Okay, thank you. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Someone offended you. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Punched him. Yeah. Okay. On his lip. Wow. Oh my God. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah. Again. Okay, thank you very much. So it's just like the two examples I tried to give. The first one, your friend, right? He did something to you that you didn't like and you had to retaliate. Good. And in the retaliation, and he got hurt, and in the retaliation, the mom of that child came to your mom, right? And they had to talk about it. And in talking about it, your mom was disappointed in you. Good, thank you very much. Now, I would, in the course of my speech, I would relate to what we've just, the ground floor. Thank you very much. Mama, the strength and the backbone of the family. Others call her mama, others call her mom, others call her mother, others call her iya, whatever dialect you may be using. It's that young girl that gradually becomes a teenager, who gradually becomes a lady, and then a woman, and then a mother. That is who I'll be talking about today, mother and child. I'll be talking about mother and child. There is this poem I grew up with, and I know we're all familiar with it. And it says, you know what will happen? I would say the first line of the poem, and I want the audience to tell me the second line of the poem. I hope you can all hear me. Yes. I hope you can all hear me. Yes. Okay, so I will say it again. I will say the first line of this poem, and you will say the second line of the poem. It says, who sat and watched my infant head? Yes, the second line. Yes. When sleep. Yes. Ah. Okay. So we're going to do this. You will repeat after me. Who sat and watched my infant head? Yes, infant head. I will say it again. I think I will act like General KSO today by saying everybody should stand up.
Yes, everybody stand up.
Okay, so let's go. Oh, so sorry about that. But let's just do this. It's just the first stanza we'll talk about right now. Thank you very much. Who sat and washed my infant head? Let's go. When sleeping on my cradle bed. And tears of sweet affection shed. My mother. Thank you very much. You can sit down. So yes, the topic today is the mother and child, or mother and child. That song, the poem rather, that says, who sat and washed my infant head when sleeping on my cradle bed, and tears of sweet affection shed, my mother. That's to portray the role, the importance of a mother, the sacrifice, the love, the affection they give, even when we were so young to really ask for it. They were there at every step of the way. They were there to comfort us. They were there to give their love. They were there to put in the work just to make us work. I would say that again. They were there to put in the work just to make us work. They were there to put in the work just to see us thrive, even when, in quotes, we never asked deliberately or intentionally for it. Mama, the one who carried and nurtured us, the one who sacrificed,
The one who on days when it was so difficult for them to really understand what it means to be mother, especially for those who were just the new set of mothers, the fears you had from when you knew you took in, the fear you had, the moment you carry that child for 9 months, for 8 months, however the case may be, then into the labor room, and after the labor room episode and experience, you came out still strong, hale and hearty, some hale and hearty, while others still have to go through the phase of getting healed at the end of the day because of whatever may had happened to them while in the old delivery. I think it's called post. Who can help? Oh, the doctor is sleeping. The phase where, yes, postpartum depression. The phase where they had to go through all that and at the same time still nurture the child, still care for the child, still give their all, still sacrifice, even in tears and pain. These are days we did not see, but they did. These are times we never knew, but they were there. So I would try to break down the mother's journey in segments. The mother's love, the small things that they do. And what are these small things that they do? The hugs, the warm hugs that they give, the words of encouragement. I always remember my mom, even till date, still saying, Abigail, what are you doing now? What are you up to now? You can share with me so that I can pray for you. I know maybe sometimes I cannot give you money, but at least I know my prayers can go a long way for you. These small things that they do, this is love. And they're not asking for a lot in return. Yes, please. Mother and child. The small things that they do, even when on days that we do not even request these things. So I remember going for NYSC, I think last year or last 2 years, can I remember? And my mom, because of the situation on ground that day, we could not get a cab that would take my luggage to the estate. And my estate is like 15 minutes from my house to the estate gate. My mom had to carry that box on her head. And I was like, Mom, don't worry, don't worry. She had to, like, it mentored, this is aside the many other things she has done, it mentored my heart. So yes, mother's love, it comes in the gentle whispers, the gentle cheers. You can do it, you can do it, you can do it. The quiet smile, the affirmations that they give. This is love in its entirety. This is love in its completeness. A love that is felt more than it is announced. This is the kind of love. You don't see them get this billboard expressing how they show their love. No, they just do it quietly. They just do it intentionally. They just do it even if it costs them a lot. They do these things. We have mother's love. The love not always soft. I would say in my youthful days, I think yesterday I was talking about the past, that there are things I am really, really, really not proud of that I have done, but a youth will still be a youth. Now, I remember growing up, and honestly speaking, at some point, I'm so sorry to say this, but honestly speaking, I hated my mom. Because I felt her own was too much. Abigail, do this. Abigail, do that. The rules and regulations kept coming in again and again. Abigail, when you are washing the plates, do it like this. Abigail, when you are folding the clothes, do it like this. Abigail, when you are doing this, do it like this. Abigail, don't stay late at night. Oh my God. I felt suffocated. I felt suffocated. But all I'm trying to say is mother's love, the love that is not always soft, the love that comes with
consequences. The love that comes with not sparing the rod when need be. Growing up, I had a younger sister. She looks so like she's even bigger than me. I'm the smallest in the family, that is in body stature. And when we were growing up, I remember that we used to wear the same things, and because we wear the same things a lot, there are times where we exchange our things and we would not know who owns that particular thing. And it would bring conflict in the house. So you know how girls can really be. We will start fighting for that particular thing. It's my own, it's not your own, it's my own, it's not your own. And that can lead to physical fights, like physical fight. I and my younger sister will be like, we'll take this thing to the extreme. But my mom will not say anything, but just know that she would not spare the rod. Her mouth will not say anything, but her hand will do the talking. Or the broom will do the talking. And it will do the talking that everywhere will become quiet and calm. So all I'm trying to say is, mother's love sometimes is not soft. It does not come sometimes in softness. It comes with correction, and these corrections can be harsh. Sometimes this correction can be firm. Sometimes this correction can come calmly. But however the correction comes, in whatever manner it comes, their love still makes them go the miles for us. And I think there's a quote that says, when you don't correct, I don't know how it's being said, but this is what I can remember. When you do not correct that particular person or that thing that is going wrong, then you do not truly love that particular person. When you are not ready to give that child the right correction, when you're not ready to say as a friend or as a colleague, we believe that when you're going the wrong way, there should be somebody to take you from that wrong way or tell you that, oh, you're going the wrong way, this is the right way. So yes, in quotes, mother's love do not always come in softness. Sometimes, like I said, it can be harsh. Sometimes it can come in not sparing the rod. I was watching a clip this evening, and I don't know, maybe for content creation's sake, the mom woke the child up by 10:38 a.m. and somebody was videoing. The boy kept following the mom and hitting the mom. Mom, why did you wake me? Mom, why did you wake me? And kept beating the mom again, like hitting the mom. Mom, why did you wake me? For like the first 1 minute, 2 minutes of that video, the boy kept hitting the mom, and the mom was laughing. That is not correction. There is something wrong in that parenting. So if you have a situation where you have your mother correct you, regardless of the tune, sometimes, regardless of the tune, that correction is still coming from a place of love. The same hand that comforts is the same hand that corrects. We should know that. Mother's sacrificial nature. Mother's sacrificial nature. They put their children first, even when it discomforts them. I have seen my mom go the height and the length and the depth just to see that something is up and running in the family, and not just the family per se. I remember there was a particular period where I needed to pay for something in school. I think I was still in secondary school or primary school then, I don't know. And my mom had to sell our George just to make it work, just to raise that money. So the sacrifice that they make, sometimes that we do not see, that we do not know of, that we did not hear of, honestly, it counts. And this sacrifice is not done once. There are times where I have gone the miles for people, and I'm like, this person said, you know, appreciates me, so I will not do it again. There are times when my sacrifice that I've done has backfired again and again. But in the case of our mothers, they've sacrificed their time, They sacrificed their energy. They sacrificed their body. They sacrificed their all just to make things functional. And sometimes, like I said, this sacrifice is not even known to the general public. Is not even known to the inner circle. These are things that they just do out of love for the family, out of love for their child. They sacrifice even in sadness when it costs them a lot. And sacrifice must always cost you. It must cost you your time. It will cost you your finance. It will cost you. Sacrifice cost. They work beyond their limits. Sometimes it is the extra hour. Sometimes it's the physical stress. They do work. I remember on one of the holidays, because I don't like traveling, and I schooled in Ambrosali, that's AAU, Ambrosali, Ekpoma, Edo State. And because I don't like traveling, what I do is when I go to school during January period, I would not go back home till December. So that's how I've always done, so that I can just travel twice in that year, because I don't like traveling at all. I used to have motion sickness. So I remember having a family friend in Edo State, and since I could not travel to the house, that's back to Lagos, I had to go stay with that woman, a matured woman with grown-up children. But should I let you know that after, I think, 3 days of staying with her, I wanted to just go back to my hostel. Like, I just wanted to go back to my hostel, and I will tell you why. Because she never sits down. The sacrifice she makes for her own family makes her up and running. In my mind, I'm like, this woman is not a young woman. But she doesn't sit down. It's either you see her cooking, or you see her washing, or you see her like potting the firewood, or you just we see her doing a lot in the house. Then she will call my name, Abigail, come, Abigail. Like, I had to run after 3 days, and I wanted to spend 1 week in that woman's house. But after 3 days, I had to tell her that, Ma, I think I need to do something in my own apartment. I just had to come up with something, because I could no longer, it was no longer looking like an holiday. It didn't even sound like an holiday, because I was up and doing. I was like, Mama, rest. She would say, no, there are things that needs to be done. So these are sacrifices. These are sacrifices that they make. I'm not a mother yet, but sometimes when I think about the sacrifice I have to make for my own family, sometimes, I won't lie to you, it scares me. It does scares me. So when your mom is still alive, or you have that mother figure in your life, do well to appreciate them. Do well to acknowledge them. Sometimes I look at my mom and I say, Mom, I see the sacrifices you make. I see what you do. I appreciate you. I know in kind now I cannot really give you the best of the best. But yes, this is me appreciating you. This is me complimenting you for your good work. Mother's love in all seasons. In seasons and out of seasons. We've been in relationships where it can be tiring sometimes, where you're the only one giving and giving and giving and giving. Sometimes that is one of the criteria that even makes relationship breaks. That the lady will serve you breakfast, or you would serve the lady breakfast. Because you've just looked at it, you've analyzed the situation in that relationship, and you're like, what good can come out from this relationship? But in the case of our mothers, they do what they do in season and out of season. I'm still very big, but my mom still makes sure that, Abigail, have you eaten today? Abigail, make sure you eat. Abigail, do this. Even as a grown-up that I am, I know I'm still like a baby, but at the same time, I still get to enjoy that privilege that our presence brings. So mothers, in all seasons, they give their love. In good seasons, they give their love. They show up even in bad days, even on bad days rather. I remember a clip that I watched, I think on social media, yes. This lady had just been fired. Okay, she went to work, the lady went to work, and while she was at work, she got a call that the child was sick. And she ran to the manager, telling the manager that she needed to be at the child's school because the child was sick. The manager said if she crossed the door, she would be sacked for that day. She should not return, that she has no job to come back to. She looked at the manager and pleaded with the manager, but then the manager's verdict was his verdict. She picked her things and she left. And while she left, she was crying because the first thing that came to mind is she was out of job. She was not financially buoyant at the time. That job was what had sustained them financially to keep the home running. But do you know that in all of what had happened that day, she still went to the child's school, and even on her way to the school, she got candy for the child and fixed her face so that the boy doesn't know that this unfortunate event had happened. So all I'm trying to say that in season, even on good days and even on bad days, they still go the length to give their love. They still go the length to sacrifice. They still go the length to make sure that we are comfortable as their children. There is hidden cost in motherhood. There is hidden cost in motherhood. As children, we often do not see it. Sometimes we do not understand it. It was a story that said, I think I can remember it correctly, this woman had to stay in that abusive marriage for the sake of the children. And this was the period where the social media era had not come into limelight. Women were still told to bear in their matrimonial homes just for the sake of their children. The woman will get beaten again and again. But when she looked at the children, that the man was still taking care of them and she didn't have something to fall back on if she leaves the marriage, she would stay. And that was what kept on again and again. It kept happening again and again. So there are things in the family, in the home, that the children often do not see. And this is like a practical example where you would see in some cases. I think I watched a movie. It's a real life story that was transformed into a movie. The boy was telling the wife that I saw my mom. My mom was always in the kitchen cooking for my dad, and there was never a day she complained. She didn't complain. She was obedient. She was submissive. It was just ranting on and kept going on and on. Not until something happened that made them had a family meeting. The mom, this particular son, and the father. And in that meeting, he got to hear things that he never knew happened in his own family when he was still with his parents. So yes, even in motherhood, there are things as children that we do not see. What she sacrificed, what she lost, what she silently endured. These things, we may not see them. These things, we may not hear them or even understand them. These are the sacrifices that they had to make. Our love is invisible. Sometimes until we grow to really understand them. That's for the wise children. Mama, our past mistake. Some ladies or some girls are forced into motherhood. They are forced into motherhood because of an unpleasant circumstance, unpleasant experience, maybe out of abuse. They were never prepared to be mother. They were never prepared to be a mother. But it so happened that that unfortunate event occurred at some certain time in their life. It could be out of neglect, it could be out of abuse, it could be out of youthful experimentation, it could be out of failed promises like love blinded your eyes. But let's talk about the abuse first. For the mother who was forced into motherhood without your concept, abuse. I don't want to use a strong word right now. For that mother who was forced into motherhood without you consenting to it because of the situation, do not use your past and do not use the present situation to limit you, limit your ability, limit your capability of loving that child. I have seen it in cases. I have heard stories where, because of the unfortunate experience, the hatred comes into play, that you look at the child and you see the mistake and you remember that unfortunate incident, and because of that you withhold your love, you withhold your care, you withhold your attention. Do not. If there is something you need to heal from it. Heal from the abuse, heal from the past, and give your 100% love to that child. Train the child, live in the present. As I spoke about living in the present, while in the present, live in the present. You cannot rewrite the hand of the time. You cannot turn back the hands of time. That incident has happened. It has happened. Love the moment. Love the child. Don't live in regret. Don't live in denial. Do not live in regret. Do not live in denial. We still have successful people that even after they abuse, they still took up the pieces, they took up the shame and everything, and still made something out of their child and their circumstance. So yes, accept the situation. Accept the situation. It is in acceptance that you will create and recreate memories. It is in the acceptance, not in denial, that you will live in the present and live in the moment, and make that child just the individual that that child is meant to be. Choose growth in the midst of the circumstances or in the midst of the mistake. Choose to live in the present. And this is a general call to mothers, that in parenting there are a lot that needs to be done. Give the child the right training. Give the children, the child that is under your care, the right tools, and they will make good out of it. The Bible says, train up the child in the way he or she should go, and when that child is old, they will not depart from it. They will not depart from it. They say charity begins at home. That's a very big word, a big sentence. Charity begins at home. Training begins at home. To the mother, the man will always leave, go to work and do other things. You are the one in charge of that child 24/7. I've seen parents in my job, my kind of job, where the mom will be the one to initiate the call and say, oh, I see your work, I see the work you're doing, and please, I want my child to do this and do that and do that. They are the ones that are always the initiator of the next step of these children's life. And because they do that, The man is a secondary figure in that picture. So this means that the mom has a massive role to play in the family. And while the mom is playing that massive role in the family, the parenting is also good. Like I said of that video where the child, he was woken up by 10:38 and was hitting the mom and complaining bitterly, "Why did you wake me up? Why did you wake me up?" He kept hitting the mom for the first 1 minute to 2 minutes of that video. He kept hitting the mom again and again. Correction can start from there. There are a lot to correct. There are a lot of excesses, especially in this generation. Children keep learning things that you are even surprised. This child is just how old and he's already exhibiting these characters. So yes, because you are in the life of that child for a longer time, every day, every minute, this burden has been saddled on you. Good parenting really matters. Never say this child is a child. Start from somewhere. To the child, misunderstanding of your parents' love is not the way. I said something about growing up, that I hated the whole thing, but I never got to understand it up until I went into university. I remember my mom, after washing on Saturday, when I was still with her, still young, she would say, "Abigail, after you're done washing, the bowl, make sure you use, there's this particular strong brush, make sure you use the brush to wash the bowl and allow it dry." Then she also gave different tips here and there, what to do and what not to do. I was always complaining in my youthful days, always complaining and always questioning, which is good in a way, but it was coming from a place of murmur and not wanting to do the needful as I then. But I saw those characters and those traits in me after moving into uni. That when I was done washing, I would just wash the bowl. Unconsciously, I would just wash the bowl and let it dry. And when I'm done, the way she would want me to fold the clothes, I will fold it, and everything was just neat, prim and proper. But like I said, I never understood. I never understood why she was strict. I never understood why she was doing too much. I never understood it up until I needed those abilities, those skills that found its way in the surface when it was needed. Now, for the child, under your parents, whoever the mother figure in your life is, know that for the skill that is being imbibed in you or being taught you, it's to build your character. The skill, that words, that encouragement, that training, that correction is to build your character, is to refine you. It is to refine you. It's to make you better. Nothing more and nothing less. It's also to build maturity. Maturity. It's to build maturity, the kind of maturity that makes you stand out. Because when a child is good outside, it always traces back to the family. But when that child is bad, it also goes back to the family, but in a negative way, in a negative statement. But when the child is good, there is always a reference point. Who is this child? Remember in the olden days, the parents usually pick the wife for their son. But how do they do that? Even without dating and without courting, without being either in the friend zone or in the talking stage, you get to understand when they will say, you're going to marry Maazi, so and so son, or Maazi, so and so daughter. It was because they built character, not just character, maturity in that child. What about stability? For all the training you will get while you are under your parents' care is to build stability. The kind of stability that you would use later on in the future. The kind of stability that will set you apart. If it's the waking up in the morning to do the needful, do it. If it's the timing, the structure, because every household now has a structure, has a timing for everything. If it's the timing you need to learn it without complaint. And even if you question whatever is being taught you or handed over to you, it should not be from a place of rebellion. It should not be from a place of stubbornness. It should be from a place of open-mindedness and understanding. So the result is for you to make better decisions in life. Better decisions. I remember before I gained admission that if there is something in the house, we only go to church Mondays and Thursdays in the evening. That's when we are always late. And for the rest of the days, we are always indoors, not going anywhere. We're not really the outdoor kind of person. So that attitude and that character was what carried me all through my uni days. And I don't know, if for people that are really conversant with Edo State, especially Ekpoma. Okay, thank you. Especially Ekpoma, that's like a region of Curtis as of then. So the late nights was not my thing. The indoors were my thing. There are times where you get to hear of cases after, like in the morning you get to hear of cases. Oh, this person was going to this particular place and this happened. This person was going to this particular place and this happened. But that was never my case, because better decision was taught. Principle was taught. There was a structure that was guiding me. So in all I'm trying to say is that in the building process, you may never understand what is being delivered to you. While you're still under your parents, you may never understand just yet what they are trying to inculcate in you, what they are trying to teach you, what they are trying to pass down to you. You may never understand it. But if you can be open-minded to know, to feel, to see in your heart of hearts that they are giving you a lifetime principle, the principle that will help you in making better decisions, the principle that will help you in making better choices. There is something I always do to my learners, and it's the principle of making decisions. And in that principle of making decisions, I teach them how to make decisions. There are times where I just come into the class, and rather than just inculcating my own ideologies to them, I give them room to be able to express themselves. I give them room for negotiation. I teach them the art of negotiating, so that there is this communication that happens between teacher and students, that we get to understand ourselves better. So in bringing it to parenting and to motherly advice, when there is a particular thing that does not sit well with you, it's okay to question it, but question it from a place of understanding. I came up with this poem by Anne Taylor. She composed this masterpiece, and it says again, "Who sat and washed my infant head when sleeping on my cradle bed, and tears of sweet affection shed? My mother. She did that without your asking. When pain and sickness made me cry, who gazed upon my heavy eye and wept for fear that I should die? My mother. this particular verse, when I was writing it, it resonated with me. And I remember, I think in the early 2000, my brother was making the bed. And if you're familiar with this heater, I don't know what it's being called, a boiling ring. If you're familiar with boiling ring, you know that there is always a big bowl. They'll first put cold water inside that boiling ring. Like cold water inside the bowl first before they put in the boiling ring. There was no electric kettle then, so it was that boiling ring. They'll have to put it there. Now, I remember vividly that it was close to the bed, and my brother was arranging the bed. He was tucking in the sheets at the sides of the bed. And unfortunately for him, the boiling ring had already made the water very hot. It was just to remove the boiling ring, put it aside, and make use of the hot water. But he didn't know. My mom had forgotten. And what happened was, while he was making the bed, he dipped, I think, his left leg into the water. And that was how his leg got peeled. And wept for fear that I should die. I can remember there was shout all over. My mom had to wrap him and she ran to the hospital. So these are situations, these are cases where mothers show their love. I remember taking a client one day and the mom was agitated. She was worried for the child. Why was she worried for the child? This boy, he has not been eating, he's getting slim. That fear keeps coming to them again and again. Even when she told the husband was like, it will be fine now, let's just watch till tomorrow. But she was the one that took up the worry. And do you know that when she got to the hospital, she was thankful she did. So yes, my mother, when pain and sickness made me cry, even when I could not say, oh, I was still a baby, I could not say, oh, my hand was itching me, or my hand was paining me, or this was happening to me. When the pain made me cry, she would wonder, why is this child crying? Who gazed upon my heavy eyes and wept for fear that I should die? Who did that? My mother. Who taught my infant lips to pray and love God's holy book and day and walk in wisdom's pleasant way? My mother. And can I ever cease to be affectionate and kind to thee, who was rather so kind to me? My mother. And on that poem goes. For those that do not see the value just yet of a mother figure, please do it. Respect them. It's not too late to give them the accolades that they deserve. They are the heroes in every family. Your mother, the mother, is the hero in that family. I understand that yes, the men play their own parts, but trust me, they are the neck that holds the head. They are the neck that holds the head. So today, in all you do, be your mother's joy. In all you do, be her joy. In all you do, be your mother's peace. That she doesn't have to worry again about you in your teenage age and in your adult stage. Be her peace. Be her joy. In all you do, be your mother's pride. In all you do, be a reward for every sacrifice she made. In all you do, be your mother's answered prayers. I'll go over it again. In all you do, be your mother's joy. In all you do, be your mother's pride. In all you do, be your mother's reward for every sacrifice. Be your mother's reward for every sacrifice. Be her answered prayers. Be her comfort in the hard times. In all you do, be your mother's reason to smile again. That when she hears of you, it makes her happy. It gives her the delight. In all you do, be your mother's proof that her efforts were not in vain. That the days she labored were not in vain. In all you do, be your mother's strength when she feels weak. Be her anchor. Be her hope. Be her succor. In all you do, be a legacy of love and values. It is often said that you will never have a mother twice. A mother, the one that bettered you, will be your mother. But you can have a mother figure. Disclaimer. But if your mom is still standing, not sleeping yet, give her the joy. Give her the peace. Give her reason to smile again. Be her answered prayers. And I'll round up with this. When thou art feeble, old and grey, my heady arm shall be thy stay, and I will soothe thy pain away, my mother. And when we were infants, they held us. And when we were still growing, they held us. And now they are getting old. We should hold them. As a child, hold them. Mother and child. Mother and child. They were patient when even in days or on days we never deserved their patience, right? So this is dedicated to every mother and every mother figure that ticked all the golden boxes of motherhood. I'm talking about the positive now. Happy Mother's Day to the sleeping mothers and to those still standing. Thank you. I will now pass on the mic to the next speaker.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, sir.
Thank you. So I want to ask, how many of you were taught history in primary school? History. Primary school. Okay, Azao, I love that. How many of you were taught history in secondary school? Okay, no computer. Sure. So how many of you were taught history? History in probably in tertiary institution. History. 100 level. 100 level as GST. That is the Nigeria People and Culture, right? Okay, that's good. Now, I want to speak to us this evening on this topic that I titled Manufactured Amnesia. Manufactured Amnesia, How Nations Forget Themselves. Manufactured Amnesia, How Nations Forget Themselves. Now, like the random questions that I just asked, how many of you were taught history in primary school? When I first asked the question, it was like, okay, how will you teach somebody in primary school history? Like, okay, what does he want to do? What does he want to do with it? Now, but then I now asked again, okay, let's step it up a bit. When you were in the when you were in secondary school or in the high school, were you taught history? It was okay, well, people were okay, normally well they should, but then they were not. I now asked again, when you were in the tertiary institution, the university, were you taught history? And then people were like, okay, they only did it, I think, in 100 level. And that is Nigeria, people, and culture, which I think is a general study that if you have been to university or a polytechnic, every one of us has touched that. But then we realize that little by little, we are beginning to lose touch with our ancestors. When I mean ancestors, I don't mean village people. We are beginning to lose touch with our background. We are beginning to lose touch, to lose contact
with our history. Because it's looking like it's not a mistake that history was taken away from our curriculum. It's not looking like a mistake that history is no longer being taught in primary school anymore. Right from your childhood, your father will be telling you the family lineage, the story of what you need to know about the family. If you as a child, you were being taught what you need to know about your family, about your father, your paternal lineage, and your maternal lineage, then why is it that you deserve not to know stuff about your nation right from childhood? Why didn't you know this is what I ought to have known or to have been taught right from childhood about my country of origin, my country of birth? Which means when we look at this thing, it's looking like a carefully manufactured program targeted at something that probably as we go on in my discussion with you, we will see if it's actually a deliberate action to pull it or not to pull it. Because it wasn't random, it wasn't a random mistake for that to be in. I believe it was a convenient outcome of deeper political and then institutional choices to remove history from the subject or from the curriculum or from the syllabus, right from primary school down to secondary school. Because sometimes it may not necessarily be looking like a conspiracy, but I believe that there was a definite plan of what ought to be achieved by removing history. I mean the study of history, maybe the history of Africa, the history of Nigeria from the curriculum in school. Because now, for example, now if I should ask you a question today about Nigerian, there are some things you don't know, you have to go and ask that GPT about it. If I should ask you things about your state, for instance, you don't know anything about it. You have to go and ask that GPT about it, about your own state. Which means you need a platform designed by another person who you are not racially connected. This is not about racism, which you are not racially connected. You are not, of course, biologically or by background connected to tell you stuff about where you are born, about where you were born, about what happened there before you actually came into being. That ought not to be. Because our story in Nigeria and our story in Africa is already being rewritten, it's already distorted, and it's already been interrupted. Because they were not written by us, they were written for us. And because they were written for us, I will quote again Chinua Achebe, who said that if the lion does not have an historian, the history of the hunt will always favor the hunter. Because there will be no day where you will hear the conquest or the victory of the lion over the hunter. No. Because the hunters have their own historians. And whatsoever it is they doctor into the media, that is what we are being made to believe. So now what is now the official story? Or what were we told? We were told that history didn't just vanish overnight. It was absorbed into social study. If you were a teacher before or if you are still teaching, you realize that a few years ago there are some of this African history or Nigerian history that were incorporated into social study. There were some topics there about culture. Then under the culture, they broke it down into Nigerian culture. You have Benin, you have Hausa, you have Igbo, you have Kanuri. All those things were put there. But then it's not enough to explain to a child in just 3 paragraphs what has been before his existence, and you expect him to believe it in its entirety. That you see these 3 paragraphs, this is what has happened before you were born. Know this one and then all will be fine. It's not done. So they believe that because of a modernization, they believe that because of they are trying to streamline the curriculum, they believe that because they are trying to focus on more practical subjects, maybe intro tech. And those of you who did intro tech in secondary school, can I see your hand up? You did intro tech? Junior school? Thank you very much. You know, we have intro tech. I think it's currently now a basic technology. But during our own time, it's called intro tech. Only God knows how many T-square got broken on our head and drawing board. That drawing board, after some time, boys have to manufacture it to become, you know, that small football pitch where you have to be using your button and a cover of pen to play soccer. And I was like, you call this thing introductory technology, and we are in a workshop putting woods and iron, no, not even iron, putting woods together, cutting woods, like constructing chairs and tables, and they made us to know that this is called introduction to technology. That ought not to be. That ought not to be. Even by the name of the subject alone, it has to do with technology. But I've never one day saw my Intotech teacher, Mrs. Ogumola. I've never one day seen her to call us together to help us to bring something that look like tech into that Intotech room or office or workshop. The whole place was looking like a carpenter workshop, because you will see wood here, you will see saw here, you will see cutlass there. Everywhere was just woody. But then they call it for us Intotech, that is introduction to technology. It wasn't so. It was not so. So because of subject like this, thank you very much. That is the post. That is the post. For this one now, we have to put it on desk, like on a flat surface. But if you are using that board with T-square, you have to, that space where your T-square will pass. That is the goal post. You just put this one at the back. Then somebody will now pull their button. Almost all of us, then we don't have, there's this top button. No boys is having it. If you have it, maybe you are those ones who are, there are some overly careful students in the classroom. All those neat ones. But some of us, this one has gone, and the last one down here has gone. Almost everybody in same WhatsApp group, no button. In same WhatsApp group, no button, and we are proud of it. So you get, because the picture that was painted to us, technology, is different from what we are seeing. Our friends who were learning furniture then, we are seeing their tools in our Intotech lab. It was looking as if we are almost doing the same thing. So now, because of this hand-on subject, they said that they have to remove some other subjects like history. So history was removed, and by removing history, one thing they removed was our identity was removed. So as a child, for example, you are only informed about your identity, about what you can believe about yourself by what you see on television. That this is how Africa has been before. And I want to say this, that see, Black Panther, for example, Black Panther, I love Black Panther. But I really wish that Black Panther was written by a black man in Africa, not a black man in America. Because they will reshape the story very well. Not just by making sound. We have our own different sound that was made by the Zulus, by the Xhosas. We have our own different sound that was made, not the one that was just put together by some mechanism AI. No. We have our own sound that was made. And that has to be in movies. So for Africa to be able to tell our story beautifully, it has to be written by us. And today, who is going to write it when almost all the historians, now they are dead? Which means that we have to now go to Google our own origin, to now write a book on it. And by Googling the origin, you are Googling a white man's work about what he has written about your own culture. Then you put it out because you feel you have authored it. No, that's not it. So focus on some particular subject of the problem. But the problem is no control will sideline the study of their own identity. Because no culture, no country will sideline the teaching of their own identity. Take a look at this, for example. Your father will now tell you, okay, go to pastor so he can teach you about my family. It doesn't work that way. Your father have to sit you down. I remember there's almost little or nothing that I don't know about where I come from. Almost about four generations before me. My dad have sat all of us down. He has told us the story, all their names, and the pattern. We have read those patterns. I mean, he has told us those patterns, how they've been repeating. The one that has been cancelled. Everything has been told us. Now, if he has told us all this, but then our nation, we don't even have anybody to tell us. You see on this side, they will tell you, okay, this was what the Yorubas believed. and this was what the Benin believes. No, that ought not to be. So the uncomfortable truth is that history, number one, is politically dangerous. That is the comfortable truth, is that history is politically dangerous. It's politically dangerous in the sense that some questions will be asked. Questions like, let's take a look at this, for example. Let's speak about that civil war. If you want to teach civil war today, in this generation, people will start asking questions. Questions like, who caused the conflict? And then because of that, you will now try to answer it from a sentiment point of view. Take a look at this, for example. Like, just hypothetically now, maybe an Igbo man, his son asked him, okay, who caused the civil war? When the man is asking that question, he will not answer it objectively. He will answer it subjectively to make sure he dressed the Igbo fine. If you not ask a Yoruba man, hello sir, who caused the civil war? He will tell you, you don't know. So, oh, sit down, let me tell you, let me give you the breakdown. He will also answer the question subjectively, not objectively, not from the true standpoint of things. Also, they also want to know who benefited from the conflict, who benefited from it. And then that's where you now see people now pointing fingers, not seeing how to draw lessons from what has happened here to relate to what is happening now. People pull out their fingers, pointing it at every direction to make sure they make their own meaning, to make sure they tell their own story in the way that fit them well. Also, people will also ask, who failed the people? They want to know who caused the conflict. They want to know who benefited from it. And they want to know who caused the conflict. So, for example now, this civil war I mentioned, for instance, there is no way you want to discuss it without you mentioning the ethnic tension that happened there. There is no way you want to discuss it. You want to talk about it on television, on radio, on your podcast, on your TV, without you mentioning the ethnic tension that happened here, or the leadership decision, or the injustice that was carried out at that point in time. And because of this, people shy away from history. People don't want to remember history. People just want to do anything they need to do to make sure that part that happened behind them is forgotten. And if a man forgets his past, his presence will be full of confusion, and his future will not be sure. If he forgets his past, if he doesn't know where he's coming from, if he doesn't know the pattern that bettered him, if he doesn't know the pattern that has brought him into his presence will be full of confusion, and his future will not be sure. Because for many in power, it is safer to keep citizens ignorant than to teach them history. If you are in power, or for those who are in power, for some in power, or for many in power, it is safer for them to keep the people ignorant about their history than to teach them about it, because they are going to ask a lot of questions demanding answers they are not willing to produce. Not the answers they do not have, but answers they are not willing to produce, because they know you produce the answer, people will demand for accountability and how irresponsible the people have been by their choices. Because also history is dangerous, because history will also call for accountability. How can we undo what has been done? And how can we right what has been wrong from the past? And because by righting the wrong of the past, it means that the current structure of corruption will be affected. And if the current culture or structure of corruption is affected, some people will be out of power and out of relevance. So what do? They keep the populace, they keep the general populace ignorant so that they can continue to maintain their power. Another thing, another uncomfortable truth, aside from history being politically dangerous, is that history is also a population without, because they know that a population without memory is easier to lead. A population without memory of their past, they are easy to lead. They are easy to control. They are easy to direct. If people do not know the past pattern of corruption, if they do not know the historical abuse of power, and if they don't know the cycle of promises that has been failed, they promise, they fail, they promise, they fail. If they don't know all these things, what will happen is that election will always look like a fresh start. Take, for example, look at when Buhari was coming. Everyone believed that, oh, once Jonathan leaves and Buhari comes, That was it then. I was in Ondo State then. It was everywhere was just say Baba, everywhere say Baba. Because we do not know, we do not understand the past pattern of political failure. We do not know the previous cycle of promise and fail. Because of what we do not know, each election is looking like a fresh start for us. We don't know that this thing that is happening has happened before, because there is no new thing under heaven. And because we lack history, and because social media has kept us busy, we feel each election is looking like a fresh start. For example, this current government, during the last election, Peter Obi was looking like a fresh start to every one of us. You know why? Because we have forgotten the past pattern of corruption. We've forgotten the historical abuse of power and the recycling of promise and fail, which we do not know. So because there is no long-term accountability and also no historical comparison, everyone becomes historically irresponsible. In the sense that, of course, what you do not know, you can't account for. Even the people in power themselves, they are not willing to tell you what they know or what they feel you should know as a citizen. So that is not control. If you look at it, it's not a control that comes by force. It is a control that has been put to you by forgetfulness. They just made you forget it. They make sure you don't remember it. And because you do not remember it, you cannot ask them to account for it. Forgetfulness also is a form of power. Make people forget their past. Make them forget about the Civil War. Make them forget about what happened before the Civil War. Make them forget the abuse of power. Make them forget the recycling of promise and fail. Make them forget all of this. Then every election, it will look like the next government will be a success. The next government will be the savior. The next government will be the one to redeem them from the hands of the Romans. It wasn't so. We have to come back to the drawing table and bring history back into the classroom, right from the primary school, down to the secondary school, down to the tertiary institution. Imagine somebody who was not taught history from primary school to from secondary school. He now got to higher institution. You now introduce to him history. What is he going to do with it? There is no foundation to build to build a particular body of knowledge before that time. All of a sudden, in 100 level, you hit him with it. Nigeria People and Culture, NPC. And then after about 3 months or 1 semester or so, you say, okay, no worry, you are done. You have your A's. Everybody have their A's, and up they go. But nobody is willing to have accountability. Let me even ask, what do you have in your Nigeria People and Culture? You have an A. Wow. You have an A too. In your Nigeria People and Culture. You need to do that one.
One is Nigeria, Africa, and
Was it a general study? GST. How about you? History. Yes. Which school do you attend? Oh, Unilag. Lagos University. Okay, Lasso. And Lagos. I see. You guys missed out. Because ours was Nigeria People and Culture. No. See, now, you can see the difference now. Now, you can see the difference. Let's say, for example, maybe you and AY enter school at the same time. In his own school, Nigerian People and Culture. In your own school, African, Nigeria, Lagos and Environment. See, all those things is a course that somebody should read for 4 years. But everything was shrunk for you to just do in 3 months. And you are expected to know history. You cannot know history that way. I think I had a B then. That's good. Hungry? You didn't read for it. Because history, sometimes people don't read history. You just have to know history. I don't believe in reading history. I mean, if you want to go into some extra study, then you study history to bring out something from it. But if it is just to pass, just understand, okay, what happened from this one to this time, okay, and they killed themselves. Then from there, the Benin people came. Off you go. So you now realize that to control people, make them forget their past, because they don't have a point of reference to look back to. Like, okay, where has this thing happened before? it happened in 1802. What happened? They don't know. So if people forget their past, their presence will be shaky, and then their future can be arrested. And that is why we are where we are today. So also, another uncomfortable truth is that a nation is trying to avoid a national discomfort. A nation is trying to avoid national discomfort in the sense that there are some colonial legacy that happened before. See, there are some people you have to follow online. For example, if you want to know more about Nigeria and culture, about Africa, there's this guy on Facebook and on YouTube, King Eze. I don't know if you follow King Eze. You can follow King Eze. You will read more of this, you will see more of this. There's another lady, I've forgotten her name. These people are the people that will call you back, that they will bring African back to their conscience. See what has happened before. What are we doing now? All this one happening, the killing here and there, it has happened before. Who sponsored it? In quote, we know. But because we do not know that it has happened before, we cannot study that pattern. And if we cannot study that pattern, there will be nothing for us to fall back to. There is nowhere we can learn from. All this thing happening to us is feeling like, oh, it is new. It is not new. It has happened before. It is a pattern. The only pattern we know in Nigeria is that during every election they will share rice. It's a pattern we have studied. But that is a lower resolution. It's constant. Just like people say that that the only thing constant is change. The only thing constant during election in Nigeria is that they will share rice. And of course, if you have been following, you're already sharing rice. So the point I'm making is this: that we need to study where we are coming from. How do we get here? We might have come here from different boats, but currently we are in the same ship. Then how do we go from here? Where do we go from here? Also, because of ethnic complexity, in Nigeria alone we have almost over 200 ethnic groups. It's a complex. But even though it's looking like a complex, it's also a beauty for us to be able to unite ourselves together. Africa, for example, is the only nation in the world where you will see that in a country you will have over 200 ethnic groups and war is not breaking out so often. Some of these things happened in Europe. They were broken apart. Sometimes it's just about 10 languages or 10 ethnic groups. They were broken apart. But in Africa, in Nigeria, for example, we have over 250 ethnic groups. And here we are today. We do not have 100% of peace, but at least there is no an outrage war like we have it in other countries. The only war we have had is just that Biafran war then. But after that time, to some extent, we have some level of peace. So even though we are kind of diverse in what we believe, in what we do, in where we are going, yet that diversity is still our beauty if we work together to make all this united. And also uneven development. Look at Lagos, for example, developed. Look at another state like Ondo State, not fully developed. That is an uneven development. Look at Niger, how wide that state is, not so developed. Look at Port Harcourt, developed. When you bring history into view, people will want to ask questions about the unevenness in the development of our country or of some states. Look at Abuja, to some extent, developed. Look at neighboring state, Niger State, undeveloped. Look at Calabar, to some extent, developed. Look at Akwa Ibom, to some extent, developed. The neighboring state, undeveloped. So if people bring history into view, the fear sometimes is that there will be political unrest because people will start asking questions about the colonial legacy, about how our fathers kind of didn't do well, but then they tried, about also how the ethnic complexity is pulling us apart. So from here, I also want to touch on the fact that teaching real history means that confronting truth or confronting pain, because it is in confronting pain that you'll be able to ask the real question. If you don't confront pain, you cannot ask real question. You will only be dancing around, thinking that one day you will balance in truth. And if a man is not strict about asking the right question, you cannot find truth. If I'm hungry and I'm telling you I'm having a headache, you will only be treating the headache, not the hunger. If I'm having a headache and and I tell you, I'm hungry, you only give me food, not medicine to cure the headache. So we have to confront pain. We have to confront truth and ask some serious question. Because if a society avoid pain successfully, they are avoiding their memory. That memory, I'm talking about the memory of the past, for our history. And also, weak institution, not just bad intention, is one of the reasons why history may not be taught. For example, look at our school system today. There are no history teachers, fine. But even when there were history teachers, one thing that happened then is that those history teachers, how grounded are they in history? Those so-called history teachers, I mean the historians who were teaching us history in school, how grounded were they in history? Some of them were teaching history sentimentally. Some of them were teaching history from bias. Some of them were teaching history from their own ethical conviction. I mean from their own, from the conviction of their ethnic group. They were teaching history from that view. And if we teach history from different perspectives, we will end up in a confused state, in a confused nation, in a confused country. So because of that, they thought, okay, no problem, let us remove history. And then history was removed. Also, poor funding for humanity. There were poor funding. The government was not willing to pour money into making research about our history. It was only the one written by some elderly people then that were put into textbook, and then some story books that were now like shredded down into curriculum to be used in teaching primary school and in secondary school. Money was not put into serious funding for people to sit down, to research, to dig deep into the history of Nigeria. And also there was obsession with science. We were all obsessed with science, thinking, okay, since science is here and then tech is here, who really have time for history anymore? And then the focus now went on tech. So these are some of the unpopular truths about history. Now let's look at the result of that. The result of that is there is now a specific kind of citizen. There is a specific kind of citizen. And why the government left the people in that ignorant state is because at the long run, they saw that even though history was taken from the curriculum, it benefited them politically. Because the people no longer have a touch with their past anymore. And because of that, serious questions were not asked, then corruption can continue. When they saw how that thing benefited them for some time, they felt, okay, no problem, let's just continue that way. They withdrew it because the people refused to demand for it. As at some point, some people were clamoring for it. After some time, the voice that was clamoring for history died down again because the power that be were not willing to bring it into power. So what are now the results? The result is that you have people who are emotionally reactive but historically poor. Upload online today about the government. People just come to the comment section and then just react. That is what they will do. After that comment, they drop their phone, up the data, they go to it. Tomorrow, they go back again to compete, to do again that circle. Nigerians can react. Africans can react. The last time Trump was dressing down some African president at the United Nations Assembly. Africans, of course, as usual, they reacted. But what did they do? Nothing. We are good at reaction on social media. Anybody can just, install the camera today on your ring light, sit down before it, and then you start making comments on reaction. Why will he say such a thing? Why will he be here? But ask them to come out and act. Nobody will come out. We have people who are emotionally reactive but historically poor because they know what is wrong at the moment. They don't know what was wrong before, leading to what is wrong now. All they know is that currently I'm not feeling comfortable about this government. But then what happened leading to, because what is happening today is a symptom. But then if we cure what is happening today, we've not cured the disease. There's a disease leading to this symptom. If I'm pressed, for example, there will be a way I'll be misbehaving because this young man is pressed. My misbehavior is not because I have bad attitude. That's the symptom of me being pressed. That is the symptom. But then if you feel okay because I'm misbehaving, because I'm acting in an uncomfortable way, okay, well, let's give him sweet, and then you give me sweet. Sweet will not even cure that symptom, or sweet may make me feel comfortable for that time, but as soon as the sweet finishes, I will return back to that state of the disease, which means for me to be cured, I will need to use the restroom. Africans need to cure themselves by going to the restroom, not by taking sweet when they are pressed. It will cure us, and that has to be done by way going back to history. Also, we have people who are easily divided along ethnic and political line. I once said here that I watched a video clip by the Governor Munike, where he saw people collecting their voters card, and then he wasn't cool with it. So for him to disrupt it, he just told the guy beside, he said, go there and go and disrupt them. And the guy was like, okay, what should we do? He was like, just go there and pick a tribe. Once you pick a tribe, see anything about that tribe, and they will start fighting. The guy got there, of course, true to the governor's word. He said something. It was like, okay, he was like, I don't know why these Igbo people are this stupid. How will you allow a Yoruba man to get his PVC before you? That was all. The whole place was scattered. You see people who are reactive. They don't think anymore. Once it is against my tribe, they are coming for it. Once it's against the fathers who believe, they are coming for it. That ought not to be. People are easily divided along ethnic and political lane. It is in America, for instance, you can see politicians jumping from Democrat to Republican easily. But in Nigeria, in 24 hours, a politician can move between 4 political parties. As he's decamping from here, in the next 6 hours, he's moving another 4 hours here, he has gone. No. Which means you don't have a belief, or you don't have value. In America, it's hard for people to move from Republican today and then you go to Democrat tomorrow. No. It's a process. Why were you there in the first place? But in here today now, don't worry. I think today we're even watching case. We're watching one in the room that a particular governor just decamped from PDP to to APC. Today, don't worry. Before election 2027, that same person will leave that party to another party. It's so easy for us to defect. No commitment to anything. Once it's not working here, they move. How about your set of value? See, in America, for example, I'm not saying they are the best nation of the world, but I can tell you they are the most responsible nation of the world. They are not the most faithful. No, I won't use the word faithful for them. But I can tell you they are the most responsible nation of the world. If you are coming for Republicans have their own set of value. They have what they believe. They have their own morals. This is what we stand for. And if you are coming, before you come in, are you comfortable with this? If you are not going, if you are even joining Democrats, they have their own set of values. They have what they believe. But here, once your godfather is there, no problem. You must come there. If you really have a future or a career in whatever things you want to do, you must come there. That is the pain of the nation we have found ourselves today. And it ought not to be. It's a painful thing that it has to be in our own time. Because we need to have a law, probably constitutionally, where people cannot just move from party to party. Today, Labour Party, tomorrow, ADC. In the evening of that same day, he has come to PDP. It doesn't work that way. We need to have structure, put things in place, give people sense of commitment. People who are not even committed to political party, how do they want to now be committed to people who is even voting for them? There should be some level of commitment from our leaders. And also, vulnerable to recycled narrative. We are vulnerable to it. What does that mean? Every 4 years, give them rice, the same narrative. Just recycle it. If last year you use a black nylon to share the rice, this year use white nylon, it's still the same rice. If last year you shared rice with 2 indomie, this year share rice, add 1 indomie to it, then just put tin tomato to it to make it balance. It's still the same thing. We are vulnerable to the same recycled narrative, and also we are passionate but uninformed. An average Nigerian can fight for any political party he believes will give him what he wants. But ask that same man, what do you understand about politics and governance? He knows nothing about it. But he believes that since it's my father's turn to become this, then he must become it. We are now following a country that has little or nothing to offer for citizens. So another line of truth here is that this whole thing, was it really a conspiracy? The government, do they really plan it to remove history, to shrunk the conscience or the knowledge of the people about themselves, about their identity, about their legacy, about the sacrifice of men who has gone before them? But then, the answer I would like to give to that is this: it is more accurate to say it was a mix of neglect, of fear, and convenience. And once it benefited the system for a while, the urgency for them to repair it was delayed. It may not be looking like a conspiracy, but then the attempt was deliberate to remove it for some time. Having removed it, it was removed as a result of a combination of fear, of convenience, and of neglect. And because the effect benefited the system for a while, the urgency for them to replace it was delayed because it benefited the system. People were now ignorant. The children growing into politics, imagine my generation now, going into politics, we know little or nothing about our background, and we are expecting to be leaders of tomorrow. How do we lead without history? We are now being told, stuck by our father, and we are meant to believe that, thinking this is the truth. So the turning point here is that history was reintroduced now in 2019. They have to bring it back into the curriculum. Now, even though it was brought back into the curriculum, it was brought back without an historical consciousness to teach it. That is why you will hardly hear your brothers and sisters who are still in secondary school, primary school, coming home asking you, I have an history homework to do. You cannot hear it. Because even though they brought it back, there is no historical consciousness to teach it. Because they saw that there were lags in them removing it. And because of the lags in them removing it, for them to be able to cure it, they have to bring it back. Now, they've brought it back without historical consciousness to teach the subject. And if there is no historical consciousness to teach that subject, then why bring it up in the first place? Why teach it in the first place? Why even try to do it in the first place? So, the truth now is that a nation doesn't lose history only when the government removes it. That is truth. A nation does not lose history only when the government removes it. A nation loses her history when the government removes it and the people refuse to demand for it. A nation does not lose her history when the government removes it. A nation loses her history even when the government has removed it and yet the people refuse to demand for it. Every one of us need to demand for our history. We need to demand for our identity. Now that we are now beginning to pay tax, you will now see how painful, we are beginning to pay tax in such an obvious manner. And I'm beginning to see why corruption will now be more painful to you. Because imagine they are deducting your salary every month, and then what the money ought to do is not being done. You will now feel pain the more. If before you are not really vexed about this corruption thing, now that every month your tax is being deducted, you will now feel the pain the more when they tell you this and this as taking this money to that and that. It's now becoming more painful. So citizens must demand it. Even though the leaders fear it, the citizen must demand it. So let's now come to Africa. If you now zoom into Africa, for our neglect of history, it's a different ball game, but then the stake is now higher. In the sense that, like I said earlier, the history of Africa is already rewritten, has already been interrupted, and also has already been intercepted. Because it has been rewritten, interrupted, and intercepted, if we now look away from teaching history in our primary school, secondary school, and an institution, we are now trying to surrender to the world the effort, the opportunity for us to change the narrative. For us to change the narrative, for us to tell the people, this thing that was written against us is not us. This thing you say we are doing or we didn't do it. Because we are us. Us are we. And because of what we believe about ourselves, or what we have seen, what we have known, the history our fathers have told us, we didn't do this. And when we say it, a man who doesn't live your history cannot argue your history with you. Take for example, you have a background now. Now, you cannot be telling me your story and I'm arguing with you about your story. It was KSO that said something. He said that when you tell me something about you, I believe it. He said if you tell me stuff about somebody else, I may likely doubt you. But if you are telling me things about yourself, I believe you. Because I don't know that part of you. Even though you are lying, but because it is you telling me about you, of course, I don't live that past with you. I wasn't there with you, so you are the one telling me about you. So also, it is Africa that will tell the world about Africa. People who have not lived our life cannot write our history. People who have not been with us cannot write our history. So also, what happened is that we abandon the effort to now reclaim the narrative. That's the problem. We have abandoned the effort to reclaim the narrative. There's a narrative that has been put out there, which is not us. I've said this thing over and over and over again. Watch any American movie, probably ones that are done maybe partly in Nigeria and partly abroad. That part that is acted in UK, in Korea or in wherever again, America, that part that is acted in America, you will see the resolution very pure, very fine, so beautiful. But that part that is being done in Nigeria or in Africa, there is a way the resolution will change, telling you that on this side of the world things are not as good as on that side of the world. On this side of the continent, things are not that pure compared to what it looked like on the other side of the continent. So it is now your responsibility as an African to rewrite history for yourself, to tell the people what to believe about you, to tell the people I am standing here because this is where we have been standing from time immemorial, because this is what we believe. So also I'm bringing to you that because of that we surrender our story to outsiders. That's the problem. Africa is now surrendering our story to outsiders, and because of that surrender of our story to outsiders, what we tend to bring out of that is they will minimize our pre-colonial existence and victory. There are stuff, a lot of things happen in Africa before the at the pre-colonial system. Now, whatever happened then, if you give history to outsiders to write for you, they will reduce your effort, they will reduce your exploits, they will reduce what you have done. It is we who can tell the world, I said, before the colonial master came, we have a life we were living. In the north, there was a life. In the southwest, there was a life. In the southeast, there was a tradition, custom we were living. And without that, there is no way you will have a standard history to give to your children, to show them that this is what we believe and this was where we were standing. Also, they will give us an exaggerated sense of dependency. They will tell you, take for example, why do you think they came to Africa? And then they sold the narrative to us that they discover a particular river. When you say you discover something, it means that river was there and then we were somewhere else. We didn't know the river was there. But when you came, you now took us to that river. You have been here? Come and see this river. No. That river they told us they discovered, there were people living around the river, taking their bait in the river, washing their clothes in the river, killing, you are sacrificing to that river. But when they came, they told us they discovered the river and they named it. In fact, there's even what they call it, I think, is it Amazon or Indian Ocean? A river in Africa, giving it an international name. Why can't it not be our own name? See, this is our history. It is being eroded into. And this erosion beginning, it has started happening. Of course, it has happened. But for that to change, a lot of things has to be undone, which has been done already. We have to sit down, to look back into history, to see what we can change. See, we can change a lot of things. Take, for example, Burkina Faso as it has today. Burkina Faso wasn't the name. Yes, there was a name, I think there was an English, there was a Portuguese name given to it before. But when Thomas Sankara came, he changed that name from whatever name it was to Burkina Faso. He changed the name to Burkina Faso. That was it. Because he saw that it's not representing their identity. What they believe as like their culture, their tradition is not being reflected. And because it's not reflected, and he knew as a leader of this nation, there is a name we have that can reflect our identity. He changed the name to that name. For example, look at Ghana. It was previously called the Gold Coast. A man came, he changed the name. This is Ghana. Don't intercontinentalize this name. Give it a traditional name because it is us, it is we. And until we get to that point where we have to give things our own name, our own identity, a lot of things will not change. If we continue to put English language by naming things, but maybe for example our street, why do you think that the most beautiful places in Lagos, for instance, has English names? Most of those ugly places has our native names. Ojuelegba, Yanoro, Mushi. Look at Osborne, for example. Look at Banana Island. Look at Victoria Island. Those places that are ugly, kind of, they have some terrible names. Ajegule, terrible names. But those ones that are beautiful, I mean, that are good, with good lifestyle, they give them English names, like where we are. Thank you, my brother, Chevron. You get? They give them good names. See, we have to sit down to have like a roundtable discussion, a symposium discussion, to know that we have to undo some things in this nation. Because there's something about language. When you are speaking a language, you are tempted to leave the culture of that language you are speaking. Say, for example, if you are seeing people that speak phonetic, that speak phone very well, people that speak phone, as they are speaking that phone, they are trying to upgrade their life to live like English. Because now you cannot be look at it, you cannot be speaking phone. Eh? No, don't point there. No, not that. No, not that. Don't point there. No, but just what I'm trying to tell you. See, people that speak phone, no, not Dr. T. No, hello. Don't let's go there. I don't know. I'm not coming for him. I'm just trying to pick out stuff to explain my point. See, people that speak phone very well, because sometimes you can't blame them. Take for instance, you cannot be speaking phone like speaking Queen's English with good accent, and you are now using your hand to eat semo in this place. It will not flow. You will be tempted to dine like them, eat like the culture whose language you are speaking. That is just it. Because language is not, they are not just words. You are calling stuff into reality. You are calling culture, you are calling custom into being. So because of the way you are speaking, you are automatically conditioning your brain to live the culture of the language you are speaking. It is a natural thing. You don't have to learn it anywhere. Now, henceforth, look at people that speak good English. Their life. I'm not asking you to leave. I mean, to downgrade your lifestyle because you want to speak in Nigeria. No, not that. But it's just a level of consciousness I'm willing to call you back to. So now, imagine where we are. For example, it's called Ojuelegba. Imagine where we are, Osborne, Ikoyi, is called Ojuelegba. And imagine Ojuelegba is called Osborne. Imagine Mushi is called Chevron. And imagine Chevron is called Mushi. See, if Mushi, for example, is called Osborne today, I bet you, argue this anywhere. If you start calling Mushi Osborne today, people's idea about that place will start changing. It will start shifting. Because they will feel like it's no more looking like it anymore. It's not really Mushin as it was anymore. Osborne. People want to be behaving like English. And by that doing, they will start upgrading their life from it. But as long as you call Mushin, the first thing that comes to your mind, for example, is backwardness. Ajegule, backwardness. You get Orile, dirtiness. Ibara Iyanoro, of course. It's an irony. Yes. Yes, it's like the headquarters of Ajegunle, the headquarters of wealth. And all those names, they are beautiful names. If you know what those names means, very beautiful. But today now, we have now swapped them because of just language. So the point I'm driving at is this: if we do not bring back history, and change some narrative in the nearest future, aside from the fact that English will take over because it has taken over, our culture will be eroded, and our children will not even know about their background anymore. That is why sometimes you see children telling you that they want to leave this country. Sometimes because they are not proud of their background. Why? Because they don't know it. Because you can't be proud of something you don't know. You have to know it, and you have to be convinced about it, then to believe in it. So also, there's also a framed place. It's framed as a place without civilization. Africa will be framed as a place without civilization, just like I told you now. It was as a result of maybe few white men living here. They have to, okay, let's see how they can make this place better. But where those white men never live, Ajegunle, they left them undeveloped. Orile Mushin, they left them undeveloped. A lot of things have to change because we have to move forward as a nation. So now, aside from that, one thing will also happen is that the point of reference, the human point of reference of excellence. For example, Mansa Musa, who was almost the world wealthiest man that the world ever have. Mansa Musa is from Africa. Also, we have people like Shaka Zulu, people who are wealthy. Now, these people do not have to be the footnote of history. They have to be the centrality of the history of Africa. Not because we believe, okay, King Solomon was the richest and then the wisest of the world. No, he may be. But during our own lifetime in Africa here, we have a man called Mansa Musa. This man, according to history, when he was going to Mecca in those days, he passed through Egypt. Yes, he passed through Egypt, Nairo. He passed through Nairo. He was just passing by. He passed through Nairo. The amount of money he spent there, the amount of gold and silver that he spent there, when he left, the state suffered inflation when he left. Because that is how wealthy the man was. But this man today, you will never hear him in history. Because why? People who wrote the history have to change things. Because they have to make it look like nothing good ever happened here. That was the belief. That was the goal. And because it was the goal, they have to rewrite history. They have to interrupt history. They have to intercept history. And that is why we are where we are today. So people like Kwame Nkrumah, like Nelson Mandela, they do not have to be the footnotes of our history. They have to be the central point of the history. Now, when we say footnotes, there are some books you are reading. Those books, at by the downward part, they will make some notes there. Those ones are called footnotes. So, some Africans legendary or some Africans men, they do not have to be the footnote. They don't have to write their names down the book. No, their names ought not to be there. Their names have to be the central point of reference of the history of Africa. Talking about wealth, why can't you carry this man, Mansa Musa, and study how the man got his wealth? How about Shaka Zulu? These ones are wealthy men. Let us pick these people, study their life historically. How do they make their money? Because now we don't study. Now you hardly see a man speaking, and he will just stand up and start quoting Chinua Achebe, or start quoting some African literature, aside from Okwe, who is very, very good at that. You get very good at what he does. But we need to come to a point whereby, I'm not saying we should not quote white men. This is not out of racial whatever. But I'm saying that a point should come where we are comfortable mentioning our legend names, and then we are quoting them. According to Nelson Mandela, this was what he said. According to Nnamdi Azikiwe, he said this. According to Shaka Zulu, he said this. We are able to quote these people to support our argument, and we believe what they said is true. Not always according to Elon Musk, according to Bill Gates, according to so and so Coca, according to this and this Spurgeon. No, I'm not saying this. I'm not saying if we say that we are not wrong by saying that, but I'm saying that we need to portray our African legends the more, promoting our cultural heritage. When you want to speak, okay, there's a proverb in my language that says, and then you say it in English or whatever you want to say it. Even sometimes, before you say that language, say it in your own language first, then interpret it to them, let them know that our own language too is rich for culture, it's rich in wisdom, it's rich in history. These are ways we can reframe, we can bring back into reality our own culture, because it has been reframed, it has been rewritten, it has been intercepted, and it has been intercepted. So also, if we do not bring back our history, we weaken continental identity. Africa has an identity, yes. Take for example, if you watch WWE, in WWE for example, there's this guy there, this current youth guy, Obafemi. How many of you watch WWE of recent? How many of you watch WWE of recent? Okay. Do you watch WWE? You know WWE? You watch WWE of recent? Okay, now of recent now there's this African guy, I mean not African, Nigerian guy who is the Obafemi. You know Obafemi, right? That huge guy. Now I love how WWE portray him. I know that of course there are still some narrative they are trying to create, but I love the fact that they portray him as a Nigerian. Whenever he's coming to stage, like he will wear his African regalia, the way our olden days warrior normally go to war. That is how he comes. He comes huge, and even from his color, you will see African. You will see his Africanness in his color. It's there, it's plain, it's glaring. So some things like this are our own identity. If we do not teach history, if we do not bring it back, all those things we are teaching will not have value, because our children, they need to see it to believe it, they need to witness it to understand it, and they need to feel it for them to know how true those things are. Our diversity, our culture, our cultural diversity, our diversity in language. Imagine, look at Nigeria, over 200 languages, and we are here still cool. It should be something that we are proud of. You should be able to say in America, in my country, there are 250 languages, and we are fine. To them, it's confusion. To them, they won't get it. To them, they believe you mean you have over 200 languages, then something must be wrong. No, nothing is wrong, because regardless of our tribes, of our languages, of our culture, tradition, we can still live with each other, and we have been living here for the past 60 years. And of course, we have not had the most beautiful part of history, but I can tell you yet, we still have the best the world is crushing on. So if we do not bring back African history, what we will do is that we will weaken the continental identity, and also we will erase the models of excellence in Africa. Like I mentioned earlier, we have models of excellence. Kwame Nkrumah, Osagyefo, Nelson Mandela, all these people, Nnamdi Azikiwe, Obafemi Awolowo. We need to bring these people back into culture, quote them as often, and also when we take away history of African, we will also be tempted to repeat the exploitation in the new format. We will repeat exploitation in a new format, and also we can also create intellectual dependency. Like I just said now, we are depending to read about our own history from the standpoint of another man, not written by us. And like I've always said here, until the lions have their own historians, the tale of the hound will always favor the hunters. We need to come to a level where we believe we can confidently rise up and discuss Africa with the world, and discuss our culture, and discuss our rituals, and discuss our traditions, and discuss some monuments we have built for our legends in Africa. And also, we can also lose our cultural dependence. We can also lose our cultural dependence, our cultural confidence, if we do not bring back history to be taught experientially. Take for example